In the silence of the night, under the clear, starry sky, the high-rise buildings of the city of Jiangzhou spread out. On May 20th, a mysterious purple lightning suddenly flashed right above the high-rise buildings. A dangerous spatial rift opened up with a roar right above the peaceful neighborhoods. A squad of brave defenders of the city without hesitation rushed into a furious attack on the monsters. The brave warriors used powerful magic and accurate shots against the ferocious wolves. A huge monster with a drooling mouth spoke of people with undisguised contempt. The formidable king of the six-eared gold-ranked wolves mercilessly pinned the wounded fighter to the rock. The ferocious monster unleashed a series of crushing and swift blows with its claws on the people. The blue-haired warrior realized, with obvious alarm, the overwhelming power of the enemy's gold rank. The monster's huge clawed paw crashed onto the hard ground with a deafening roar. The giant beast loomed over the lonely girl, preparing to strike a fatal blow. A sudden, blinding flash of blade cut through the air and sent the ferocious monster flying. The savior who appeared ordered the fighters to retreat and confidently took on the dangerous wolf. The delighted soldiers were greatly relieved to recognize Mr. Wen Yuan, who had arrived just in time. A powerful, destructive explosion of bright energy illuminated the battlefield and crushed the ferocious monster. The female officer clearly reported to the commander about the successful destruction of the wolf clan. An officer in a white uniform expressed deep concern about the increasing number of splits in the sky. The commander-in-chief ordered the entrance score for martial artists to be halved. The loud school bell echoed loudly across the wide courtyard of the school. Two guys in class were lazily discussing exams, and the beauty Yang Ran sitting nearby. A charming red-haired student held a blue textbook on alien animals in front of her. The beautiful Lin Yanran thoughtfully adjusted a strand of her luxurious long hair with her hand. The beauty, with a kind smile, asked Subai about his plans for his upcoming admission. Subai awkwardly hid his face behind an open book and honestly admitted his doubts. The guy soberly explained his modest grades and the lack of family money for equipment. The dark-haired young man's attentive gaze expressed deep thoughts about the foggy future. The protagonist reflected with some bitterness on his lack of a magical system. Lin Yanran leaned gently towards the young man's ear and suggested that they enter the academy together. The red-haired beauty smiled tenderly and added that then they would always be close. The guy screamed at the unexpected offer and saw a shining holographic screen. His companion noticed his strong agitation, completely oblivious to the system window that had appeared in front of him. The enraged classmates behind the hero's back flared up with furious envy at what they saw. The muscular student, in a wild rage, demanded that he immediately remove his hands from the school goddess. The offended bully decisively swung his strong fist, wanting to teach his impudent opponent a lesson. The strict teacher suddenly put her hand on the bully's shoulder and ordered him to sit down. The impressive teacher announced to the class, "Urgent news from the military university." The teacher loudly announced that superhumans are now exempt from cultural exams. The students listened attentively to the news about lowering the passing score for martial arts masters. The entire class rejoiced at such incredibly favorable conditions for admission. The woman invited all students with awakened skills to follow her to register. The red-haired girl is surprised by the guy's thoughts about entering a military university. A young man named Su Bai walks down a city street and remembers his 17 years of life here. People look in horror at the giant purple rifts that have appeared right in the sky. Hordes of ferocious monsters poured out of the spatial cracks that had appeared onto the earth. The enraged monsters began to mercilessly destroy the city and kill civilians. Military aircraft and tanks opened fire on the creatures and were able to suppress the enemy's first onslaught. Armed researchers flew into the rifts in helicopters to conduct reconnaissance. The soldiers discovered beyond the crevices the vast lands of an alien, unknown world. The states joined forces and built bases right in the faults to contain their enemies. Each new spatial rift brought an unknown race of beasts into this world. Scientists have named the unexplored territories beyond the rifts the battlefield of many races. Spiritual energy has changed, awakening amazing superhuman powers in people. The boy realizes that the confrontation between people and monsters only becomes more dangerous over the years. Subai decides to become stronger in order to protect her loved ones with the help of her awakened system. The hero approaches the magical pet shop to find a beast to tame. After checking his 2,000 yuan balance on his phone, The guy hopes to buy a suitable pet. The girl behind the counter greets a customer entering the store with a polite question. The saleswoman in the turquoise dress begins to show the young man the creatures available. The young man is completely horrified by the price of 36,000 yuan for a black cat. A store employee offers a four-eared dog and other monsters at a high price. The establishment's employee turns to the stairs and sees with bewilderment that the client has run away. Outraged by the high prices, the hero walks down the street and complains about the silence of his system. Returning to the empty apartment, the tired guy casually throws his bag aside. Suddenly, a holographic window with a turtle selection appears in front of Subai's eyes. The boy rushes in amazement to the glass terrarium containing his father's pet turtle. Bending over the aquarium, the young man looks doubtfully at the tiny, clumsy creature. With no better choice, the boy presses his finger on the glowing tame button. The little turtle freezes in shock, in a column of bright golden magical light. The system screen reveals the hidden bloodline of a black tortoise above the god level. After reading the pet's incredible characteristics, Subai froze with a silly smile on his face. In complete delight, the young man joyfully lifts the little turtle high above his head. The hero's angry sister bursts into the living room and demands that her father's favorite be released. The turtle breaks free from the boy's hands and dives at wild speed into a bag of dry food. Su Xiaomei watches the reptile's sudden appetite with great surprise. Subai smiled contentedly, understanding the reason for his pet's powerful appetite. The parents cross the threshold of the house and look in complete horror at the chaos reigning inside. Screaming in horror, the girl runs away screaming from the fast turtle pursuing her. The father, dumbfounded, yells at his son, who, with a guilty smile, tries to justify himself. The kitchen is a complete mess, with overturned furniture and scattered food. Clutching his head, the boy decides to hide the truth about the system from his tired parents. The angry sister stamps her foot, while the full-fed turtle sits contentedly on the floor. A giant emerald phantom of an ancient beast suddenly flashes behind the pet's back. Subai goes into town and approaches a familiar pet store in search of help. The friendly girl at the entrance politely asks the young man about the purpose of his new visit. The young man quietly tells the employee that he has brought valuable animal blood for sale. The elderly owner of the establishment, with interest, decides to personally check out the guest's rare product. The shop owner lets his assistant go and approaches the young man to have an important conversation. A man in a formal suit politely invites the young man to show him the sample he brought. The appraiser opens the bottle in surprise and is amazed to inhale the strong aroma of blood. Convinced of the highest quality of blood, the shocked merchant asks the price. The guy confidently raises one finger and mentally hopes to receive a good sum. A merchant in a suit anxiously asks whether the visitor wants 1,000 yuan for the goods. The businessman apologizes for the mistake and immediately raises the offer to 10,000. Misinterpreting the guy's shock, the man immediately raises the amount to 15,000. Subai has a hard time holding back a smile of glee at the unexpectedly generous profit. The satisfied young man readily agrees to the profitable deal and slowly walks towards the exit. The merchant and his assistant warmly escort an important client out onto the city street. The guy checks his phone balance and rejoices at the hidden value of his pet. Teacher Lee calls the hero on the phone and informs him about the publication of academic lists. The teacher asks to come to school to pick up the application, but the conversation ends abruptly. A glowing system screen warns the hero of the approaching three aggressors. A large bandit appears from around the corner of a dead-end alley with a heavy club in his hand. Three armed thugs block the road and rudely demand to see your hands. Subai calmly spreads his hands and skillfully pretends to be a confused passerby. Quickly assessing the weak ranks of the attackers, the guy confidently prepares for a counterattack. The bandit leader loudly taunts the victim while the young man takes out the turtle. The young man, with a sharp cry, throws a strong turtle right into the face of the bandit leader. A man with a chain around his neck barely manages to protect himself from the flying shell with a club. The enraged brute glares at the impudent opponent from behind his weapon. The stunned bandit opens his mouth wide and screams furiously from pent-up anger. Subai suddenly delivers a crushing kick to the leader, right between the legs. Two accomplices watch in horror as their leader falls painfully. The attackers rush forward with shouts, while the nimble young man intercepts the pet. The hero runs boldly towards his enemies and covers his fist with a strong armor. With a powerful armored uppercut, the young man throws one of the bandits into the air. With a second swift movement, the guy forcefully slams the third enemy into the ground. The defeated gang leader leans heavily on the asphalt and growls angrily in pain. The guy raises his hand again and prepares to throw his faithful pet at the leader. The helpless bandit throws out his hands in panic, seeing the shell flying at him. The attacker screams as the heavy green shell comes crashing down on him. Subai calmly stands over the defeated hooligans and directly points out their mistake. Turning around, the young man notices his pet near the unconscious man. The guy quickly runs to his turtle and demands that it spit out the potion immediately. The little turtle throws up its paws in fear when its owner takes away the bottle. The young fighter examines the red bottle and is surprised by the incredible price of the composition. The owner looks in complete shock at the green turtle, who has instantly absorbed the entire elixir. The guy's gaze expresses extreme amazement due to the unusual changes in the pet's body. Subai's body was suddenly enveloped by powerful streams of sparkling electrical energy. The holographic screen that appears displays the beast's increased parameters. Studying the blue system panels, the young man is amazed by the enormous power of his pet. Squatting down in a dark alley, the young man gently strokes the now strong turtle. An announcement about the upcoming acceptance of documents is heard across the spacious schoolyard. The teacher loudly announces to the class about the upcoming visit of university representatives. The red-haired girl turns to Subai and asks about his final choice. His friend reminds him with noticeable concern about the dangers of serving on the front lines. A young man with a firm gaze declares the need to protect the state's borders. With a kind smile on his face, the guy talks about his desire to protect his loved ones from trouble. The teacher approaches Lin Yanran's desk and inquires about her future studies. The beautiful student thoughtfully lowers her eyes and admits to having no solution. The mentor insistently asks the children to seriously discuss admission with their parents. The students thank the teacher in unison and say goodbye after the end of the class hour. Once home, the red-haired beauty slowly pulls her underwear off her legs. Graceful maiden feet slowly sink into warm water with flower petals. The maid adds infusion to the bath, while the mistress talks on the phone. Lin Yanran, with a blush on her cheeks, tells the boy about her intention to go to a military academy. Subai, with nose plugs in, cleans up the pet's droppings and is genuinely surprised by the words. The irritated hero quickly ends the call and looks menacingly at his pet. The indignant cries of the beast's tired owner echo throughout the residential area. At the school stadium, the announcer loudly introduces the arriving instructor Zhang Kai. The woman at the microphone proudly talks about the graduates' outstanding achievements. The officer sternly reads out to the assembled audience the frightening statistics of student survival. A crowd of high school students freezes in horror at the grim details they hear. Subai remains determined and looks forward boldly against the blue sky. An inspired crowd of applicants raises their fists and loudly shouts their agreement. Having finished his speech, the stern guest, together with the teacher, headed straight to Subai. An officer in a gray uniform personally confirms the young man's enrollment in special tests. The protagonist points to himself in genuine amazement in front of the astonished crowd. The school children standing nearby discuss their friend's luck with envy and indignation. A service bus transports selected candidates to the university's vast complex. A guy with a duffel bag looks with admiration at the futuristic gates of the academy. The escort shows the young man a majestic monument with a motto carved on it. A woman leads the arriving students across a wide courtyard to the training building. The curator points the recruits to the residential block and informs them of the upcoming exam. Subai approaches the door of his room number 303 with his suitcase. The red-haired neighbor boasts to the guys about a vial of rare animal blood. The main character happily enters the room and introduces himself to his new neighbors. Han Jiagan greets the newcomer with a smile and tells him his name. The other roommates also tell Subai their names in a friendly manner. The friends, without further ado, show the newcomer a vial of valuable blood. The young man puts his bag away and recalls his recent deal with suspicion. The red-haired guy casually talks about buying 3 drops at a ridiculous price. Subai is angry because the cunning merchant brazenly deceived him when he made a sale. The guys notice a stunningly beautiful girl through the window in the dorm courtyard. A strict commandant calls out to a long-legged beauty at the entrance to the men's building. The students, mesmerized, pressed against the window and admired the beautiful stranger. A striking red-haired beauty with a bag in her hands declares that she is looking for Subai. The woman loudly calls Subai throughout the courtyard to the beautiful guest who has arrived. The hero responds from the corridor and promises his neighbors that he will return quickly. The stunned neighbors freeze in complete bewilderment upon hearing the name. The girl happily greets Subai as he emerges in his brand-new campus uniform. The girlfriend embarrasses the hero with a compliment and carefully straightens his collar. Envious neighbors shout from the window and are jealous of the recognized goddess towards the newcomer. Lin Yanran asks Subai if he is angry about receiving the clearance. The young man strokes his friend's head with a soft smile and thanks her for her concern. The beauty gives the guy a valuable elixir for successfully passing the exam. The red-haired girl waves goodbye and walks away along the park path. A crowd of guys in the windows of the dormitory indignantly discuss the impudent lucky guy. The neighbors immediately surround the returning hero and affectionately call him brother. The trio sits Subai down on a chair and starts asking him about the beauty. Han Jiagan winks at the young man and asks him to introduce them to the goddess as soon as possible. The red-haired guy kindly offers to celebrate their acquaintance over dinner. The cheerful guys leave the room and go to prepare for the banquet. Subai takes out his faithful pet turtle from his travel bag with a smile. The owner opens the healing potion and decides to treat little Xiaoba. The guy grins slyly and offers the frightened pet a valuable elixir. New friends arrive in the evening at a luxurious futuristic restaurant. Students in a separate room of the restaurant raise their glasses to friendship. Subai promises to help with introductions and asks his friends for one favor. The young man places a vessel with rare blood on the table and asks to sell it at a higher price. The stunned neighbors gaze with delight at the superior quality of the elixir. The red-haired young man takes out his phone and decides to call his father for an accurate assessment of the product. The father begins to scold the boy for wasting money, but he quickly interrupts him with important news. The interlocutor listens attentively to the story about the presence of 7 drops of unusually high-quality blood. The shocked head of the family immediately decides to call an expert and personally come to the specified address. The entire company gathers in a spacious living room to await the results of the essence examination. Elderly Master Cow examines the bottle with a special device and admires its powerful energy. The expert tells Mr. Khan with complete confidence about the incredible value of the rare potion. Subai calmly takes a sip from his glass, while the others discuss the uniqueness of his find. The head of the Han clan approaches the guy and politely inquires about the terms of the desired deal. The man offers to give 14 vials of a valuable bloody substance in exchange. Subai happily agrees to the profitable exchange and thanks his interlocutor for his generosity. Mr. Han takes advantage of the moment and directly invites the young man to join their clan. The young master politely puts his hands forward and tactfully declines the invitation. Suddenly, a loud female voice intervenes in the conversation, interrupting the head of the family's persuasions. A red-haired girl in a light dress confidently enters the room and stands up for the guest. The stranger sternly declares to everyone present that any pressure is unacceptable. The students are surprised to recognize the beauty who entered as the famous goddess Lin Yanran. The old expert quietly approaches Mr. Han and whispers important information about the girl. The face of the clan leader instantly changes from the realization of the high status of the uninvited guest. The man immediately smooths over the situation and states that a simple misunderstanding arose between them. Lin Yanran, with a gentle smile, invites Subai to walk together to the campus. The young man waves goodbye and leaves the apartment with his beautiful companion. The red-haired neighbor tries to run after them, but his father grabs him tightly by the shoulder. The head of the family strictly orders his son to maintain a strong friendship with Subai in everything. Xiaogan agrees with the words of his strict parent against the backdrop of modern city high-rises. Soon the students line up on the sports field in front of a strict examiner. An instructor in combat uniform explains to new recruits the rules for assignment to training units. Lin Yanran walks up to Subai with a cheerful smile and is happy that they have been placed on the team together. The impressive mentor announces in a loud voice a general assembly for the members of the 8th squad. A woman in an unbuttoned coat proudly introduces herself to everyone as the curator La Yu Xin. The enchanted students look with delight at the stately teacher and listen to her instructions. The curator, with a sly grin, orders each student to first make a will. Upon hearing of the mortal danger, the recruits freeze in complete horror and confusion. La Yuxin leaves, setting a meeting point at the teleportation square at exactly 9 in the morning. The red-haired companion asks Su Bai about his future plans before the dangerous day. The guy calmly announces his return to the room, saying goodbye to everyone until tomorrow morning. The neighbors invite the main character to go out together, to have fun and take a break from their worries. Su Bai, sitting at his laptop, politely declines a joint hike for the sake of important matters. The red-haired friend squats down and cheerfully strokes Xiaobu's pet turtle. The friends say goodbye with smiles at the front door and wish Su Bai a pleasant stay. Su Bai sits with vials of elixir in his hands and feeds the turtle before the upcoming battle. The pet licks its bowl with gusto, and the system informs you about its level increase and new skill. Surrounded by a bright glow of energy, the turtle freezes with its mouth full in front of a window with characteristics. The young man smiles as he studies the updated stats of his strength and the skills of his tamed beast. In the open stadium, in front of the lined-up squads of recruits, a massive teleportation gate is activated. Officers in formal uniforms and helmets give orders to the assembled cadets. The academy students approach a giant portal, glowing with blue light, and discuss its power. The red-haired companion puts her hand on Su Bai's shoulder and asks him to be extremely careful. The guy confidently takes a step forward and, together with the entire squad, plunges into the glow of the teleport. The group arrives at the military base and looks around the unfamiliar training ground with surprise. A futuristic fighter jet flies through the sky above the fortified base and landing pads. The commander, with a stern look, orders the recruits to be silent and observe army order. An experienced deputy commander with a scar on his face sternly introduces himself to the arriving students. Standing before a line of cadets, the officer sternly demands unquestioning obedience at his base. Su Bai and his comrades notice the traces of a recent battle and note the commander's combat experience. The deputy commander points to the side and explains the essence of the first training task. A man explains the rules for scoring points for hunting dangerous shadow cats on the battlefield. Students eagerly anticipate the opportunity to exchange their earned points for valuable elixirs. The officer watches the students' enthusiasm with a slight smile and calls them to follow him. Su Bai looks forward to some great loot to level up his pet among the cheering crowd of newbies. Along the road lie wounded soldiers, bloodied and bandaged, groaning from severe injuries. The recruits look in horror at the mutilated soldier and are amazed at the strength of the local monsters. The red-haired instructor sternly rebukes the panicking cadets and reminds them of the harsh reality of war. The worried girl asks Su Bai to stay close, while the young man remains completely calm. The lookout from the upper platform reports to the deputy commander about the successful repulse of the enemy attack. The massive metal gates of the military base swing open before the squad with a roar and clouds of dust. A scarred officer delivers a stern warning to students about the constant danger of death. Explosions thunder outside the gates, and automatic weapons fire continuously at the attacking creatures. Soldiers behind the armored car's turrets shoot at the advancing monsters amidst flashes of fire and smoke. The deputy commander approaches the duty officer and orders him to assemble a squad to cover the newcomers. The red-haired woman activates the tablet and reads out the task of collecting the hearts of defeated monsters. Commanders conduct a final roll call before students leave the security perimeter. The instructor raises his hand and shouts loudly, giving the signal to the squads to move forward to clear the area. The soldier reassures the mentor and, with a smile, talks about the recruits' lack of readiness for a real battle. Squad leader Li Dao leads a column of students and declares his duty to protect the future of the nation. In the capital, among the futuristic high-rise towers, an urgent report of an emergency is received. The headquarters officer reports to the leadership about the breakthrough of the defense by 12 ferocious gold-level monsters. The general issues an urgent order to strengthen the defenses of all bases for the safety of young first-year students. A column of students emerges into a smoking jungle clearing to urgently clean up the bodies of slain monsters. Su Bai and her red-haired friend begin to skin the shadow cat's carcass and cut off valuable resources. Su-bai views the mined resources in the system menu and plans to exchange them for blood chi powder for his pet. The young man suddenly notices a system warning about the approaching 5th-level danger and becomes wary. The boy immediately runs to the mentor, who is resting on a tree branch, and reports the approach of dangerous creatures. Teacher Liao stands on a thick branch and carefully examines the misty thickets in search of enemies. The woman jumps to the ground and sternly reprimands the student for trying to raise false panic among his comrades. The battalion commander claims the perimeter is clear, but Su-bai insists that hundreds of ghost cats are approaching. The officer asks the guy about his instincts with a slight grin, and the mentor tries to smooth over the awkward situation. The red-haired companion boldly steps forward and firmly declares her complete trust in Su-bai's words. The protagonist openly admits to everyone present that he has rare monster tamer abilities. The students around them look at each other in surprise and discuss their classmates' unusual hidden skill. Suddenly, terrifying cries are heard from the forest, confirming the appearance of a dangerous pack of ghostly cats. The detachment signalman reports to the commander that the base is unable to send reinforcements due to encirclement. Officer Li Dao draws his gleaming blade and confirms the sense of a huge, impending threat. The deputy commander orders the soldiers to take 2 gifted students under heavy guard. From the dense crowns of the trees, the first ferocious beast, with green sparks on its body, jumps out with a furious roar. The military opens continuous fire with energy weapons on the monsters attacking from above. A huge, ghostly cat knocks a soldier off his feet with one powerful blow and breaks the defensive formation. The commander shoots at the jumping predators and loudly calls on the soldiers to hold the defense to the end. A warrior with a burning eye shouts the words of the Institute Oath in the face of attacking monsters. The students close their shields and activate a strong energy barrier to repel the enemy onslaught. A bright beam of light quickly cuts through the air and delivers a powerful blow directly into the center of the battlefield. An archer and a swordsman from among the students simultaneously attack the creatures that have broken through the line. Zhang Mengni deftly shoots his bow in the air, while the strongman Luo Yongqiang pins the beast to the ground with a giant sword. Teacher Liao, with drawn daggers, quite happily notes the high fighting skill of his best students. Su-bai carefully watches the actions of his fellow students and thinks about the capabilities of his weapon. The surrounding fighters discuss the bronze level and outstanding skills of the distinguished pair with admiration. A loud, piercing sound suddenly causes everyone present to cover their ears in pain. A giant black silhouette appears from the dark depths of the forest, surrounded by electrical discharges. A huge king of mid-silver rank ghost cats with sharp claws appears before the squad. The shocked commander strangles the small animal and, in a panic, gives the order to contact headquarters again. The brave swordsman leaps high with his 2-handed sword, intending to attack the giant leader. The frightened teacher loudly shouts at the students to immediately retreat from the menacing silver beast. A powerful blow from the monster's claws knocks the archer off her feet and scatters scarlet blood around her. Knocked down by the crushing blow of the paw, the students fall helplessly onto the hard ground in front of the formation. The officers open fire with pistols, trying to cover the wounded soldiers in the clearing. A furious white predator looms over a defenseless fallen girl and opens its fanged mouth. Suddenly, a powerful magical projectile slams into the attacking beast's face at full speed. The giant summoned turtle Xiaoba lands cheerfully right on the battlefield. Teacher Liao and the soldiers standing nearby look at the turtle that appeared with utter amazement. The wounded archer watches with relief and slight embarrassment as Su-bai's pet makes its epic appearance. Su-bai confidently declares himself a tamer and gives his pet the order to attack small monsters. The red-haired warrior and her comrades excitedly discuss the turtle's unexpected strength. At the command of the owner, the green turtle rushes forward with lightning speed before the eyes of the astonished squad. In mid-air, the flying turtle blocks the attack, striking the red-haired girl with its unusual style. The red-haired warrior loudly commands her classmates to attack the remaining monsters. The students bravely rush forward and cut down the attacking hellcats with weapons and magic. The white beast, its claws glowing with blue energy, strikes the turtle's shell with all its might. The beast's deadly claws, with shining blue blades, cut through the air in a powerful lunge. The turtle successfully activates its shell's defense, causing the massive beast's claws to break. One of the swordsmen shouts in amazement about the incredibly strong armor of the mid-level creature. The man with the sword calls for cover from his allies and rushes to attack the wounded leader. The warrior rises into the air, with his sword at the ready, and aims at the vulnerable belly of the white monster. The fighter's furious fire strike hits the beast's body, causing it to roar in pain. The white cat lashes out with its long, powerful tail and knocks the attacking swordsman to the ground. The enraged fighter once again gathers flame on his blade and, with a cry, makes a decisive lunge. Subai gives a confident thumbs up with a smile and tells the pet to show its best technique. The guy standing nearby watched the spinning turtle in complete confusion. Remembering the monster's vulnerability, the young man sends the shell flying with a powerful kick. With a loud battle cry, the young man completes a crushing kick in the air. The spinning shell pierces the beast's belly at high speed, causing fatal damage. The green turtle skids to a stop on the ground, accompanied by a cheerful comment from an allied warrior. The defeated white predator, with a bloody mouth, emits a hoarse death groan. The bleeding leader of the predators falls to his knees in the middle of a forest clearing. The wounded leader lies dead near the stump, and the students and the turtle come closer. Students and soldiers, swords in hand, enthusiastically celebrate an unexpected victory in battle. The happy red-haired girl happily hangs on Subai's neck and admires him. The squad mates praise the guy and envy the origins of his pet. Subai calls out to his pet indignantly, noticing a large glowing crystal in its paws. Xiaoba quickly hides the crystal in his mouth, and the warrior standing nearby senses a new mortal threat. At the military base, operators register a surge of energy from dangerous creatures in the student sector. Mr. Wen Yuan resolutely refuses the scout troop and rushes to help himself. A stern man demands that reinforcements be sent to the combat zone immediately. The officer in the white uniform thinks anxiously about the consequences of Hu Lin's possible anger. The fighters listen in stupefaction to the monster's human speech, realizing the high rank of the threat. From a thick, dark whirlwind above the trees, the eerie silhouette of an ancient monster emerges. Stunned students watch in shock as the black monster devours the body of the white cat. A warning about a gold-level creature pops up on Subai's electronic screen. A giant winged gold-rank monster with a fiery paw towers before the squad. Panic breaks out among the frightened students, and one of the girls falls to her knees in fear. The brave soldier takes a fighting stance and orders his comrades to lead the wounded to safety. The monster delivers a powerful, crushing blow with its fiery paw, knocking the fighter back. Subai quickly throws the small turtle forward to protect the injured commander. The green turtle heroically takes a powerful blow from the monster's clawed paw. The horned beast with glowing eyes looks in surprise at the turtle's strong shell. The little turtle's shell cracks from bloody wounds before his partner's eyes. Due to the damage being split, Subai himself begins to cough up blood in front of his companion. The red-haired girl is amazed by the work of the legendary Origin fusion skill. Bending over the injured boy, the companions anxiously check his condition. The swordswoman calls on the entire squad to unite and assist Subai in battle. The winged beast grins angrily and calls the fighters surrounding him pathetic bugs. A squad of hunters resolutely rushes into an attack on a dark-winged monster. Suddenly, the entire battlefield is illuminated by a colossal flash of blazing flame. A bright golden glow completely envelops the clearing in a dense curtain of energy. The red-haired girl looks at Subai, rising with anxiety and hope. The guy smiles confidently after successfully absorbing the Cat King's crystal. A colossal armored beast in a golden glow appears behind the fighters. The astonished comrades freeze at the sight of the evolved beast of epic level. The companion carefully supports Subai's hand and asks how he is feeling. The young man resolutely points his finger forward and orders his pet to destroy the enemy. The giant armored defender swings its golden paw furiously to strike. The mighty pet knocks the flying Cat King to the ground with one blow. The deputy commander and his soldiers are amazed by the incredible strength of the new beast. The monster, knocked out of the sky, rolls head over heels down the slope and falls to the ground with a crash. Surrounded by a dark aura, the beast enters a berserker rage and roars menacingly. The enraged Cat King creates shadow clones and sends them to attack the people. A huge turtle rushes forward to intercept the enemy doubles. The frightened warriors of the squad try to protect themselves with shields from a pack of dark predators. The golden giant lets out a deafening roar and releases a crushing wave of energy. The shadow predator pounces with its claws on one of the shield-wielding defenders. The pet's flash covers the entire clearing and scatters monsters in all directions. Bright beams of pure power pierce the space around the giant creature. The armored defender throws back his head and gathers a clot of power in his mouth. Shrouded in a golden glow, the monster drops to the ground for a powerful shot. Subai loudly shouts a command to his pet to release all its accumulated power. A blinding stream of energy bursts from the open mouth of the golden giant. A devastating energy beam blows away centuries-old trees in a dense forest. The soldiers cover their faces with their hands in shock from the monstrous wave of outgoing energy. A fiery beam burns through the dark enemy with a blinding radiance of power. A stranger in a long cloak deftly jumps from a thick branch of a tall tree. A bearded man surveys the battlefield and breathes a sigh of relief after the fight. Rescuers and soldiers are rushing to evacuate the wounded from the destroyed and body-strewn battlefield. A man in a brown coat approaches the girls sitting on the ground and inquires about their health. The deputy commander of the military base, with a scar on his face, reports in detail on the outcome of a difficult battle. The officer respectfully reports to Mr. Wen Yuan about the destruction of a gold-rank monster by Subai's pet. Wen Yuan looks at Subai with praise, and the young man modestly shares this merit with all his comrades. A high-ranking mentor offers Subai personal training, to which the boy shyly thanks him. Having received a report on the complete clearing of the territory, the commander gives a clear order for the people to return to the base. The students proceed in an orderly manner through the huge, shining portals, accompanied by parting words from the instructor. The base officers discuss with admiration the incredible potential and fighting power of the young student Subai. The students return to their home training ground with relief after a dangerous combat test. At the Military Institute Stadium, the arriving students are solemnly greeted with festive banners. The bandaged fighters accept bouquets of flowers and openly call Subai the only true hero. The teacher praises Subai for his top grades, and the tired boy dreams only of a hot shower and sleep. In the quiet of the student dormitory at night, tired guys share their impressions of the soft beds. The roommates discuss the resources they received for defeating the monster and the fame of their neighbor Subai. A red-haired guy looks with affection at a turtle sleeping on the floor, who is seeing romantic dreams. A loud and insistent knock on the front door suddenly disturbs the morning peace in the dorm room. A sleepy guy in funny pajamas with chickens walks down the hallway to open a locked door, discontented. Opening the door, the sleepy young man freezes in amazement before the unexpected guest standing on the threshold. The smartly dressed senior girls from the student council bring breakfast with smiles and look for Subai. The girls resolutely enter the indoor unit, hoping to meet the famous hero in person. A surprise student in rabbit pajamas explains to the guests that Subai has already gone for his morning jog. The beautiful senior girls lament Subai's absence and talk about his immense popularity. The purple-haired girl takes the food box and advises the boys to quickly turn on the TV. While running in the stadium, Subai hears a loud news announcement on TV. Students on a treadmill stop in front of a large screen and listen to a military news report. The announcer reports on tragic attacks by ferocious animals on military bases and casualties among young people. A news anchor reports on the successful repulsion of an enemy attack by forces from a military university. A portrait of Subai appears on the television screen as a hero who restrained a gold-level monster. Subai, with an awkward smile, learned from the television broadcast that he had been awarded the highest gold medal. The students at the stadium rejoice wildly at the victory of humanity and praise the brave first-year student. Noticing the excited cries of the girls around him, the embarrassed Subai decides to quietly and quickly disappear. Hiding in the shadows near the stadium wall, the out-of-breath young man hears his phone ring loudly. His sister emotionally screams into the phone about his fame and conveys his parents' insistent request for him to come home. Happy parents sit on the sofa with their daughter and proudly discuss their beloved son's successes. Subai agrees to take advantage of the 2-day break between tests and go to his home. At sunset, in the courtyard of a futuristic residential complex, the arrival of an honored hero is loudly announced. The guy looks around with a confused smile, amazed by the scale of everyone's attention. A crowd of enthusiastic neighbors and acquaintances tightly surrounds an embarrassed guy with a travel backpack on his shoulders. A joyful little sister rushes with open arms to greet her brother who has returned home. Neighbors vied with each other to invite Subai over for a hearty dinner, but he politely declines the treats. The father smiles warmly and promises the residents that he will come visit everyone a little later. An elderly neighbor happily offers to introduce the returning guy to her adult granddaughter. The sister teases her tired brother with a grin right on the threshold of their home apartment. The caring mother immediately sends the tired young man to rest in his room and calls his daughter into the kitchen. The guy falls with pleasure onto the soft sofa in the living room, rejoicing in the long-awaited peace. Suddenly, a bright holographic screen of the system flashes in the air, right in front of the young man. The embarrassed hero asks his sister, who has come up to him, in surprise about the cat that has appeared in the house. The girl joyfully points to a white fluffy kitten, who is eating appetizingly from a bowl. The little sister tenderly strokes the pet she found on the street and tells with a smile about his rescue. The system window suddenly informs you about this cat's hidden sacred white tiger ancestry. Subai is shocked by the incredible potential of this seemingly ordinary pet. The young man decisively presses the glowing taming button in the magic panel menu. The boy begins to gently persuade his sister to give him this wonderful white kitten. The angry girl categorically yells at her brother and flatly refuses to part with her pet. The owner hugs her pet tightly to her chest, while her brother tries to negotiate with her in a good way. A young man offers to buy his sister a brand new laptop in exchange for a small animal. The frustrated little sister, holding a kitten in her arms, runs away from the persistent young man in a panic across the room. A couple of days later, Subai returns to the military academy grounds with a backpack on his back. The little green turtle solemnly declares to the white cat his rights as the senior protector. The students watch the famous champion passing by with genuine interest. A loud voice from the school radio urgently calls the young man to come into the principal's office. A confused conscript is perplexed by the sudden and unexpected summons to his command. The academy director solemnly praises the brave student for saving people at the military base. The young man modestly thanks his mentors, but silently remembers the stinginess of his elderly superior. The guy brazenly asks to be given 100 valuable golden monster cores at once as a reward. The shocked director clutches his heart in fear at the student's unheard-of insolence. The slyly smiling student calmly lowers the bar of his high demands to silver cores. The strict rector pompously talks about the high civic duty and difficult mission of strong people. Subai adamantly interrupts his boss's high-flown speeches and demands his well-deserved resources. The stingy man, with a heavy sigh, offers the young man only 10 bronze cannonballs. The indignant guy furiously argues and haggles for every bit of the reward due to him. The participants in the tense negotiations finally agree on a compromise amount of resources. The manager raises his finger with an important air and begins a conversation about a new important assignment. The student throws up his hands in complete amazement upon hearing about the upcoming tournament of 100 universities. The mentor sternly reminds the hero of the honor of his native educational institution and the solid prizes. The experienced fighter calmly discusses the high difficulty of the upcoming university competition. The director sends his protege to morning training and demands that he arrive for training on time. The student leaves the office with a grin, convinced of his boss's incredible cunning. The rector gathers a team of the strongest students for instruction in a spacious training hall. At roll call, bespectacled third-year student Hu Qing-shu calmly confirms his presence. All other selected participants respond in turn and stand in a straight line. A girl discusses with a friend the modest resources of their newly opened university. Freshman Subai responds to the roll call with surprise and prepares to listen further. The officer completes the roll call in front of a line of the institution's 10 best students. The director, holding a tablet in his hands, solemnly informs the students about the beginning of an important competition. The appointment of newcomer Subai as team captain causes genuine bewilderment among all the guys. An indignant guy in a red jacket openly expresses dissatisfaction with the management's decision. Students consider the captain's choice unfair due to his low bronze rank. The rector sternly reminds everyone of the young man's recent victory over the golden monster. Rivals surround the newcomer and openly challenge him to a duel for the championship. The guy is confusedly making excuses to his angry classmates in the training room. The leader dryly announces the end of the training camp and tells everyone to prepare diligently. A frightened Subai quickly runs to the dormitory, away from the disgruntled crowd of students. The offended seniors clench their fists and promise to teach the newcomer a lesson at the upcoming tournament. The young man quickly heads across the spacious courtyard towards his dormitory. In the room, the young man takes out a large bag with 15 bronze cannonballs for pets. The owner, with a kind smile, feeds the glowing sphere to the voracious green turtle. A frustrated turtle looks sadly at a portion of fresh elixir in a white cat's bowl. Subai, with tears in her eyes, is outraged by the enormous cost of her pet's appetite. The young man pours the last kernels into the bowl and sternly demands that his beloved turtle evolve. The green turtle greedily absorbs the offering and begins to glow brightly from excess power. A powerful column of golden energy covers the entire room and fills the young man with strength. A sudden surge of power causes the dormitory building to shake before the eyes of passers-by on the street. A contented guy happily studies the system window with his pet's updated talents. Both pets complete a successful reinforcement and cheerfully pose in front of their satisfied owner. The hero confidently stands up to his full height and prepares to show all his strength in the league arena. The list of university representatives is growing, with new, powerful senior fighters. Subai approaches the majestic military library building with interest. The friendly receptionist gives the reader a pass and smiles. The librarian points a visitor in the direction of the shelves with books on animal taming. A student walks leisurely along a long corridor between tall bookcases. The reader's gaze accidentally falls on the spine with a biography of the legendary tamer Lo Fan. The guy opens an ancient tome and carefully reads the descriptions of divine techniques. The reader walks thoughtfully with a book in his hands and reflects on the essence of hidden abilities. Passing senior students disdainfully discuss the tamer's lack of prospects. Subai sincerely admires the great master of the past and his tremendous feats in war. The illustration in the book shows the heroic death of the tamer in an unequal battle with the monsters. The young warrior's eyes suddenly light up with a bright light while reading the manuscript. The ancient book glows with a golden light and begins to transmit secret knowledge into the body of the young man. Subai approaches the librarian's desk and politely asks permission to take the book with her. The woman carefully examines the cover and is surprised to realize that the book has no library number. The librarian tries with all his might to open the strange tome, but the thick binding is completely unyielding. The employee is angry with helplessness, and the young man, with a slight smile, asks for the manuscript to be returned. Subai effortlessly opens the book, right before the stunned employee's eyes. The librarian allows the surprised young man to take the mysterious book for as long as he needs. The woman immediately calls the director and happily reports the successful delivery of the required book. The director of the military institute is overjoyed by the long-awaited news about Subai on the phone. An elderly man at the office window remembers his old friend and rejoices for his successor. 2 weeks later, teams from the best universities gather in front of the huge main building. A reporter with a microphone in his hands is broadcasting live to a crowd of spectators gathered at the entrance. A cheerful blogger, with buses in the background, joyfully greets his subscribers on the stream. Competitors from different military academies exchange cheeky taunts. In the huge stadium, a giant blue screen lights up above the arena in front of full stands. The red-haired instructor checks the readiness of her team of fighters in a stern voice. The footsteps of the long-awaited captain of the freshman team confidently resound through the arena's aisle. Subai, wearing a black and yellow battlesuit, confidently steps forward and stands in front of the teacher. Liao's mentor reminds the young man that the draw and pairing of fighters will soon begin. The presenter's voice on the screens reminds the stands about the attack of ferocious animals on the rear bases. The announcer on the screen furiously calls on his fellow citizens to seek just retribution. The excited crowd of spectators in the stands raises their fists in unison and loudly demands victory. The head judge on the podium loudly declares the provincial tournament officially open. The announcer explains in detail the rules of the team elimination matches until the last fighter. The stadium screen displays the grid for the first tournament matches between universities. The mentor carefully studies the list of opponents and worries about the team's lineup. The director of the institute personally approaches the fighters and inquires about the final lineup for the fight. Subai calmly suggests going into battle first and letting the others decide for themselves. Teammates angrily accuse the captain of lacking a well-thought-out tactic. The guy calms his comrades in a friendly manner, and the director notes a sharp increase in his strength. The director quietly asks the young man to spare the pride of his opponents and leave a chance for the remaining fighters. In the arena, a fighter from Team Shin Min knocks his opponent out of the ring with a powerful blow. The teacher announces to Subai that it is his turn to go to the fighting ground. A confident guy strides onto the field under the assessing glances of his team. The red-haired girl in the stands shouts furiously and supports Subai before the match. The opponents slowly converge in the center of the huge arena, under the bright lights of the stadium floodlights. An arrogant opponent with a sly smile recognizes a first-year student with a gold rank of victories. Captain Li Lingfeng covers his arms with stone armor and prepares to show off his power. Subai calmly kneels down and takes out a small green turtle from his backpack. The guy carefreely drinks soda, while his opponent laughs his head off in the ring. The spectators in the stands laugh and express outrage at the appearance of the ridiculous pet on the battlefield. The mentors and teammates on the podium are anxiously discussing Subai's strange behavior. The young man settles himself more comfortably on the floor and gently encourages his pet before the fight. The little turtle suddenly releases a blinding column of golden light into the sky. The beast's body is enveloped in a bright glow, and its powerful paws begin to grow rapidly. In a matter of moments, the turtle turns into a giant monster with glowing eyes. Shocked spectators jump up from their seats and scream in horror at what they see. People in the arena look in awe at the thick metal shell and huge claws of the beast. Subai's acquaintances on the podium discuss the turtle's sudden growth with delight and amazement. The animal's owner calmly takes a sip of soda from a can and tells his pet to finish the fight quickly. The opponent, wearing stone armor on his hands, freezes in confusion before the approaching threat. The huge beast, with a menacing roar, makes a powerful and crushing swing with its heavy clawed paw. The stunned enemy is on his back within a second, struck by the inhuman speed of the attack. Subai asks his defeated opponent to wait a little while for a couple of sips of his favorite drink. The fighter rises to his feet with fury and decides to go all out in the next lunge. The opponent's entire face becomes covered in a glittering stone crust before the decisive dash forward. The armored fighter rushes at full speed into a furious frontal attack on the monster. A powerful push sends the fighter into a deep knockout right outside the fighting area. The young man's teachers and comrades stand frozen with their mouths open in amazement at such a lightning-fast victory. Spectators are emotionally debating the physics and illusion of the giant pet's slowness. A girl with long red hair watches her comrade's triumph with a proud smile. The judge on the large floating screen declares Subai the winner and calls out a new opponent. A nimble girl with long dark hair and a blade in her hands gracefully lands on the arena. Zhang Xuan takes out his weapon and hopes to defeat his opponent with maximum agility. The swordswoman quickly cuts circles around the hulking giant, searching for an opening. The crowd enthusiastically applauds the new participant for her smart tactics and high speed. The girl with the sword finds a convenient angle and prepares to deliver one decisive, deadly blow. The mentors are once again beginning to worry about the boy's excessive carelessness and self-confidence. Subai carelessly tosses a peanut into the air and catches it in his mouth right in the middle of the fight. The enormous turtle slams its massive front paws down onto the deck with a heavy thud. Zhang Xuan deftly flies high into the air above the monster's back for a stealthy maneuver. The girl quickly groups herself upon landing and turns sharply towards her handler. The swordswoman decides to attack the most defenseless owner and flies straight at the sitting guy. Subai continues to sit imperturbably on the arena floor in his black and yellow tracksuit. The red-haired teacher jumps up from her chair in panic and screams loudly in fear. The red-haired companion, her heart sinking, presses her hands to her chest and warns her comrade. The attacker is already raising a sharp blade over the guy's head and is already celebrating an easy victory. The young man calmly closes his eyes and takes another sip of soda to the whistle of the blade. The turtle's powerful tail suddenly knocks the swordswoman off her feet as she approaches her carefree master. The young man's comrades breathe a sigh of relief and joyfully greet the beast's wonderful reaction. The teachers and the team captain deeply respect Subai's incredible strength. The defeated swordswoman in a black suit lies on the cracked arena, breathing heavily. Subai puts his hands behind his head and, with a smile, advises the girl to get well soon. The injured swordswoman is carried away on a stretcher, while the winner promises to become more serious. A proud guy loudly calls out for the next challenger to fight next to his huge pet. Spectators in the stands watch as the turtle deftly knocks down another opponent. The girl with glasses lies exhausted in the arena, and Subai again demands the next opponent. A contented young man takes a cheerful selfie against the backdrop of his opponent flying away from a turtle's blow. The judge raises Subai's hand and officially declares him the winner of the morning episode. Fans in the packed stands are delighted by the series of 5 crushing victories. The guy scratches the back of his head in embarrassment because of the strange shouts of fans directed at his turtle. The red-haired teacher praises Subai for bringing glory to the military university. The leader announces a lunch break and allows the fighters to eat at the local buffet. The news of free food in the cafeteria makes a hungry student genuinely happy. In the hall of Fuchuan Military University, rivals discuss tactics against Subai. The mentor orders team captain Mao Kai to attack the dangerous turtle with poison. In the break room at Shinmin University, a trainer points out the enemy's weaknesses to the fighters. The nimble Li Feng, wearing dark glasses, agrees to the plan and promises to bypass the turtle's defenses. The announcer on the huge cubic screen announces the imminent start of the second round of the tournament. The fans in the stands are anticipating an easy victory for the lone fighter from Jiangzhou. A member of the opposing team regretfully acknowledges the overwhelming strength of the undefeated newcomer. The list of pairings for the second round appears on the board hanging above the arena. Li Feng steps onto the battlefield against Subai and prepares to use his tactics. A relaxed Subai leans on the beast's shell and tells the enemy not to be nervous. University Captain Shin Min activates wind energy and prepares to dash forward. With incredible speed, the fast fighter leaves behind shining traces. The giant beast watches the rapidly moving man with surprise. Li Feng nimbly glides across the arena floor, right in front of the giant lizard's face. The guy performs a faint, high-speed kick against the giant's massive shell. The huge turtle looks back in bewilderment at its opponent who has jumped back. A fast fighter jumps and teases the beast, while it lashes its powerful tail across the arena. Observers in the spectator seats notice that the turtle cannot keep up with the trickster. The girls at the stadium enthusiastically support the daring and elusive fighter. Confident of success, Li Feng dodges the monster's next attack with a grin. Subai's comrades watch with concern as the enemy distracts the beast. The calm guy simply takes a can of drink out of his backpack, right in the middle of a battle. Subai calmly drank his soda, completely oblivious to the enemy's jumping. Li Feng decides to take advantage of the moment and break through to the distance of a direct attack. The attacker rushes past the turtle at full speed towards the defenseless target. In a swift flight, Li Feng strikes straight towards the carefree Subai. In response to the master's call, a powerful protective glow flares up around the young man. Li Feng freezes in midair right during the attack, unable to move in terror. A giant glowing phantom of a monster appears behind the motionless enemy. A huge golden monster opens its mouth wide in front of the hovering fighter. A helpless Li Feng screams in fear right in front of the shining monster. A powerful beam of energy knocks down the attacker and throws him into the stands with great force. Spectators look in shock at the broken wall of the arena, from which smoke is rising. The amazed people in the stands discuss Subai's colossal superiority. The doctor confirms the serious injuries of the defeated fighter, admitting defeat. The announcer on the giant cubic screen announces the surrender of Shin Min's team. The audience watches on the screens the appearance of a new opponent from Fuchuan University. The team members discuss the insidious nature of the opposing captain's poison. Captain Fuchuan comes out onto the field and gestures to not rush into a fight. A tall young man named Mao Kai confidently walks forward and offers Subai a deal. Subai, holding a can of drink in his hand, asks the terms of the offer in surprise. The opponent starts an empty conversation, discreetly concentrating his strength behind his back. Mao Kai's fingers behind his back begin to become enveloped in a thick, poisonous haze. Subai grins as he uncovers the cunning man's plan and understands his attempt to stall for time. The young man gives the command to his war turtle Xiao Ba to immediately attack. Mao Kai grins maliciously and releases the accumulated poison from his hands. A poisonous fog quickly grows around the smug fighter. Thick green clouds of acrid steam completely obscure the arena and the pet. Subai's worried teammates fear the poison's lethal effects. Mao Kai moves quickly through the clouds of smoke and raises his hand for a sneaky strike. The villain anticipates an easy victory over the careless enemy in his fog. The attacker notices the silhouette of Subai, sitting motionless in the smoke, meditating. With a furious cry, the fighter jumps down on the guy with poisoned claws. A strong golden honeycomb shield instantly appears in front of the calm Subai. The enemy looks on in complete shock as he sees the blocked blow from his poisonous claws. The team leader explains the essence of the high talent of fusion to the astonished spectators. Subai pinches his nose and winces at the disgusting smell of the poisonous fog. Confused, Maokai realizes that he is left completely defenseless in the smoke. A powerful counterblow throws the enemy far beyond the arena. The girl in the stands looks at Subai's success with admiration and slight envy. The enthusiastic spectators at the stadium loudly chant the name of Subai and his turtle. The tournament host announces the final surrender of the Fuchuan team. Subai pets his contented pet, to loud applause from the entire stadium. A satisfied young man approaches the director and asks for resources to be allocated for upgrading. The mustachioed boss thinks to himself with a smile that he won't let himself be fooled so easily. The leader promises to reward the tournament hero with valuable military points for his services. Teammates listen to the awards distribution decision with awkward smiles. The boss announces an upcoming trip to the city of Luo for a regional tournament and is looking for volunteers. The director tells all the fighters to get a good rest before the important competition and leaves. Subai looks with annoyance at the back of the departing director, who cleverly avoided talking about the reward. On huge screens across the city, the presenter announces the results of the tournament and names the top 3 teams. Residents in the square are discussing Subai with admiration, as he has become the main star of the recent battles. The guy finally enters the spacious and completely empty training hall for classes. The young man takes a white kitten out of his backpack and tenderly promises him that he will soon participate in real battles. Subai takes out a container with 4 silver monster cores and hands it to the pet. A white kitten with shining eyes greedily pounces on the energy core offered by its owner. Suddenly, the training hall is illuminated by blinding golden rays of powerful rebirth. The system's holographic screen reports the pet's successful evolution into a golden white tiger. The satisfied young man immediately throws the remaining precious cores to the beast for further strengthening. The magical pet quickly absorbs the cores under the encouraging gaze of its mentor. Subai watches with slight surprise as the furry predator calmly licks its paw. Suddenly, the beast is once again engulfed in a furious golden whirlwind, forcing the boy to cover his face with his hand. The amazed fighter freezes in delight at the sight of his pet's rapid transformation. A giant, ferocious white tiger with shining amber eyes appears before the young man. Subai proudly studies the incredible combat performance of his enormous beast. The boy gently pats the mighty white tiger on the head and places great hopes on him. The action moves to a luxurious estate with a swimming pool in the middle of the sunny capital of the empire. The mysterious man in the chair is carefully watching the recording of Subai's recent fight. An influential gentleman orders his faithful assistant to find out all the secrets of the young fighter. 3 days later, the 1,000-seat stands of Luohe Stadium are filled with excited spectators. Jiangzhou's team slowly enters the spacious arena to the deafening roar of the local fans. The students discuss the tournament rules with the director and the unexpected refusal of one of the academies. Subai folded his palms in prayer and sincerely hoped to enter the fighting arena immediately. Teammates are vying with each other to ask the director to let them prove themselves in the fight. An attractive presenter comes onto the stage and solemnly announces the first pair of competitors. Subai is frozen in shock after the incredible draw results are announced. The team rejoices at automatically qualifying for the next round, while the disappointed young man sits on the bench. A furious battle between representatives of the 2 academies unfolds before the eyes of an astonished public. The presenter announces the end of the first round and moves on to a new distribution of participants. Spectators in the stands begin to loudly complain about Jiangzhou's team skipping another battle. Disappointed fans in the stands are genuinely indignant at the inaction of their idol. 2 disgruntled girls demand fair play and the strongest participant to enter the ring. The military representative strictly declares the absolute fairness of the draw. The director clenches his fist joyfully at the guaranteed prize, while the guy clutches his head. An hour later, the presenter announces the start of the long-awaited final match of the current round. Subai's inspired teammates ask their mentor to allow them to enter the arena first. The director clearly assigns the order of the fighter's appearance and places Subai at the very end of the tournament. The students resolutely promise the director to bring victory to their university in the arena. Luo Yunhao struggles to contain his opponent's powerful attack in hand-to-hand combat. Bai Ningbing then furiously attacks the enemy with twin blades and forces him to retreat. Wang Qingqing sends another opponent out of the ring with a deft strike of his combat whip. Subai is frustrated on the bench because his teammates are winning without him. A confident Hu Qingshu enters the arena and boldly challenges the two to fight against him. Opponents, weapons in hand, step forward and demand that the arrogant guy stop bragging. The holographic presenter reminds viewers of the rules and officially announces the start of the match. The protagonist watches what is happening from afar and understands that his turn will not come again. Hu Qingshu calmly places his glowing finger on his glasses and prepares to activate his ultimate skill. A giant, shining tree of pure natural energy instantly grows behind the swordsman. A huge whirlwind of sharp, glowing leaves falls upon the confused enemies with a furious roar. The sword-wielding opponents use their last strength to shield themselves from the furious barrage of magical foliage. Subai, along with the director, carefully observes the impressive power of his teammates' unusual technique. Spectators in the packed stadium loudly debate the incredible strength of Jiang Zhou's team. Enemy warriors struggle to maintain their balance under the incessant storm of cutting petals. The young man in glasses calmly concentrates a new portion of the tree's sparkling energy in his open palm. The guy makes a sharp swing of his hand and directs a powerful stream of leaves straight at two opponents. Another crushing blow knocks the opponents off their feet and throws them high into the air. The defeated fighters fall exhausted to the grass, and the judges award the victory to the Jiangzhou Military Institute. The stadium's giant screen displays congratulations to the teams on their successful advancement to the national final. A satisfied coach praises the fighter who returned from the arena for his excellent and fast performance. Subai is genuinely surprised when the director suddenly calls him the main character of the day. The teacher laughs and explains to the boys that it was the young man's first victories that helped the entire team. The man tells his charges to get a good rest before going to the finals and promises valuable rewards. The joyful students rejoice wildly, while the main character worries about lost military points. Meanwhile, at the Lin family estate, a young girl is training hard, surrounded by combat robots. Lin Yanran smashes his mechanical sparring partner with a high kick and refuses lunch. Wen Yuan looks at his niece's grueling training with a heavy sigh and shakes his head. The girl asks her father to give her even more strengthening pills for the sake of a faster increase in personal strength. The man goes into the house and grumbles about how the girl rejects all suitors just because of thoughts about Subai. 7 days later, the university team arrives at the golden gates of the magical city's academy. Passers-by look with genuine delight at the massive golden gates of the educational institution. The arriving students are animatedly discussing the colossal cost of such a grand entrance. The mentor tells the young man about the great masters who built these gates and quotes the main motto. A smiling Zhang Ming, dressed in a formal suit, comes out to greet the delegation and greets Director Zhou. The student council representative politely invites the guests to follow him into the grounds. One of the guys eats ice cream with discontent and reproaches the hosts for not giving their team a lavish welcome. Guests look with interest at the futuristic building for training in zero-gravity conditions. Director Zhou clenches his fist in envy and dreams of such a cutting-edge testing ground for his university. The guide leads the team to a huge hotel and tells them about the 24-hour buffet on the ground floor. A man in a suit smiles and promises guests unlimited meals made from rare monsters. Subai clarifies the details with the attendant, who cordially invites everyone to have a good meal. The guy with the backpack happily jumps up and runs to the entrance, anticipating a hearty lunch for the pets. The conductor looks at the running student with surprise and inquires about his appetite. The teammates note with alarm that Subai's insatiable turtle will eat absolutely anything. The students rush to the cafeteria after the leader, and the principal apologizes for the rush with an awkward smile. The next day, the stands of the grand sports arena are filled with spectators ahead of the final. The guys go out to the competition ground and enthusiastically take pictures of the stadium's scale on their phones. The director calls on the students to calm down and begins to explain the rules of the tournament in detail. The mentor announces the privileged position of the Great Wall Military Academy in the tournament bracket. Students are outraged by the automatic entry of their opponents into the tournament's top 4 teams. The director explains the academy's special status by its constant service on the front lines of defense. Hearing about the harsh military academy, Subai and his comrade looked at each other in surprise. The mentor appoints Subai as the team's main fighter and inspires the guys to a confident victory. The announcer on the giant hanging screen announces the ceremonial start of the final competition. The digital scoreboard displays the schedule for the first 3 matches between military universities. The guy in the yellow jacket is delighted with the lucky draw and is eager to be the first to enter the arena against Yokohama. Subai decisively interrupts his comrade and declares his intention to fight first. The young man crouches in the starting position, waiting for the fight with the first opponent to begin. The red-haired opponent arrogantly gives a thumbs down and promises to quickly crush the newcomer. Subai calmly releases a glowing ball of fire from his pet's shoulder bag. A giant green turtle materializes in the middle of the arena and lets out a thunderous roar of victory. The spectators in the stands are animatedly discussing the unexpected appearance of a colossal beast at the duel. The fighter in the purple vest freezes in shock in front of the colossal monster and trembles with fear. A powerful turtle kick with a soft pop sends the opponent flying far out of bounds. Subai calmly takes out a bag of peanuts from his backpack and is surprised by his too-quick victory. The defeated enemy lies on the stadium slabs and reflects with annoyance on the incredible power of the tamer. A fan in the stands grins as he films a student relaxing during a fight. Other spectators admire the giant turtle's silver rank and its devastating defense. A formidable girl with a metal prosthetic arm comes out onto the training ground and reproaches the young man for his insolence. While the enemy rushes forward to attack, Subai continues to calmly read the comic book on the chair. The turtle releases a powerful stream of flame from its mouth, instantly giving the guy a clear victory. Subai's teammates watch from the sidelines as he displays both audacious and relaxed demeanor in the arena. The director grins triumphantly and anticipates the reaction of the head of the defeated enemy university. A guy in glasses points out to his mentor the appearance of a dangerous captain of the capital's university. A muscular, masked giant makes a swift leap towards his red-haired opponent. A deafening explosion is heard from the neighboring area as 2 fighters clash violently. The red-haired youth in loose pants easily defeats the giant and extinguishes the sparks of flame on his hand. The director tensely notes the capital fighter's rare fire skill and his high silver rank. Spectators wearing glasses are amazed by the formidable power of the capital's fighter and discuss the chances of other teams. Wang Min-kun promises the director of his institute that he will single-handedly defeat his opponents in the arena. The muscular fighter mockingly tells Subai that his entire university will soon be defeated. Subai drinks the drink from the can without a care and sends his turtle forward. The opponent grins ominously and prepares to use the ferocious power of the wind for a quick lunge. Powerful azure streams of air energy swirl around the fighter's muscular body. A swift wind whistles as it hits the stone turtle's shell from above. The attacker notices with genuine surprise the ineffectiveness of the beast's gravitational protection. A guy in a dark suit spins in the air at lightning speed right above the sitting Subai. The enemy sends a sharp blade of wind at the young man, but he only complains about his spoiled snack. Powerful, glowing sickles of air crash into the platform with a roar, raising clouds of dust. The self-confident fighter calmly turns away from the smoke and advises his opponent to go get treatment. Behind a strong golden barrier, Subai sits calmly, unharmed, with a can of drink in his hands. The stunned opponent flinches in panic from the sudden realization of divine protection. Subai crushes the tin can with a slight mocking smile and accepts the speed challenge. A bright golden beam quickly returns the giant turtle back to its travel backpack. A white kitten slowly jumps out of the open bag and straight onto the stone slabs of the arena. The small, fluffy animal yawns lazily and stretches sweetly before its owner's eyes. Wang Ming-kun bursts into loud, mocking laughter at the sight of a domestic cat on the battlefield. The spectators in the stands are cheerfully discussing the cute white cat and laughing at the progress of the duel. Subai's teammates sitting on the bench are genuinely perplexed by his strange actions. Experienced mentors on the podium urge colleagues not to rush to conclusions about the strange pet. Subai, without looking up from the screen, calmly asks his kitten not to hit the enemy too hard. The white cat suddenly lets out a deafening roar and reveals a gigantic light shadow of a tiger. The enemy fighter covers his ears in panic from the piercing, thunderous roar of the white beast. A huge white tiger with a furious grin quickly grows right in front of its opponent. The amazed crowd in the stands watches with wide eyes as the mighty predator appears. Eyewitnesses are completely amazed to hear that Subai has a second tamed beast. Representatives of the academies speak with amazement about the incredible talent of the young tamer. A shining azure sickle of concentrated wind rushes through the air of the arena with a sharp whistle. Wang Ming-kun, in desperation, launches a swift airstrike through the silhouette of the white tiger. The attacking fighter suddenly realizes his miss and sees only a fading afterimage. The golden flash quickly dissolves on the floor tiles due to the predator's incredible speed. A real white tiger appears absolutely silently, right behind the frightened enemy. The enemy casts a fierce glance at the resting Subai and decides to personally attack the guy. A muscular fighter rushes at top speed into a direct attack on a seated youth. A menacing white tiger with blazing eyes deftly intercepts the attacker right in the air. The boy screams in panic at the sight of the deadly claws raised above him. A powerful swing of the claws instantly tears the fighter's clothes and throws him back with force. The body of the defeated opponent crashes into the far wall of the arena with a deafening roar. The announcer declares Subai's unconditional victory over the defeated opposing captain. The shocked spectators in the stands cannot believe the triumph of the bronze-ranked fighter. An elegant girl in the spectator stands is amazed by the ferocity of the young man's white tiger. Subai raises his hand in victory next to his huge white pet in the arena. The judges at the long table discuss the incredible strength of the new fighter from Jiangzhou. A mustachioed member of the judging panel predicts a huge rise for Jiangzhou University. In the lounge of another academy, the spectators speak disdainfully of the loser's strength. Arrogant students from a capital city university, with a glass of wine, mock Subai's appetite. The red-haired captain Cao Zixuan nonchalantly promises to deal cruelly with the impudent youth. Members of the capital's team haughtily watch the winner standing in the arena through the window. A huge, ferocious tiger pins another defeated opponent to the floor with its paw. The tailed beast knocks the girl in the black suit off the court with a powerful sweeping blow. A menacing white predator effectively splits the ice armor of an enemy fighter. A jubilant arena greets Jiangzhou Military University's entry into the top 4. The university's full director, with tears in his eyes, turns to heaven with happiness. Subai's teammates loudly congratulate him on the incredible success of the entire academy. The joyful director hurries to meet the hero and warmly thanks him for his brilliant fight. The elderly leader promises a generous reward to all students for the historic achievement. Subai is perplexed and indignant at the management's decision to stop at the achieved result. The director asks the boy with concern about his intentions to challenge the leaders. The young man confidently declares his readiness to enter the battle with the 3 strongest teams. The guy resolutely rises from the bench and points to the wealth of his capital rivals. Subai, with shining eyes, urges the team to fight for first place in the tournament. The comrade in glasses acknowledges the hero's authority and expresses his readiness to fight to the end. The inspired director loudly praises the students' courage and announces preparations for the finals. The students leave to get ready, while the principal watches them proudly as they leave the stadium. The next day, the high-rise headquarters of the Supreme Military Command is shown. The generals at a long table discuss the army's full readiness for an imminent counterattack. The commander stands at the head of the table and calls on all students to go to the front. The officers salute and vow to avenge their fallen comrades. In the morning, city residents stroll leisurely past the front entrance of the luxurious Modu Hotel. Subai meditates in the air above the sofa, while his pets devour their food with gusto. A bright, fiery whirlwind envelops the body of the person training and fills it with new strength. A guy with glowing eyes loudly commands to activate the sacred pet weapon. A sudden burst of energy causes Subai to awkwardly fall face-first into the food bowl. The astonished young man with a dirty face is confused and trying to understand the cause of the failure. A holographic window appears in front of the fighter, describing the new movement skill. The hero looks in amazement at the turtle sitting on the sofa and realizes the body swap. Subai confidently takes his travel bag and calls his faithful beasts to the decisive gathering. The young man, with his pets on his shoulders, walks briskly forward to meet new opponents. The presenter announces on a huge floating screen that the tournament has moved on to the strongest four stage. Spectators in the stands raise flags with the Academy's emblem over the packed stadium. A stern mentor in a long, dark cloak with a fur collar enters the arena. The powerful king-ranked master Nie Ching waves his hand to the crowd of spectators. Young spectators in the stands enthusiastically discuss the incredible strength of the arriving team. The fans in the hall are animatedly debating the composition of the participants and the lack of reserve fighters. A guy with a backpack in the stands dreams of one day becoming such an indestructible support for humanity. The blue-haired presenter reads out the results of the draw for the semi-final matches. A red-haired guy sits relaxed in a chair during a massage and reads the news on his phone. A girl in a burgundy top and skirt asks the captain for permission to single-handedly crush her opponents. Captain Han Zan, wearing purple armor and holding a spear, slowly walks to the center of the arena. A warrior in shining armor issues an open challenge to Wang Yan before the duel begins. An emotional guy in the stands clenches his fist in anticipation of a grand battle of the leaders. Wang Yang makes a high, swift leap with his spear raised straight towards his opponent. The self-confident captain of the capital's university mockingly steps forward with a glaive in his hands. Enthusiastic girls in the spectator stands loudly shout words of support for Wang Yan. The protagonist, wearing a yellow uniform, calmly listens to the remark of an elderly man with a mustache. The mentor nudges the confused student and sends him to fight first. Han Zan assumes a fighting stance and arrogantly yields the right of the first attack to his opponent. Wang Yang instantly spins in the air and creates a powerful vortex of wind energy around himself. A shining wind tornado crashes into the defender's purple shield at high speed. Several wind spears fiercely attack the erected barrier from all sides at once. The hero watches the fight closely and realizes the huge difference in skill levels. Han Zan, behind the visor of his helmet, only smiles mockingly at all of his opponent's attempts. The defender begins to spin his golden polearm and activates a special combat skill. A powerful vertical beam of energy splits the stone slabs of the arena in front of the attacker. Wang Yang barely manages to jump back from the blade's destructive light wave. A bespectacled man on the podium recalls General Han's deadly technique with amazement. The experts at the judges' table noted the fighter's excellent control and competent tactics. The capital's captain rises up and begins to furiously swing his heavy spear. The weapon's blade fills with a bright blue light before delivering a crushing blow. The armored warrior calmly looks at the rushing enemy and announces his victory in advance. A powerful explosion thunders in the arena, forcing spectators in the stands to cover their heads with their hands. The crushing blow sends Wang Yan flying backwards and breaks the shaft of his long weapon. Frightened people in the stands whisper about the incredible brutality of the battle that just ended. In the middle of the arena, clouds of dust disperse over the defeated capital fighter. The wounded Wang Yang leans heavily on his bent spear and admits defeat. The winner holds the blade triumphantly amid the smoke, accompanied by the joyful shouts of the judges. The rector congratulates the guy on his victory on the screen and tells the next fighter to get ready. A muscular warrior with a huge sword on his back confidently promises not to let the academy down. Long-haired fighter Zheng Lei Xiao, wielding two blades, enters the arena and looks forward to the fun. The mad swordsman licks his blade ominously and taunts his wounded opponent. A strong swordsman with a huge broadsword at the ready furiously rushes into a swift attack. The agile opponent mockingly dodges the powerful blow and ends up behind the big guy. With two blades, he inflicts numerous swift and painful cuts on his opponent. The bloodied warrior leans heavily on his heavy sword, listening to the mocking words of his enemy. The ruthless killer rises into the air again and delivers new bloody blows with his blades. The team members are worried about their comrade and beg the director to allow the fighter to surrender. The team captain stops them and declares the need to protect the honor of the academy. The bleeding swordsman holds on with all his might and flatly refuses to retreat. The cruel opponent, with a mad grin, delivers another blow straight into the defenseless body. The madman laughs as he carves offensive hieroglyphs into his opponent's back with his blades. An exhausted young man with an empty look falls unconscious from the severe wounds he received. The wounded boy falls unconscious onto the cold stone slabs of the training arena. Shocked spectators in the stands loudly discuss the unjustified brutality of the fight. Teammates in yellow uniforms rush as fast as they can to the center of the arena to save their comrade. The blue-haired swordsman Bai Ning Bing steps decisively onto the battlefield with a thin blade. The new participant throws the scabbard to the ground and orders the opponent to close his mouth. The blue-haired fighter makes a swift dash forward with a glowing blade in his hands. The enraged guy flies forward at full speed for a decisive crushing attack. The opponent deftly slips under the blade and mockingly seizes the initiative. The long-haired maniac swings his daggers and creates a whirlwind of scarlet blades around himself. An anxious crowd of spectators watches with bated breath as the furious exchange of blows takes place. People in the stands can clearly smell the fresh blood and become very excited. The dangerous enemy blocks the onslaught with his daggers and is surprised by the desperate manner of the fight. The blue-haired youth screams loudly and delivers a sharp counterblow with a glowing blade. Receiving deep wounds on his face and body, the brave fighter continues to furiously press his opponent. The enemy suddenly comes from behind and plunges both of his blades deep into the body of the wounded youth. The villain, with a sly smile, whispers into his opponent's ear words about his inevitable defeat. The brave young man sharply turns the tip of his weapon straight towards his own chest. The brave warrior, without hesitation, pierces himself and the enemy standing behind him with his sword. The frightened opponent screams in panic, in horror at the sight of the enemy's insane determination. The bleeding fighter grips the blade's hilt with all his might and twists it. The maniac, terrified to death, screams hysterically and begs in tears for immediate mercy. The director's hand suddenly appeared and firmly grabbed the deadly blade. An elderly rector with a monocle announces the admission of defeat of his military academy. The tournament host freezes in extreme surprise as the director rushes to the wounded fighter. The mentor with a lush mustache picks up his student and angrily reproaches his rivals for cowardice. A stern man in a business suit leads away a student, trembling from the horror he has experienced. A university representative declares the equal value of lives and carries away the wounded man. The mustachioed director furiously orders Subai to enter the arena and avenge Jiang Zhou's honor. Subai resolutely warms up his fists and rushes into battle, promising his mentor to punish the offenders. The director and the healer carefully place the wounded young man on a medical stretcher. The red-haired swordsman Zhu Xuan asks his strict rector to let him trample his enemies. Subai takes the podium and loudly demands a public apology from Modu University. The stands erupt with furious shouts of support for Jiang Zhou's home university. A sports commentator in the stands is reporting and discussing a daring challenge with his teammate. A bald fighter with a scar on his head, Huang Sheng, volunteers to step forward and teach the impudent youth a lesson. The opponents meet in the center of the spacious arena under the watchful eyes of the stadium. Huang Sheng mockingly tells his opponent that the weak do not deserve any apologies. Subai puts his hands behind his head and asks to send 2 fighters against him at once. The astonished spectators in the stands heatedly discuss Subai's incredible arrogance. The young fighter gives a cheeky thumbs down and challenges his opponents to a duel. The rector of the Modu University angrily gives the order to immediately teach the insolent man a harsh lesson. Zixuan draws 2 twin blades and, together with his partner, steps towards the enemy. The swordsman unleashes a powerful aura of fire and ice right in front of his stunned partner. Observers in the lodge notice rare blades made of lava and 1,000-year-old cold iron. The bespectacled mentor recalls the ancient technique of the great ice-fire god of war. Zixuan arrogantly suggests that his opponent summon a beast to save his life. Instead of summoning a pet, Subai envelops his body in blinding flashes of pure energy. Shocked spectators from the stands shout that the guy has activated full synchronization with the source. The enemy captain rises high into the air and brings down 2 glittering blades on his opponent. Subai just smirked calmly and calmly met the attack flying towards him. The young man instantly activates defensive and offensive skills for a devastating counterattack. The mighty fighter dodges the twin blades and rushes towards his bald opponent with lightning speed. Huang Sheng's eyes widen in horror as the enemy suddenly appears right in front of his face. Su Bai easily blocks the ferocious sword thrust with his bare hand, much to the swordsman's complete amazement. The stunned students compare Su Bai's incredible speed to the legendary Luo Feng. The young man slowly clenches his fist and coldly asks his enemy about the feeling of complete powerlessness. Zixuan furiously assumes a fighting stance and envelops his swords in raging flames and ice. The captain makes a swift leap and brings down a fiery blade straight at Su Bai. The hero's protective glow easily withstands the deadly wave of hot fire. Su Bai instantly dodges the blow and abruptly closes the distance to the stunned big guy. The swordsman realizes with horror that he is completely unable to keep up with the enemy's rapid movements. The first and second crushing blows in the air land right on the bald fighter's jaw. Without giving his opponent time to recover, the guy mercilessly delivers a third and fourth blow. Su Bai furiously swung his sword for another devastating attack and announced the fifth strike. The seventh crushing kick sends the defeated giant into a deep knockout. The crippled Huang Sheng collapses unconscious onto the hard stone platform in clouds of thick dust. Su Bai assumes a fighting stance and urges the stunned captain to continue the fight. Su Bai grins confidently and tells his opponent that he is not done having fun yet. The red-haired swordsman swings his swords, engulfed in flame and ice. In a rage, the guy in the yellow suit easily blocks a powerful cross-sword strike with a golden aura. The young man quickly closes in on the enemy and mocks the military academy's weakness. A powerful blow from below upwards easily throws the red-haired swordsman high into the air. The fighter lands gracefully in the arena, surrounded by a burst of golden flames. Soaring high into the sky, the guy folds his hands into a lock for a crushing blow downwards. The red-haired warrior crosses his blades and prepares to meet the heavy attack in panic. Su Bai unleashes a crushing two-handed strike, straight at the enemy's outstretched blades. The monstrous collision causes a giant pillar of blinding yellow light to pierce the arena. The winner steps on the defeated opponent's face and coolly teases him. The hero suddenly notices furious tongues of flame flaring up around his opponent. With a deft movement, the young man steps aside from the fiery whirlwind that erupted from the ground. The furious flames around the fallen fighter flare up with renewed vigor with a roar. The red-haired swordsman, engulfed in flames, screams in rage and activates his hidden power. Judges in formal suits anxiously discuss the deadly technique of the fierce fighter. The flaming enemy rises into the air with swords, intending to take Su Bai's life. The red-haired warrior brings down flaming blades on his calmly smiling opponent. The distraught fighter, in flight, shouts threats and mocks his opponent's strong defense. Su Bai, with a confident smile, gathers the shining golden energy in his hands for a powerful lunge. Another crushing counterpunch from below sends the swordsman flying. The twin blades, knocked out of their hands, pierce the stone tiles of the arena with a loud ringing sound. The committee members are shocked to discuss the serious damage to the gold rank arena during the duel. The bespectacled chief examiner carefully studies Su Bai's profile and is amazed by his talent. The young man approaches the stuck weapon with a satisfied smile and pulls out the first red sword. The exhausted enemy rises with difficulty and in a rage demands the return of his blades. Su Bai holds the trophies and declares that he will take both swords as compensation for the damage. The swordsman, left without a weapon, in a fit of rage, again rushes at the winner with his fists. The guy puts the blades behind his back and, with a slight mockery, prepares to meet the attacker. A sharp and precise kick right to the jaw stops the enemy's mad attack dead in its tracks. The stunned fighter flies back with a piercing scream and falls head over heels onto the stone platform. Su Bai quickly catches up with his falling opponent to teach him a lesson for his impudent words. A series of crushing attacks turns into a continuous barrage of bright flashes across the enemy's body. The shocked spectators in the stands loudly admire Su Bai's incredible power and technique. The fans of their home university joyfully raise their hands and celebrate the triumph of their fighter. The tournament master officially declares Su Bai victorious over his defeated enemy. The guy turns around and catches the heavy gaze of a dangerous fighter named Han Zan. Han Zan, with a restrained smile, promises to definitely look forward to their face-to-face meeting in the arena. Subai admires the trophy blade as paramedics hurriedly carry away the defeated swordsman. The judge approaches and demands the return of the swords, but the young man refuses to hand over the war trophies. Subai says he will return the swords only after a public apology and compensation for damages. Spectators in the stands support this demand and loudly shout in the direction of the military university. The guy with the sword reproaches the elderly director for hypocrisy and following the law of the strongest. The enraged old man hears the ridicule of representatives of other academies right behind him. The diamond-ranked director flares up in anger and releases a powerful aura of green energy. Fat mentor Jiangzhou screams in panic at the sight of the angry old man's deadly aura. The uniformed officer is outraged that the director dared to use force against a simple student. A powerful column of green energy shoots into the sky, overwhelming the young man with incredible pressure. The academy's mentors rush into the arena with lightning speed and shield the brave student. Leader Jiangzhou firmly declares that he is ready to fight to the death for his fighter. Suddenly, blue lightning strikes from the sky, instantly cutting through the raging streams of alien magic. Above the arena, in a ring of shining streams, hangs the long-haired elder Zhao Yi of the 6th rank. The arriving expert sternly reprimands the culprit for the chaos he caused and the attack on the younger one. The powerful elder forces the director to kneel and apologizes to everyone. The white-haired master reminds those around him of the true military duty of protecting peace and country. The distinguished guest announces through the huge screens that Subai's victory and trophies remain in force. Zhao Yi strips the offender of his position as director and sends him to become an instructor as an example. The presenter announces an hour-long break to restore the arena before the decisive final of the tournament. The satisfied teachers joyfully surround the young man and praise him for his incredible triumph in the duel. The bespectacled mentor warns his student of the incomprehensible power of Han Zan's next opponent. The slyly smiling guy folds his palms and asks the rector for a small personal reward. The fat director laughs and gives the talented fighter 2 high-level silver beast cores. An hour later, the start of the grand final is officially announced in a packed stadium. Equipped with purple armor, Han Zan offers to decide the outcome of the match with one blow. The system displays to the hero the incredible combat performance of the initial silver rank. An armored opponent with a shining spear at the ready rushes into a direct attack. Subai instantly activates the elemental defensive barriers and prepares to take a powerful attack. Several ghostly clones nimbly soar into the air, dodging the glittering spear. The young man steps behind the armored enemy and notes his true hidden speed. The judges at the table are amazed that the opponent has no weaknesses in either strength or defense. The red-haired judge sighs and predicts victory for the unstoppable warrior in purple armor. Han Zan easily blocks the flying kick from above and mocks the attack's weakness. Having dodged the swing of the spear, the cunning youth again finds the perfect moment to counterattack. The armored warrior raises his weapon for another lunge, but the hero slips low. The guy delivers a vile kick straight to the armored giant's groin, causing him to howl. The spectators in the stands explode with laughter and delight at such an unexpected and dirty reception. The opponent, bent over in sharp pain, indignantly reproaches the grinning trickster for his meanness. Without wasting precious time, the hero makes a powerful jump to finish off the weakened enemy. A strike from above, shining with golden energy, shatters the surface of the platform beneath the fighter's feet. Han Zan, breathing heavily through clouds of steam, menacingly promises to finally give it his all. Enveloped in purple flames, Han Zan takes a stance and prepares his special attack. Subai, swords in hand, prepares to meet the whirlwind of furious attacks that is unleashed upon him. The jury members are shocked to recognize this attack as General Han's legendary, devastating technique. The young man can barely contain the onslaught of the most powerful blades and endures the monstrous pressure of the enemy. A powerful burst of enemy energy sends the young swordsman high above the battle arena. Confident of imminent triumph, the enemy arrogantly urges Subai to fight with all his might. Observers doubt the guy's chances of surviving such a devastating attack. Crouching down next to a backpack with a shining sword, the swordsman decides to put his faithful pets into action. The guy releases 2 shining spirit beasts from his backpack for a combined counterattack. A huge green turtle and a ferocious white tiger loom menacingly over the stunned warrior. Having united with the summoned beasts, the young hero quickly rushes towards Hanzan. A ferocious snow-white predator makes a deadly leap with its claws spread. Hanzan blocks the claws with his spear, but is caught in the flank by a massive strike from the turtle. The armored beast's heavy tail shatters the protective purple cuirass. From a crushing direct blow, the warrior loses his armor and is sent tumbling across the entire arena. Removing the broken mask from his bloody face, the wounded fighter stubbornly clutches his long spear. A wounded soldier decides to activate a dangerous secret technique that he still has little command of. The arena is illuminated by a giant column of energy, frightening the hero with its inhuman power. The system urgently warns Subai about the critical threat of a deadly enemy strike. The enemy's face is distorted into a mad smile of unshakable confidence in his victory. Spectators in the stands are firmly convinced that a bronze-ranked fighter will not survive the gold level. Embraced in a purple glow, the warrior screams furiously and prepares a crushing, decisive blow. A deadly stream of furious purple power cuts through the air at great speed. Subai realizes with horror that a direct hit from this attack will be fatal for him. The blinding radiance of the deadly attack completely covers the silhouette of the frozen youth. At the last moment, the hero calls Xiao Ba and instantly switches places with the huge turtle. The enemy's destructive force crashes down on the indestructible shell with a monstrous roar. The terrible collision leaves a thick blanket of smoke and shrapnel covering the battlefield. Taking advantage of his opponent's momentary hesitation, the young man directs the white tiger into attack. The jury members jump up from their seats in complete amazement at the use of spatial technology. One of the mentors is amazed by the outstanding talent of the guy who changed the technique of heaven. The shocked spectators around barely maintain their balance from the shockwave that erupted. The thick dust on the destroyed site settles, revealing the silhouette of the victorious fighter. The formidable beast pins the defeated enemy with its paw until he acknowledges Subai's victory. The stunned head of the university and other mentors cannot believe their eyes. The smiling winner greets the stands to the loud cries of the official announcer. Subai's comrades celebrate wildly, while the rival's mentor falls to his knees. Enthusiastic spectators in the packed stands loudly chant the name of the winner. The main screen shows the face of a hero who is recognized by everyone as a true legend. The delighted red-haired girl applauds her favorite with genuine joy. In the living room of the house, Subai's parents and joyful sister are wildly celebrating his great victory. Numerous reporters and cameramen closely surround the tired guy for an interview. The university director shields Subai and demands that all reporters disperse. The mustachioed mentor helps the young man leave and promises him substantial state awards. Hearing about the hundreds of millions in rewards, the guy instantly forgets about his fatigue. The city's giant outdoor screens are broadcasting a news report about Subai's victory. A newscaster reports on Subai being awarded an honorary military decoration. In the updated university rankings, Jiangzhou's team confidently occupies the honorable first place. Passers-by on the street watch the news about the academy's new star with great interest. The students gathered outside the building are animatedly discussing Subai's strength and his serious injuries. The champion yawns sweetly and stretches on a large bed in a cozy hotel room. Manny brings the guy a light breakfast and tells him about the upcoming trip back to the university. Subai puts on his uniform and offers to feed his faithful pets before leaving. The young man confidently raises his finger and promises to arrange a real feast for his favorites. At the entrance to the university, a huge crowd of students with flags greets the champions. The rector delivers a ceremonial speech to a huge line of students at the stadium. The director invites the team captain to the microphone to a thunderous ovation from everyone present. Subai, holding a microphone, urges students to never surrender to the enemy. After the speech, the director asks the champion about his plans for the university's development. The young man offers to hire powerful alchemists to create elixirs for the students. The pleased rector happily agrees to his students' reasonable proposal. In the office, the director presents the student with an honorary award for past achievements. Subai has an emotional argument with his mentor and demands that he be paid the money he owes. The mentor brushes the young man off and offers to transfer only 10,000 credits. The angry young man is unceremoniously thrown out of the office by the scruff of his neck straight into the corridor. The door closed in front of his nose, leaving the indignant student completely alone. Subai calms down and decides to spend the money he received on strengthening his beasts. Near the entrance to the dormitory, the commandant does not allow a crowd of persistent admirers to approach the guy. In the dorm room, the champion feeds his gluttonous pets from bowls with a smile. The young man lies relaxed on the bed and warmly praises the well-fed little animals. A bright flash of warm light attracts the attention of a student resting on a bed. Subai looks with delight at the turtle Xiaoba, who has raised his level to silver. The system's holographic window confirms the successful leveling up of the white tiger. A happy Subai strokes the heads of his noticeably grown and stronger pets on the floor. His friend Jia Gang, wearing a pink shirt, runs into the room with excited cries. A joyful Jia Gang grabs Subai's leg and shouts about awakening his ability. A friend, with a wide smile, lifts a strange green turtle in his outstretched arms. The guest enthusiastically shares the story of how his father hired people to catch this turtle. Jia Gang smugly declares that a true tamer must own a turtle. The system window suddenly notifies Subai that he has acquired a new, unique talent. Subai reads the system window about the awakening of the tamer's power with great astonishment. The boy enthusiastically agrees with his friend that a turtle is the best pet. A crowd of new applicants gathers in the courtyard of Zhangzhou Military University. The examiner asks the excited newcomers to calm down and show their animals. A joyful young man takes a large green turtle straight from his backpack onto the table. The teacher is shocked to see that almost every student who came brought a turtle. A woman sternly reprimands a strong man for bringing in an ordinary market turtle. The teacher angrily points at another student with lightning elemental abilities. The boys fiercely prove that they intend to raise turtles and study in the same group with the hero. Subai, walking through the courtyard, looks back at the crowd around the reception table in bewilderment. The pink-haired girl turns around and suddenly notices Subai walking by. A crowd of enthusiastic students notices the hero and begins to loudly shout his name. A multitude of enthusiastic fans, holding turtles in their hands, race after their idol. A frightened Subai runs away in complete panic from the crowd of fans chasing him. Clouds of dust rise over the square as the hero desperately calls for help from the director. In the military conference room, the generals discuss the movements of 13 hostile clans. The commander in a cloak with a fur collar orders the immediate dispatch of scouts. A uniformed officer indignantly objects to sending away students who have not yet graduated. The garrison leader is adamant and believes in the ability of the young warriors to cope with the task. The commander-in-chief declares the importance of the mission and gives strict orders to his subordinates. Subai bursts into the principal's office out of breath, complaining about the crowd around the school. The quiet elderly guest at the table turns out to be the head of the influential Cao family. A young man with crossed arms listens to the guest's demand to return the divine swords. The Cao clan representatives jump up from their seats and begin to loudly complain. Subai watches the boisterous and impudent behavior of the uninvited visitors with a mocking smile. The university director's hand falls heavily and loudly onto the wooden surface. The rector rebuffs the insolent people and declares that the decision to sell is made only by Subai. The confident guy hints that these rare blades are very useful to him. An elegant woman offers a young man to exchange useless weapons for valuable resources. The thoughtful young man puts his hand to his chin and agrees with the guest's arguments. Subai, with a sly grin, suddenly announced an incredible price of 10 billion. Shocked guests indignantly shout that even forging a new weapon would cost less. The hero calmly retorts that for their fighter, the return of these swords is tantamount to life. The clan representatives are enraged by such unheard-of insolence and call it robbery. The head of the Cao clan raises his finger and unexpectedly agrees to the stated amount. The satisfied guy rubs his palms joyfully and thanks the generous leader for his consent. The Cao family delegation leaves the office silently as Subai waves them off. The guy asks the director why the influential clan was in such a hurry. The rector announces an urgent military order and the assignment of a special mission to the hero. The elderly mentor solemnly reminds the young man of a warrior's duty in the face of danger. A gray-haired speaker reads the order of mobilization from the podium at the capital's military university. In front of the podium, students lined up in neat rows, ready to fight for the honor of the Dragon Empire. The new rector of the Magical Cities University delivers an inspiring speech to the assembled crowd. Inspired students raise their fists in unison and swear to faithfully defend their homeland. Soldiers of the garrison on the Great Wall hastily check the condition of the magical cannons before the battle. The fortress commanders give strict orders not to allow enemy scouts to approach the fortifications. A student in a yellow uniform complains to the director with a smile about the complete lack of armor in their unit. The mustachioed mentor sternly explains to his students the rules for receiving military equipment for meritorious service. At the garrison base, alarm suddenly breaks out due to an unexpected attack by enemy forces. The officer warns the teachers and students not to leave the fortress without orders. Surrounded by a radiant aura, the director hurriedly leads his students to help at the city wall. The alarmed boy runs up the iron stairs after his mentor and confesses his fear. The young men run out onto the observation deck and freeze at the terrifying sight that opens before them. From the heights of the fortifications, a terrifying view opens up of an approaching giant wave of wild monsters. Endless hordes of ferocious wolves and armored bears rush headlong towards the fortifications. Su-bai, with a sly smile, asks his mentor about the rules for using tamed beasts in battle. The director angrily warns the self-confident guy against rash actions on the front lines. Powerful cannons on the fortress walls synchronously open a barrage of energy fire across the field. The magical crystal weapons continue to fire bright blue beams at the advancing horde. The devastating explosions from the shots raise tons of dust into the air and destroy the first monsters. The commander in blue uniform closely monitors the situation and gives the order for a new reload. Noticing the approaching monsters, Su-bai points to the battlefield and loudly warns his comrades. Platinum-ranked warriors soar into the air, engulfed in a bright magical flame. Multicolored beams of energy rain down from the sky, directly onto a cluster of advancing wild monsters. Gold-ranked fighters hover over the fortress wall and prepare to meet the enemy breakthrough. An army of thousands of terrifying creatures is approaching the defensive fortifications at great speed. Experienced defenders bravely engage in hand-to-hand combat with winged lizards and ferocious monsters. A huge gray wolf bares its jaws in anger and tries to break through the steep slopes to the top. A muscular warrior throws back the beast, attacking him with a crushing blow of his fist. The students emotionally plead with their principal to allow them to join the defense of the fortress. The mustachioed man strictly forbids inexperienced fighters from entering the thick of the battle without proper training. Sorcerers on the front lines unleash a powerful stream of icy energy and magical blades on the monsters. The purple-haired sorceress, holding a staff in her hands, bewilderedly demands that the fire be stopped immediately. An officer at an observation post tries to find out who opened fire from the cannons against orders. The giant turtle's Xiaoba concentrates a destructive electric charge in its mouth. Su-bai confidently raises his hand up, causing great bewilderment among the principal and his fellow students. The pet's powerful electric beam accurately destroys the giant multi-armed predator. The guy angrily points out to the turtle more suitable bronze targets among the enemy units. The snow-white tiger bursts into the crowd of monsters with lightning speed and mercilessly tears enemies to pieces. The amazed soldiers of the garrison discuss in amazement the incredible fighting power of the young hero's pets. Soldiers on the devastated battlefield watch in amazement as the figures of warriors soar through the sky. An officer with a radio gives orders to soldiers of various ranks to begin clearing and pursuing the enemy. Su-bai's comrades surround him and laughingly ask him about the sudden strengthening of his pets. The young man smiles broadly and brazenly asks the mustachioed director to allocate even more resources. The director notes with annoyance the boys' enormous achievements against the backdrop of their inaction on the city wall. At headquarters, the assistant reports to the general about the losses of personnel and thousands of killed creatures. The speaker shows the general a report on Su-bai and asks him to award the student the battle points he deserves. The gray-haired general orders that the standard reward be given based on the number of defeated monsters. The students gathered in the central square of the base are outraged by the success of the main character. A crowd of young people stare at a huge glowing screen, displaying Su-bai's impressive rating. The red-haired guy looks at someone else's result with anger and vows to surpass his opponent. Su-bai approaches an old acquaintance and makes a friendly joke about his expensive weapon. An indignant Sao abruptly pushes the young man away and flatly refuses to acknowledge him as his friend. The protagonist, with a broad smile, offers his sword maintenance services to the departing young man. The next day, bright alarm signals flash on the fortress's watchtower. The messenger reports to the warrior hovering in the air about the full readiness of the reserve garrison. Infantrymen with raised blades shout battle cries in chorus before going out onto the wall. The glowing commander flies forward rapidly, leading squads of brave fighters. Huge hordes of enraged beasts rush across the plain, straight towards the high defensive wall. The students on the wall eagerly ask the principal about the possibility of engaging in a real fight. The commander loudly orders the Psionic Legion to begin a full-scale bombardment of the enemy. Floating mages unleash destructive beams and elemental blasts on advancing monsters. Powerful lightning bolts and streams of flame instantly incinerate the ferocious wolves in the front ranks. Subai and his companions watched with a slight sense of awe at the monstrous power of this attack. An armored vanguard of giant brown bears emerges from the smoke to storm the fortifications. An experienced heavy infantry commander commands the shield bearers to withstand the enemy's attack to the death. The armored beasts crash into the solid wall of spiked shields with a crushing roar. The bearded warrior clenches his teeth and uses his last strength to hold back the onslaught of the ferocious bear. A new group of massive predators confidently advances past the watchtower. Beast-like leaders on a wooden platform order their fellow tribesmen to break through the human defenses. Subai asks the director in bewilderment about the human appearance of the enemy generals. The mentor explains in detail to the curious student the characteristics and camouflage of the higher races. A military officer on the wall reads out the long-awaited order to divide the students into groups. The young hero unexpectedly learns of his appointment as commander of the first detachment without strict tasks. The second group, led by Wang Yan, is officially tasked with conducting reconnaissance in the Misty Mountains. The herald loudly demands that all formed detachments immediately begin service. The students on the transition stairs are noisily surprised by the unification of the strongest fighters of the course. Han Zan, wearing purple armor, approaches Subai and immediately starts talking about the upcoming duel. A trio of gifted young men discuss the vague wording of their assignment with puzzlement. Subai's eyes light up with determination as he sets out to face new serious challenges. Subai confidently declares that he understands the commander's order and calls his comrades to follow him. The director gives the departing boys a serious word of advice and asks Subai to save his life at the crucial moment. The main character jumps down from the wall and, with a smile, calls on his comrades to keep up. The comrades rush after the leader and clarify the details of the upcoming task as they run. The young commander rushes forward, while the pets behind him sense the cannonballs of the beasts. The young man arrives at a battlefield strewn with the bodies of fallen warriors and vanquished monsters. Hanzan sadly notes that dying in battle is the highest honor for every warrior. Subai pays respects to the fallen, while his bespectacled partner places a sympathetic hand on his shoulder. The black-haired fighter calmly replies to his friends that such is the harsh fate of any soldier. Xiao Ba and Xiao Bai begin to eat the cannonballs with gusto directly from the bodies of the monsters that fell on the field. Subai opens the case and sternly urges the pets to stop eating in order to continue the mission. The guy promises the animals a hearty lunch later and takes them back inside his suitcase. The young commander looks around cheerfully and calls his partners to move on towards the Misty Mountains. A trio of fighters runs at top speed across the plain towards a dangerous mountain range. Squads of other university students quickly disembark from their armored vehicles onto the dusty ground. The red-haired youth saw that Subai's squad immediately rushed towards the mountains without waiting for the others. The commander of the second detachment gives his subordinates a strict order to immediately follow. The fighters of the second detachment run to reconnoiter the area in the direction of the dangerous foggy zone. The young warriors speed up their pace even more, hoping to earn as much merit as possible. Subai's trio enters a dense fog area and decides to stay as close to each other as possible. Hanzan finds a rare level 1 blood mushroom on the damp ground near an old log. The friends look with delight at the valuable ingredient, worth more than 100,000 coins. Subai excitedly releases the animals and rushes to collect valuable mushrooms in this clearing. The young man collects valuable plants, and his voracious pets are already busy munching on the mushrooms they find. Hanzan suddenly senses powerful bursts of energy from the approaching wild creatures. A ferocious two-headed lizard and a trio of wolves run out from the thick fog towards the fighters. Subai, with a mischievous smile, tells his friends that he can deal with the powerful monster alone. The comrades join forces to fight to prevent Subai from taking all the reward for himself. Han Zan with a spear and his partner with a fan quickly attack the enemies in the air. Subai uses a devastating kick and a blaze of energy to knock off the head of the huge monster. A bespectacled fighter raises sharp shards with a wave of his combat fan and strikes a jumping wolf. A guy in a jump cheerfully asks his friends to leave him at least a few opponents to fight. The second squad notices the energy surges from afar and rushes to the aid of their academy comrades. The soldiers who arrived to help saw the already defeated monster in the clouds of fog. Subai sits contentedly on the defeated lizard and collects trophies along with his animals. The young man, with a kind smile, feeds his pets with fresh cores from defeated monsters. The approaching allies are genuinely surprised by such a quick victory over a dangerous flock of monsters. The red-haired leader praises Han Zan for his outstanding strength and skill in the past battle. Han Zan honestly admits that Subai and his little beasts single-handedly defeated this entire flock. The red-haired youth froze in shock at the news of Subai's incredible abilities. Subai playfully teases Cao and offers to repair his divine weapon again. The comrades discuss the squad's further plans to clear the area of furious beasts. The companions reproach the leader for wanting to appropriate more valuable trophies and military merits for himself. The red-haired fighter agrees to go along on the condition that the rewards found are fairly divided. The entire group of fighters rushes at full speed into the depths of the foggy mountain valley. One of the warriors asks his comrade not to lag behind and quickly catch up with the leaders who have rushed ahead. Suddenly, the comrades running ahead freeze in the middle of the forest path because of an obstacle. The arriving fighters are horrified to see a group of extremely powerful gold-rank monsters. 4 ferocious giant primates of varying strength appear in the trees and clearing. A mysterious hooded enemy with a fanged grin contemptuously mocks people. A mid-gold hooded warrior reproaches his subordinates for allowing outsiders in. The comrades are alarmed to discover the presence of a dangerous humanoid serpent of the Dizan Hai clan. Subai tensely assesses the strength of the noble snake chieftain in the face of mortal threat. A villain with glowing red eyes gives the order to destroy all uninvited guests. A large horde of furious beasts and snakes surrounds the detachment of heroes from all sides. A warrior in purple armor shouts to his comrade to immediately run back for reinforcements. The red-haired swordsman erupts in a fiery aura and charges at the enemies to save the party. A pack of monsters furiously rushes towards a man running for help. A huge monkey blocks the fugitive's path right in the air during a jump. The guy in red understands the beast's superiority in speed and prepares to fight with all his might. The squad enters into a large-scale battle against giant apes and wild predators. The protagonist confidently calls on his pets Xiao Ba and Xiao Bai for help. The eyes of the summoned turtle and white tiger light up with a bright mystical flame. The arrogant snake lord smirks and releases 3 huge reptiles at the enemy. A mighty white tiger swiftly attacks the snakes with shining golden claws. The giant turtle fires a powerful laser beam from the crystal on its shell. The fighters struggle to contain the furious blows of the mighty snow-white monster in the air. The warrior blocks the crushing blow of the heavy paw of the ancient monkey with the last of his strength. Subai uses his bare hands to intercept the open mouth of the white snake attacking him. Surrounded by a bright glow, the hero commands his beasts to quickly finish off the enemy. The white tiger and the turtle attack the leader of the snakes with a crushing double blow. The enemy leader is amazed to realize the incredible power of the counterattack. A blinding stream of turtle magic crashes into the ground, creating a colossal explosion. The severed bodies of the defeated snakes fall to the ground around the unperturbed Subai. A giant, dark silhouette of an enraged monster rises from the thick smoke. The Serpent Lord takes on his true form as a colossal, venomous, spiked cobra. A huge snake rushes at breakneck speed straight at the young man, who is glowing with a protective aura. Subai nimbly jumps onto the shell of his huge turtle to counterattack. Xiao Ba soars high into the air and falls like a heavy battering ram onto the head of the giant snake. The turtle's massive shell delivers a crushing, ramming blow to the monster's face. Subai orders the white tiger Xiao Bai to immediately finish off the snake that is pinned to the ground. The allies watch as the summoned pets launch a furious, combined attack on the monster. The guy rushes forward in a swift dash and delivers a shining blow to the enemy. The young man asks the white tiger to quickly move away from the defeated giant monster. A powerful vertical beam of light crushes the body of the stunned monster. Subai places his foot on the fallen snake and sighs with undisguised relief after the fight. The hero suddenly turns around at the noise and remembers his wounded and bleeding friend. A huge turtle looks at the purple growths on the snake with genuine bewilderment. The snake's dangerous body suddenly explodes in a blinding purple flash of energy. Subai's strong defensive barrier successfully blocks the scattered pieces. The young man, with genuine amazement, notices the remains of the snake crawling away into the thicket. The warrior with the spear urges Subai not to pursue the enemy, but to hurry to help Wang. The guy rushes to help his comrade, while a reliable ally covers his rear. The wounded red-haired Wang Yang, with a spear in his hands, finds himself surrounded by enemies. The bleeding fighter stubbornly prepares to take at least one monster with him to the grave. The warrior erupts in a fiery aura and makes a desperate lunge with his spear towards the monsters. The giant gray ape intercepts his weapon in mid-air with astonishing ease. The exhausted fighter helplessly lowers his head before the beasts attacking from the air. A powerful blow from the monster's paw sends the bleeding Wang Yun flying far away. The red-haired boy is thrown back by the crushing blow of the huge monkey. A bright flash of energy crashes into the tree above the fallen hero at tremendous speed. The injured fighter slowly slides down the trunk of a broken tree onto the cold ground. A huge monkey leader menacingly raises his spear over a defeated and defenseless man. The wounded fighter, with his last strength, threatens the ferocious monsters with swift human retribution. The monster raises its blade high, intending to deliver the final, fatal blow. A spear thrown from afar spins rapidly in the air, cutting through space. Subai manages to cover his wounded comrade with a shining hexagonal honeycomb barrier. Losing consciousness, Wang Yang quietly asks Subai, who has arrived in time, to definitely avenge him. The white tiger and the fighting turtle furiously attack the ferocious giant apes. The young man resolutely grabs the shaft of a long spear, with his hand in a thick black glove. Subai takes a fighting stance and fearlessly meets the leader of the pack flying towards him. The enraged youth, with a furious battle cry, rushes into a decisive attack on the enemy. A powerful beam of light pierces the chest of a flying gray monster right in the air. The monkey's carcass, knocked down from a height, breaks through the branches with a crash and falls through the dense crowns. The monster's dead body is found pinned to a tall tree trunk with a spear. The white tiger lets out a deafening roar of victory against the backdrop of his finally defeated enemy. Subai runs up to the motionless Wang Yan and tries to bring his comrade back to his senses. A system interface appears before the hero's eyes, offering to donate tiger blood. The young man bends over his wounded friend and tells him about the way he found to save his life. Subai gently holds Wang Yan's shoulder and gets his quiet consent to the contract. The boy loudly asks the white tiger to share 3 drops of his blood to save his comrade. Xiaobai releases 3 glowing scarlet drops and directs them straight into the owner's open palm. Subai holds the tiger's blood over the wounded Wang Yan and asks him to hold on a little longer. The youth activates the bloodline change technique and directs blazing energy into his comrade's chest. Wang Yang screams in unbearable pain as the bright flames rage around his body. The wounded fighter comes to on the ground next to Subai, who is squatting in front of him. A man with bloody marks on his face looks at his hands in amazement and is amazed at the healing. Subai strictly reminds the rescued man of the given consent and the prohibition to reveal his personal secrets. An unknown, menacing voice in the mind warns of a terrible curse for revealing the secret. A stunned Wang Yang, with fear on his bloodied face, humbly accepts all the terms of the contract. A guy with crossed arms tells his comrade about the high price of the efforts spent on saving. The ground around suddenly begins to shake violently, and small gray stones jump up and down on the path. The red-haired warrior jumps to his feet and shields the young mage with his body in a warning gesture. From cracks in the broken earth, giant scaly snakes with open mouths crawl out. The white tiger rushes forward with lightning speed and cuts the attacking creatures into pieces with its sharp claws. The severed bodies of the monsters instantly melt into thin air and turn into a translucent liquid. The number of hissing snakes only increases after each successful attack of the sacred beast. Reinforcements arrive in the clearing just in time, and comrades with weapons rush to the aid of their allies. A man in glasses running suggests the appearance of that same enemy snake that they had not finished off earlier. Subai asks his wounded friend for a gun, while the giant turtle and tiger hold off the onslaught of snakes. Among the tall forest trees, the boy notices the dark silhouette of a treacherous enemy lurking. The young man releases a powerful beam of light directly into the tree trunk, where the enemy spy was hiding. The fan-wielding mage is amazed at how quickly his opponent regained his human form after the blow. A greenish half-human, with long hair, holds the unconscious body of Old Man Zung in his hand. A furious swordsman with red hair cuts down monsters with his sword and threatens to destroy the beast. The angry boy screams in despair and begs Subai to kill the enemy for any reward. The fighters engage in combat with the crawling reptiles, while their leader takes on the main enemy. The demonic serpent grins arrogantly and concentrates a clot of green magic in its clawed hand. Subai is enveloped in a golden aura and loudly promises to make snake soup out of the impudent enemy. The hero delivers a sharp blow to his own shoulder and activates the spiritual fusion technique. The young master rises high into the air and brings down a crushing, shining kick. The green serpent throws out a crescent-shaped wave of light in front of itself to repel attacks. The powerful collision of two spells raises a thick cloud of dust and a shockwave into the air. The demon slowly emerges from the cloud of white smoke and mockingly praises the strength of his young opponent. A villain with a predatory grin and sharp claws calls on the enemy hidden in the fog to appear. The hero's fist, enveloped in flames, suddenly flies out of the smokescreen straight towards the monster. Subai charges forward and delivers a powerful glowing blow to the chest of his opponent, who flies back. The stunned serpent struggles to keep its balance after the mage's devastating attack. The guy frowns decisively and notes the increased strength and resilience of his dangerous opponent. A six-pointed magical seal, with spiritual images of guardian animals, lights up in the night sky. Subai is preparing to use the most powerful secret technique of fusing origins with his beasts. The young man falls from above and delivers a powerful fiery blow to the enemy, with both hands in a jump. The green snake-like enemy surrounds itself with a protective vortex and taunts the boy. The beast's impenetrable barrier withstands attacks and reflects other people's streams of magic. A huge three-headed snake appears on the battlefield, surrounded by dozens of smaller reptiles. The monster's eye glows brightly as it prepares a new, deadly combat skill. Small, multicolored snakes fly into the air and attack Subai from all sides. The ground beneath the warrior's feet explodes with a roar from the crushing collision of energies. The red-haired ally covers his face in panic and screams in concern for his comrade. The protagonist blocks a barrage of flying debris with a glowing yellow barrier. Subai and his loyal spirit pets are heavily injured by the enemy onslaught. The wounded boy screams furiously and releases a hidden reserve of spiritual strength. Streams of energy from the sacred beasts envelop his legs in a bright magical flame. The enemy snake hisses with displeasure and watches the enemy's rapid strengthening. A flock of poisonous snakes with open mouths rushes towards the defenders. The three-headed serpent concentrates a poisonous ball of concentrated energy in its mouth. The monster releases a giant green beam from its mouth straight towards the squad. A powerful blow shakes the valley and leaves a huge flaming crater on the ground. The man with the spear and his comrades are pressed to the ground by the fierce pressure of the wind. The soldiers are amazed to notice a new flash of light through the thick curtain of smoke. The snake monster looks around warily and senses the approach of another shockwave. Three multicolored beams of light shoot into the sky right in front of the stunned monster. Subai floats in the air between the shining phantoms of the white tiger and the tortoise. The young man dresses in shining green and yellow armor and clutches a long blade. The red-haired boy enthusiastically recognizes the ancient legendary weapon of the sacred beast. The comrades discuss with admiration the great battle attire of the ancient ruler. The snake monster realizes with horror the true nature of the century-old technology. The system reports the successful awakening of the armor and gives 3 minutes to complete the battle. Subai hovers above the giant snake and mercilessly unleashes a beam of pure energy at it. A shining vertical slash splits the enemy monster's body straight in half. A huge snake in its death throes begs the Lord of the Nine Hells for retribution. The earth splits into two parts, forming a deep, bottomless canyon. A long-haired warrior in a cloak stands on the wall of the outpost and watches the battle. A man with a scar on his face angrily reproaches the Lord of Hell for attacking a young man. The fort's defender brandishes a flaming sword and challenges the dark foe. A glittering blade of fire cuts across the night horizon with great speed. Two powerful magical sickles collide in the air, lighting up the sky with sparks. The giant dark silhouette of the ruler mocks from the wall and predicts death to the people. After dispersing the battle armor, Subai slowly descends to the ground in pillars of light. The exhausted boy falls to his knees next to his tired pets, accompanied by the cries of his friends. The comrades joyfully discuss the successful completion of the battle and are proud of their victory over the enemies. The swordsman in purple armor reminds of the dangers of battle and mourns the loss of his friend. Subai warns the team about the smell of blood and suggests leaving the forest quickly. Suddenly, an ominous shadow lands in front of the squad and menacingly forbids them to leave. The fighters instantly draw their weapons and prepare to repel the attack of a powerful enemy. The uninvited guest releases a giant ghostly snake made of azure energy towards the people. Subai closes his eyes and instinctively covers his head with his hands from the bright, deadly flash. The young man carefully opens one eye and is surprised to realize that he is still intact. A man in a white coat named Hu Huanshan shields the students and rebukes the attacker. The demon lord Long Ao declares his intention to take the youth with the sacred weapon. Powerful masters soaring in the skies are engaged in a tense debate about the future of humanity. Long Ao raises his palm to the sky and summons numerous glowing turquoise spears. The ground around the squad is suddenly surrounded by dozens of huge gold and platinum rank snakes. The view of a vast city square in a peaceful town is replaced by disturbing images of battle. The red-haired girl happily waves her hand to Subai and says goodbye before going home. Friends go out for a fun weekend and jokingly refuse to help their friend with work. A guy with a comically gloomy face is angry about the injustice and also dreams of a vacation. Hu Huanshan turns over his shoulder and calmly looks at the enemy hovering in the sky. The enemy lord screams his opponent's name in rage and sends a giant beam of energy down. A huge column of azure flame falls directly on the defender standing below. Giant monsters rush to attack the young warriors preparing for defense. Hu Huanshan raises his hand and erects a colossal shining golden tree around himself. The trunk of the sacred tree flashes with a blinding light and completely absorbs the enemy's attack. Subai looks at the Grand Master's legendary Phoenix technique with awe. An astonished Long Ao realizes that his opponent has mastered the supreme power of divine law. Shining golden petals pierce any defense and slowly burn the invader's body. The wounded monster opens a spatial rift and threatens to quickly massacre the people. The defender thoughtfully watches the closing crack in the fabric of space. The mentor waves his hand with authority and completely incinerates the remaining enemies on the ground. The students watch in fascination as the illusions of the defeated snakes dissipate. Subai admires the boundless power of the lords and dreams of one day achieving the same greatness. The master who descended from heaven instructs the young men to always strive to surpass themselves. Hu Huanshan activates a glowing golden teleportation circle under the squad's feet. A powerful pillar of light instantly transports the entire group of fighters to a safe place. Amazed by the incredible speed of movement, the young men admire the skill of their savior. A stately man in a rich fur coat appears before Subai and praises him for his success. The mysterious guest orders the young man to be taken to the assembly hall and instantly disappears into thin air. Puzzled, Subai curiously asks the elder about the stranger's identity. Hu Huanshan proudly reveals the name of the royal-ranked human hero named Ye Qing. The mentor tells the story of the legendary hero's youth and the origins of martial arts. The teacher recalls the great oath of Lord Luo Feng and Ye Qing to revive martial arts. In the hallway, a staff member with a tablet admires the awakening of the sacred beast's weapon. A young fighter and his mentor walk past security into a spacious command room. Master Huanshan advises the student to focus solely on his own growth. The massive metal doors slowly slid open before them with a resounding click. A man in a white coat loudly reports to the council about the arrival of the long-awaited young man. The guy notices a lot of powerful masters at the table and starts to get very nervous. Among those gathered, a formidable diamond rank master named Lin Zhengnan stands out. The head of the meeting, wearing a fur-collared cloak, calls on the experts to express their opinions. The gray-haired expert insists on the need to protect the young man for the sake of the future of all humanity. Another advisor suggests providing the hero with the best mentors and rare resources for development. Encouraged by the master's pleasant speeches, Subai smiles happily in response to such care. The stern fighter Lin Zhengnan believes that true strength is born only on the brink of life and death. The mighty warrior assures those gathered that great personalities never grow in hothouse conditions. The uniformed officer angrily argues and refuses to take responsibility for the death of his only heir. Unexpectedly, Master Huanshan supports the harsh proposal to send the student into battle. The disappointed guy thinks to himself that he would be happy to remain completely safe. The supreme leader decides to send a huge army to the Misty Mountains to securely control the situation. The young man breathes a sigh of relief, hoping for the protection of a large detachment of strong defenders. The shocked hero is overcome with indescribable horror by the sudden news about the roll of live bait. Above the gloomy castle of the Nine Hells, ominous flocks of bats circle in the dark night sky. In the spacious throne room of the dark castle, a secret meeting of the rulers of a myriad of races is taking place. The white-haired lord on the ice throne declares that the emergence of a new dangerous enemy is unacceptable. The beast warriors are given strict orders to advance the lord's forces to the Misty Mountains. The Demon Phoenix clan's elder arrogantly declares his refusal to participate in someone else's war. The nine-tailed fox, in a bright outfit, calmly supports the decision and refuses to fight. The enraged ruler, with an icy gaze, accuses his allies of vile betrayal of the common cause. The ruler of the Nine Hells flares with a blue aura and grips the armrests of the throne in rage. Both warriors are adamant that they came to explore the Forbidden Zone, not to shed blood. The proud red-haired lady turns around and resolutely leaves the meeting along with her companions. Following her allies, the golden-haired fox also heads towards the exit of the throne room. The leader, left alone, shouts angry words through his teeth at the fugitives. The enraged lord promises to carry out the planned operation to the end, with the help of his clan. An elder walking down the corridor worries about the whereabouts of his wayward holy maiden. The mistress orders her loyal scouts to immediately find the missing girl. A human hand holds a shining green heavenly jade pendant to conceal the aura. Supreme Master Ye Qing personally presents a powerful artifact to the grateful youth. A satisfied guy with a smile hints at the usefulness of additional valuable equipment. The mentor laughingly opens a large treasure chest in front of the delighted young man. Inside the glowing chest are a dragon soul, diamond armor, and rare lord-level cores. Subai's eyes lit up with delight at the sight of the many rare medicines and shining armor. The mentor closes the chest and, with a grin, promises to give out the treasures only in small parts. The young man clutches the diamond armor tightly to himself and desperately begs to give at least that for protection. The man suddenly takes the armor back and sternly remarks about the young fighter's immaturity. A saddened guy with comical tears in his eyes bitterly regrets the lost rich reward. In the long corridor, Subai suddenly notices the stern, muscular father of his fighting comrade. The girl's father calmly invites the young man to talk, and the frightened guy rushes to justify himself. Uncle Lin suggests that the young man remain on the battlefield to further harden and develop his strength. The interlocutor begins asking about his daughter, but the guy fervently assures him of pure friendship. The stern warrior suddenly hands over a golden armor as a valuable gift for life protection. The delighted boy with shining eyes happily thanks the man for the gift of equipment. Ardent promises to train hard resound throughout the office, accompanied by the grumbling of a stern commander. The next day, at the military base, the soldiers silently bow over the capsules of their fallen comrades. A red-haired youth mourns at the coffin of a fallen comrade and recalls the revenge he took. Subai appeared with undisguised pride and showed off his new shining armor to his friends. The Supreme Commander announces from a high balcony that a huge army of aliens is approaching. The united fighters raise their weapons and with loud shouts swear to defeat the enemy. The comrade in the purple suit carefully discusses the alignment of higher powers with Subai. A confident partner advises the guy to strictly follow a well-thought-out tactic in battle. Soon, a fierce battle between people and an advancing horde of monsters breaks out on a wide plain. A comrade in glasses warns the squad about approaching enemies and the instability of magic. From the swirling gray dust on the horizon, a dangerous enemy horde quickly appears. Fierce armored wolves and horned demonic deer rush towards the squad. The fighters quickly take up battle positions and fearlessly prepare to meet the approaching beasts. A strong partner intercepts the wolf with the shaft of a spear and generously offers the hero a rest. Subai doesn't want to stay on the sidelines and immediately releases his loyal battle pets. The white tiger bursts into the ranks of deer with lightning speed and furiously scatters them with its powerful claws. The huge turtle drops its weight on the armored wolves with a crushing roar. The astonished friends, with undisguised annoyance, reproach their comrade for single-handedly seizing all the loot. The colossal phantoms of sacred beasts instantly suppress enemies with their terrifying aura. The demonic creatures are paralyzed by the ancient power of blood and tremble piteously from indescribable horror. The menacing turtle, with a powerful roar of victory, forces the monsters to finally stop fighting. The white tiger easily completes the swift rout of the remaining frightened opponents. The young man looks in bewilderment at the monsters, who suddenly became silent and stopped resisting. The hero is genuinely delighted to realize the sudden awakening of a unique skill for recruiting races. The enemy beasts humbly bow their heads before their new master in the middle of the plain. The smug Subai laughs loudly and cheerfully boasts of his incredible personal charm. The conquered animals obediently press themselves to the ground at the feet of their powerful master. The newly minted furry servants meekly accept the order to guard the vulnerable rear and flanks. The squad marches forward briskly under the reliable protection of the newly acquired obedient army of beasts. The guy in the yellow outfit calls out in surprise to his green pet named Xiao Ba. The green-shelled turtle begins actively digging up the glowing ground in front of the squad. A huge centipede bursts out from under the ground with a roar and throws the turtle high into the air. The purple-armored companion warns the others in horror about the danger of the jagged centipede. The guy looks around in bewilderment at the giant underground monsters crawling out of the cracks. The bespectacled man, with a serious expression, explains the deadly features of the body structure of this dangerous beast. A man in a purple suit gives an emotional warning about the terrifying blades on the monster's paws. The protagonist listens skeptically to his comrade's panicked stories about the invincibility of monsters. At this time, centipedes with hearts in their eyes begin to tenderly cuddle up to the contented turtle. A system window appears in front of the astonished guy, offering to take the oath of the monster clan. Far away in the misty mountains, a small lizard crawls across a rocky plain among gray rocks. A demonic woman in a long dress and a squad of gorillas prepare for an imminent meeting with enemies. Suddenly, the ground beneath the warrior's feet begins to explode and shake from powerful tremors. A huge centipede breaks the surface and sinks its mandibles into the neck of a screaming gorilla. The demon leader recognizes with horror the legendary jagged centipedes among the attackers. The enraged demoness orders an immediate alarm signal to be sent to the king of the 9 circles of hell. The centipedes quickly attack the entire army of monkeys and mercilessly tear them apart. The dark sorceress concentrates bright purple magical energy in her hand to counterattack. The girl jumps and summons a glowing magic circle with ancient symbols on the ground. Giant multicolored snakes instantly emerge from the ground to repel enemy attacks. The sharp mandibles of the attacking monsters easily bite through the summoned snakes, right before the demoness's eyes. The stunned witch throws her head back in despair, from a sharp flash of pain and rage. The centipedes swarm around the remaining snake and methodically cut its scaly skin into pieces. The jagged, saw-like paws easily pierce the tough scales of the huge summoned monster. The wounded snake groans pitifully from impotence before the superior power of the underground creatures. In the crimson flames of battle, the silhouette of an even more massive ancient creature unfolds. A group of scouts examine the dismembered remains of a mystical mist serpent on the battlefield. The blonde commander is shocked to realize the extent of the jagged centipede's deadly power. The squad's fighters discuss the appearance of hellish ghosts on the battlefield with genuine horror. The commander gives strict orders to retreat immediately and avoid any direct contact with the enemy. Meanwhile, the trio of heroes slowly walk forward across the endless rocky wasteland. A guy in a yellow suit asks his comrades the reason for the long absence of the needed lake. The companions argue irritably among themselves and blame the military map for the route error that occurred. The hero scratches his chin in confusion and remembers his old habit of getting lost in the surroundings. The partner in the purple suit yells in rage at the hapless topographic idiot. The bespectacled man calmly admits his inability to correctly determine the right direction. The guy in the yellow suit angrily protests against other people's reproaches against the backdrop of the group's complete confusion. The protagonist puts on a determined look and is about to resort to the most reliable means. The young man lifts the surprised green pet into the air above his head with a wide smile. The young man hands the turtle a tasty treat and asks him to lead the squad to the lake. Subai encourages the turtle and asks it to quickly lead them forward along the rocky path. The companions check the map and are genuinely pleased with the reliability of their new guide. The turtle raises its head proudly, while one of the men argues with his comrades. The animal walks confidently along the ground and sniffs the dissipating mountain fog. The travelers emerge from the gorge into a forest clearing and celebrate their successful exit with relief. The guy praises his contented pet for his ability to easily navigate unfamiliar terrain. The man in glasses suddenly becomes alert and excitedly declares a strange mistake. The squad comes out to a wide cliff and looks around the unfamiliar mountain canyon with surprise. A warrior in a purple suit carefully checks the coordinates on a holographic map. All three comrades freeze in fear and simultaneously look at the cloudy sky. A huge green dragon emerges from the dense thunderclouds with a furious roar. Frightened travelers panic and run away from the sudden danger. The young man reproaches the turtle for leading the squad into unknown, dangerous lands. The heroes hear loud, indignant cries behind them, but continue their rapid escape. The fugitives are surprised to notice that the giant monster has suddenly disappeared from sight. The guy slams his foot on the brakes and tries in horror to comprehend the attack that has happened. A tired Subai bends down to his knees and tries to catch his breath after a long run. The comrades begin to argue about the inaccuracy of the map and doubt the turtle's route. A stranger who suddenly appeared next to them angrily stamped her foot in a slipper. A small red-haired girl with elven ears angrily scolds the travelers. The men look in great confusion at the child who suddenly appears in front of them. A system window pops up in front of the guy's eyes with a message about the detection of a phoenix. Subai is amazed to realize the true nature of the proud little girl standing before him. The young man decides to scare the capricious girl and makes a menacing expression on his face. The angry Holy Virgin is instantly enveloped in a bright column of sacred flame. The companion in the suit watches the powerful flash of fire with genuine surprise. Subai calmly activated his defensive power and steadfastly endured the flame attack. The young man easily lifts the rebellious child into the air and decides to teach him a lesson for his insolence. The girl, puffing out her cheeks, cannot believe that a mortal dared to teach her a lesson. Beyond the horizon, among the wooded hills, the offended cry of a child of the Holy Virgin can be heard. As night falls, the men light a hot fire and roast juicy poultry on sticks. The girl, crying on the ground, continues to angrily threaten the boy with the clan elders. Subai takes the offended little girl by the hand and invites her to forget the quarrel for the sake of dinner. The comrade hands the protagonist a fried chicken leg right over the capricious captive. The red-haired maiden proudly turns away from the food and arrogantly folds her arms across her chest. The girl's glowing eyes suddenly widen at the enticing smell of roasted meat. The little girl sits down by the fire with lively curiosity and asks about spices. The guy with a friendly smile hands the Holy Virgin a juicy, hot bird leg. A young man, smiling, sprinkles the hot meat with sparkling aromatic spices. The guest enchantedly reaches out with both hands to the fragrant golden piece of treat. The red-haired girl greedily bites off a huge piece of fried bird leg. The little girl is soaring with happiness and admits that this juicy food is the most delicious thing in her life. With her cheeks full, she declares her desire to eat such fried meat every day. Subai offers to feed the guest on the condition of complete obedience and receives consent. A system notification appears in front of the guy about the successful taming of the ancient phoenix. The contented young man calls the rest of his tamed animals to the common fire. The owner introduces little Xiao Hong to the pets and she happily reaches out to the turtle and the cat. The turtle and the white cat are indignant and demand that the newcomer show due respect to her elders. The cheerful girl enthusiastically hugs her disgruntled pets tightly. The men sitting around the fire suspiciously discuss Subai's strange thoughts and behavior. The comrade in the purple suit is surprised by the sudden increase in the level of the young mage. The interlocutor clarifies his comrade's rank, and Subai casually boasts about the ease of his breakthrough. The stunned companion asks to reveal the secret of such a rapid development of strength. The cunning guy significantly hints at the existence of a secret development technique. The young magician, with an air of importance, declares secrets of the king's level and inflates his value. The inspired fighter quickly nods and naively believes in the existence of great wisdom. Strongman hands over the beast's valuable golden core, despite his friend's quiet warning. Subai deftly takes the reward and begins to expound his supposedly profound teachings. A young man with an intelligent air speaks about the importance of cultivating an unshakable Taoist heart. The mentor pats his comrade on the shoulder and talks about indomitable will on the path to strength. The guy points his hand at a distant dark peak and urges us to stubbornly move forward. The confused strongman tries to comprehend what he has heard, while his partner sighs at his naivety. The inspired big guy thanks his friend and decides to repeat this mantra every morning. With a loud cry of victory, the fighter begins to run rapidly and train on the rocks. A joyful strongman triumphs on a cliff, while his comrades around the fire are amazed at his naivety. Subai asks the well-fed little one to help the other pets awaken their hidden elements. The young man patiently explains to the girl the basics of directing spiritual flows in other people's bodies. The baby concentrates and envelops her small body in a bright pink aura. The red-haired sorceress laughs joyfully, feeling a new incredible power in her palms. The girl directs a powerful stream of magical energy directly at the frightened turtle. The green pet screams in panic from unbearable pain and the energy that overwhelms him. The turtle's giant body begins to rapidly expand in clouds of bright light. The mighty beast roars deafeningly, and its tail finally turns into a snake's head. A system interface appears in the air, with a message about the opening of the second water element. Subai carefully examines the pet's updated stats and increased defense. The pleased owner praises the turtle, while little Xiaohong smiles proudly next to him. The young man turns his gaze to the white cat and announces the beginning of his long-awaited evolution. The frightened beast flies into the air under the powerful beam of Xiaohong's awakening magic. The white cat lets out a fierce, furious roar and transforms into a huge white tiger. The transformed predator's massive, clawed paw crashes to the ground. The menacing white tiger is enveloped in a shining vortex of dark flame and roars furiously. The boy joyfully runs forward and celebrates the awakening of a new element in his pet. A young man smiles and embraces a giant white tiger, which lets out a victorious roar. A thick column of white smoke rises into the night sky, accompanied by the hero's loud laughter. The next morning, the detachment makes a stop and discusses the further route to the distant lake. A little girl with red hair confidently points her hand at the distant mountains. The entire group of travelers looks down from the hill onto the valley stretching out ahead. Xiaohong seriously warns his companion about the great power of the ancient azure dragon. The guy in the yellow suit is genuinely surprised by the news about the formidable azure dragon. The red-haired companion sternly reminds us of the brave men who died in those parts. Two men discuss the rebellious guardian of the water territory with obvious doubt. The ancient azure dragon fights fiercely against three powerful mages at once. A man wearing glasses stops in the middle of a dense forest and expresses his concerns. The young man activates a magical interface to quickly search for traces of the azure dragon. The system screen warns the hero about the critical danger of taming the monster. The hero frowns and makes the difficult decision to temporarily retreat. The little fairy throws up her hands and admits that she doesn't know the way through the thick fog. A companion in glasses offers his friend an easy way to escape from the dangerous mountains. A tall fighter in a purple suit listens attentively to his friend's discussions about the sun. The red-haired little girl happily remembers the nearby settlement. The satisfied leader pats the girl on the head and thanks her for the helpful hint. Xiaohong smiles cheerfully and tells in detail about the neighboring spiritual snake clan. The squad continues its journey leisurely, along a picturesque path among rocks and trees. The girl happily points her finger at the unusual home of the local snake inhabitants. A view of a high castle among numerous rock holes opens up before travelers. The bespectacled companion anxiously assesses the impressive number of enemy burrows. The men hide in the bushes and quietly argue about the correct infiltration tactics. The black-haired leader smirked as he reminded his companions of Xiao Hong's high status. The young man smiles conspiratorially at his comrades and proposes his cunning plan. The huge snakes on duty react with surprise to the loud cry of the uninvited guests. Travelers in black cloaks solemnly introduce their young mistress. The guards at the entrance bow their heads respectfully before the important guests from the ancient clan. The chief azure snake bows politely and offers his humble apologies for the reception. The hooded squad leader strictly demands that healing herbs be brought for recovery. The guy quietly hisses at his surprised comrades and calls on them to remain silent. The snake elder respectfully promises to organize the most dignified reception. The owners of the settlement respectfully bring out a tray with 4 rare fruits to the guests. The hero's companions look at the valuable spiritual berries with genuine delight. The black-haired youth points authoritatively at the castle and asks for a map of the area. The frightened snake excitedly announces a strict ban on entering the head's residence. The green snake fearfully offers to build a completely new and spacious house for the guests. A black-haired, hooded youth arrogantly declares the high status of his companion. The bewildered keeper falls to the ground in panic and hastily admits his unforgivable mistake. The red-haired girl lights a bright magical flame on her fingertips and frowns menacingly. The huge serpent recognizes in horror the powerful blazing aura of the ancient demonic phoenix. The boy in black robes reassures the elder and promises to stay for just one night. The young man sternly orders that a detailed map be brought and heads towards the doors of the castle on the rock. The heroes enter a spacious hall with hanging lanterns and immediately plan to search for riches. The giant snake obediently brings a rolled-up scroll in its teeth and places it in front of the guests. The monster thinks to himself contentedly that noble strangers will not covet the tribe's modest reserves. The elder bows respectfully and slowly crawls out of the hall, leaving the guests alone. The heavy wooden gates close with a loud bang behind the departing snake guide. The young man throws off his cloak and loudly commands his comrades to search every floor of the residence, down to the last detail. The comrades, with sly smiles on their faces, joyfully accept the instructions of their leader. A man in glasses finds a precious level 5 elixir, while a strong man smashes a wooden box. The guy on the stairs angrily calls on his friend to be quiet and not attract unnecessary attention. The girl from the upper tier happily reports finding a chest with valuable 4th-level berries. Satisfied travelers collect a huge mountain of various delicacies and dishes in the center of the room. The black-haired leader eagerly asks his friends and pets if they are ready for the meal. All members of the squad begin to devour the delicious fried meat with great appetite. Furry animals and people happily gorge themselves on scattered treats and bones. The man in the purple suit feels a quick boost in his strength after a hearty snack. The travelers, having gathered together, carefully unfold and study the map of the area they had brought. The leader tasks the young phoenix with dealing with the enemy silver rank warriors. The guy distributes the golden fighters among experienced partners and appoints a night attack. The companions joke and tease their comrade, who has eaten to the point of bursting before the start of the expedition. A deep, dark night with a bright moon gradually descends on the Rocky Mountains and the high castle. A young man in a black hood loudly calls on the elder to immediately gather all the warriors of the tribe. Scaly snaketails begin to crawl rapidly across the dusty, rocky ground. A multitude of multicolored snakes surround a black-haired guest standing alone. The boy with a sly look slightly lifts the edge of his dark hood. The young man lunges forward and declares his desire to take their heads. The green serpent bounces back from the air blade and furiously gives the command to attack. Enraged monsters with wide-open mouths rush into a deadly attack on people. 2 loyal comrades, with a battle cry, fearlessly rush towards the hissing monsters. A huge summoned turtle falls down on the giant snake with a powerful roar. A ferocious white tiger with shining eyes sinks its fangs into a writhing, scaly body. The little girl is enveloped in bright pink flames and coldly pronounces her verdict. The flaming baby cheerfully steps on the enemy snakes, who are running away in panic from the fire. The young man watches the destructive power of the demonic phoenix's fire with slight fear. A huge column of bright flame rises into the night sky above the burning forest from cries for help. Subai confidently suggests that Old Man Han should deal with the next opponent. The wounded snake monster lies on the ground and asks the enemies in horror who they are. In the darkness of the night, a bright golden arc of a powerful crushing blow sparkles. A warrior in a purple suit with a spear on his shoulder complains about his opponents being too weak. The giant turtle and the white tiger sense an imminent breakthrough to the gold level of cultivation. A man with glasses runs up to Subai and asks about returning to the main group. Subai carefully studies the map and proposes to strike straight into the heart of the myriad lands. The young man, with a cheeky grin, declares to his companions that fortune always favors the bravest. The guy confidently calls on his comrades to follow him and stay here for the night. The hero points his hand into the distance, at the pink clouds, and announces a march to Wind Mountain. The allies discuss a risky plan to infiltrate the territory of the brown leopard tribe. The next day, spotted leopards rest peacefully among the hills in a sun-drenched clearing. A group of people in black hooded cloaks loudly proclaim themselves to be the lords of the mist serpents. The frightened animals rush to warn the elders about the sudden arrival of the snake lords. The leopard chief, with two curved blades, menacingly asks if they have come to die. The squad of aliens freezes in complete bewilderment from the sudden aggressive encounter. An enraged, one-eyed beast with a scar on its face announces the day of long-awaited revenge on the snakes. A black panther with blades in its paws quickly rushes forward to attack its opponents. A multitude of red blades of light cut through the air around the surprised travelers. The spear-wielding warrior barely deflects the sword strike and reproaches Subai for his failed plan. The young man in the yellow suit decides to fight his way through and calls on his pets to attack. Xiaoba and Xiaobai pounce on the stunned leopard leader with a furious roar. Subai asks the little fire fairy Xiaohong to neutralize the fast predators. The winged baby hovers in the air and concentrates scarlet energy for a powerful technique. A huge firebird flares up in the sky and rains down streams of flame on its enemies. The panther jumps back in panic from the deadly tongues of the raging fire. A satisfied swordsman holds his weapon and joyfully informs his comrades about his rank increase. Subai recalls with a smile that he had previously demonstrated this combat technique to his partner. The blue system screens before the boy's eyes confirm the turtle and tiger's breakthrough to the gold level. A giant land turtle roars in victory against a backdrop of rising gray smoke. The young man reads the interface with Xiaoba's new characteristics and powerful talents. The next holographic screen displays the updated parameters of the white tiger. Subai looks at his grown tiger with pride and calls him the master of shadows. The astonished ally wonders in surprise how Subai managed to become so strong. The guy smiles slyly and makes fun of his companion's lack of faith. The little fairy cheerfully asks the team about choosing the next dangerous target for the expedition. The girl points into the distance, at a high mountain shrouded in purple haze with a snake city. Subai agrees to go to the main city of snakes, which shocks his comrades. Dark silhouettes of powerful giants with glowing eyes tower over the ancient city. Han Zan, wearing a purple suit, is categorically against the dangerous expedition to the main city. The bespectacled companion supports Han and declares the hike to be fatal for 3 people. Subai, with a sly smile, reminds his friends of their unwavering will to seek the Tao. The guy raises his fist in victory and convinces his comrades to move forward for resources. A young warrior enthusiastically describes his future great recognition at the top of the Great Wall. With a wild passion in his eyes, the hero calls for a great feat to be accomplished for the sake of humanity. Han Zan instantly gave in to the fiery speech and clenched his fists with a furious cry of pride. Subai shakes his comrade's hand with a satisfied expression, while the bespectacled man is simply amazed at such naivety. The whole friendly foursome cheerfully follows little Zhao Hong towards the snake settlement. A lone black raven watches from a dry tree as a high castle disappears into the fog. After 3 long days of travel, a cheerful red-haired guide announces their imminent arrival. Subai puts his palm to his forehead and looks at the city ahead in amazement. In the distance, among the dense forest, a gloomy and gigantic dark-colored stone castle rises. Xiao Hong proudly tells his companions about the greatness of the main fortress of the Snake Clan. The detailed map shows a clear layout of the city's districts and 13 entrance gates. The girl mentions the mandatory entrance fee of rare purple stones for cultivation. In his hand shines a precious purple crystal filled with the purest spiritual energy. The cultivator's glowing silhouette floats in the sky among the rare elemental stones surrounding it. Subai strokes the baby's head and asks with a smile about the supplies in her magic bag. The girl tips over a golden bag, from which bright purple stones pour out like a waterfall. The men stand in complete amazement before a huge mountain of sparkling, precious crystals. Confused, Xiao Hong timidly admits that all these countless treasures really belong to her. With shining eyes, the boy takes the bag for himself, under the pretext of keeping the child's money safe. Subai triumphantly lifts the stuffed bag, while the bespectacled man suggests that they quickly enter the city. Against the backdrop of a mighty, spreading tree, the heroes decide to save on the entrance fee. A warrior dressed in a black cloak notices the peaceful behavior of wild animals in a forest clearing. Snake-like guards at the wide-open massive gates bow respectfully to the city's guests. A company in black hooded cloaks confidently walks along a paved tunnel into the fortress. The young man looks around with keen interest and sees many wild creatures around him. Hordes of monsters roam the bustling city streets, and winged creatures soar in the skies. The hooded companions anxiously discuss the colossal power of the local royal clans. The red-haired companion tells of the multi-million army of the King of the 9 Circles of Hell. A group of travelers in dark cloaks strolls slowly through a noisy city square. A translucent system window with a message from the pet pops up in front of Subai's eyes. The guy suggests that his friends split up to gather the information they need more quickly. The protagonist gives each comrade 1 crystal and sets a meeting place. The friends are outraged by Subai's greed as he leisurely walks away with the girl. The bespectacled companion invites Han to study the ancient books, but the warrior decides to look into the armory. Subai and his little companion approach a majestic stone temple with snakes. The young man lifts his hood and thinks with anticipation about the hidden treasures. The red-haired companion points her finger at the dragon flying near the stone tower. Purple barrier runes strike a flying monster with a powerful electric charge. Subai carefully looks at the shining magical signs and remembers the ancient book. The young man is amazed by the strength of the clan's protective barrier, which prohibits any flights over the city. The companion tugs at the edge of the guy's cape and warns him of the approach of strangers. Guards in the form of snakes leisurely patrol the wide stone area in front of the building. The boy asks Xiao Hong to wait for him outside and squats in front of his little companion. The hero activates the invisibility skill and turns into a translucent blue silhouette. The invisible warrior calmly walks past the snake-like guards, straight into the open doors. The snake-like guard suddenly receives a precise blow from behind and loses consciousness. Subai looks at the defeated guard with satisfaction and praises her convenient stealth technique. The man slowly opens the massive doors and looks inside the spacious hall. The guy runs with a joyful cry towards the chests with mountains of shining purple crystals. An unexpected noise from the next passage makes the hero become alert and turn around. The young man gets into a fighting stance and loudly demands that the strangers show themselves. 2 muscular guys in blue clothes look out of the doorway in surprise. Subai, with extreme indignation, recognizes the thieves who have appeared as his recent companions. The young man accuses his friends of hypocrisy and asks about the method of penetration. The tough partner, with a wide smile, admits to the accidental discovery of a secret tunnel. The protagonist calls on everyone to remain silent and take only the necessary goods. The nimble young man, with a decisive gesture, forbids his comrades to follow him deeper into the hall. Friends show backpacks filled with things and refuse to carry extra heavy loads. The metal bell slips off the bag and falls with a clang onto the stone floor. Subai furiously yells at the clumsy Han for causing a ruckus and failing to disguise himself. The serpent guard discovers the stunned fighter and raises an alert throughout the area. The fugitive uses attraction magic and orders his friends to quickly escape pursuit. Huge snakes rush at full speed towards the intruders, with raised weapons in their hands. A whole squad of snake guards runs out through the main gate in the footsteps of the robbers. The enraged snake commander hisses loudly and orders every building in the city to be searched. The fugitives, along with a little girl, hide on the roof and watch the patrols below. The guy in glasses, with obvious alarm, reports that all exits from the settlement are blocked. Subai smiles slyly and reminds his friends of the saying about the safest shelter. The partners look ahead in confusion and try to understand the hidden meaning of the other person's words. The baby screams loudly on the roof and attracts the attention of the guards by pointing at people. The snake warriors turn around in surprise at the scream and rush towards the new noise. A powerful golden cross strike instantly strikes down the stunned pursuers. The hero orders Hanyu to hide the bodies of the defeated snakes and calls the little girl to follow him. Subai carefully examines the boxes in the treasury in search of a valuable relic. The red-haired companion confidently points her hand at a door hidden behind a spell in the wall. The girl's small palm touches the stone wall and opens a secret passage. The girl tells the young man about the feeling of incredibly powerful energy behind the opened passage. The boy carefully descends the stone steps into the darkness of the underground storage facility. The hero shudders in shock when he looks at the terrible picture that opens up below. Inside the room, a giant dark tree with bones and snake bodies can be seen. Multicolored snakes writhe along the trunk of the ominous plant in a crimson glow of magic. The red-haired assistant anxiously learns of the ancient forbidden tree of 1,000 wishes. Xiao Hong indignantly recounts the clan's cruel sacrifices to raise this monster. The young man tries to remember ancient legends about such a dark artifact. The system window notifies Subai of a unique divine tree fragment. The girl points to the corpses of snakes and explains the monstrous cost of raising a fetus. The guy climbs to the top of the trunk and asks his companion about the strange growth. Subai plucks a heavy, red, rank 8 spiritual fruit from the top of the tree. The young man holds a rare sphere in his hand and asks his assistant about its properties. The baby explains the fetus's ability to greatly increase the concentration of the Lord's blood. Xiao Hong speaks of the ban on the cultivation of this plant by the 3 royal clans. The hero jumps down and decides to take the valuable tree for himself using the system. The system screen warns the owner about possible spatial disturbances. The guy resolutely reaches out his hand to the dark bark with the distorted faces of spirits. Subai places his palm on the trunk and begins to transplant the divine tree. Dazzling golden beams of energy pierce the dungeon, accompanied by a powerful roar of magic. Dangerous black rifts of distorted space suddenly appear around the boy's body. The frightened companion begs the master to immediately flee from imminent death. Raging flames and powerful bursts of energy fill the entire room around the heroes. The young man releases a magic bag and protects his companion from the raging whirlwinds of power. Subai watches through clenched teeth as the underground hall is massively destroyed. The guy tells Xiao Hong to hide and directs the artifact to the center of the spatial funnel. A glowing golden bag floats among the rubble of stones in a dark rift in space. The exhausted hero catches his breath heavily next to his joyfully smiling companion. The golden trunk is successfully moved to the personal storage among the collected resources. Subai is horrified to see his heavenly treasures rapidly disappearing near the plant. The enraged owner rains blows on the insatiable trunk and demands the return of resources. The transplanted tree begins to emit a blinding glow right in front of the heroes. At the base of the Great Wall, a guard reports to the commander about a colossal beam of light. Lord Nieching anxiously anticipates the awakening of an entity above the rank of a king. The commander, with a stern face, gives the order to immediately send reconnaissance to search. The 9-tailed foxes in the air above the city are amazed by the divine aura. The golden-haired ruler of the foxes orders her servants to immediately check the city of snakes. The Lord of the 9 Hells on the ice throne is shocked by a sudden wave of ancient energy. A powerful demon is going to personally go to the site of the surge of unknown power. At the bottom of the forbidden Lake Bishu, a colossal ancient shadow monster awakens. A shining golden artifact in the form of a scroll with a white dragon releases powerful beams of energy. In the forbidden Tomb of Swords, hundreds of blades pierced into the mountain sparkle among the storm clouds. At the bottom of the forbidden river of the falling sky, huge bodies in thick white bandages lie quietly. The divine race threatens a quick return to the mortal world and unleashes fiery rays. In the middle of the battlefield of 10,000 races, warriors look in panic at the bright flash and the trembling of the earth. The blue-skinned demon understands the cause of the disaster in horror and remembers the Tree of 1,000 Wishes. The giant panics over the secret use of forbidden arts to grow the tree. The clan leader flies away in the form of a pink beam and gives the order to retreat immediately. The ape-like fighter watches in confusion as his allies flee amidst the chaos. The beast commander commands his subordinates to immediately abandon the fight and retreat. Among the retreating army of thousands, new explosions break out, and confusion begins. The mighty bears furiously scold the escaped clan, and themselves rush away from danger with a roar. Subai looks around in shock, unable to believe the scale of destruction he has caused. A boy stands on the edge of a giant rift in the ground, amid smoke and the rubble of destroyed buildings. A silhouette in a pink glow descends rapidly from above, screaming about the desecration of the sacred tree. The 9th Platinum Elder orders the Snake Men to immediately capture the impudent enemy. Green, snake-like fighters with drawn weapons furiously rush to attack the intruder. The enraged woman raises a blade glowing with pink energy for a crushing blow. The enemy warrior sends a powerful pink wave of energy straight towards the fugitives. The young man turns around in fear and tries to protect himself from the approaching deadly attack. The golden hexagonal barrier successfully blocks the crushing blow of the pink blade. The force of the enemy's attack throws the hero back and causes him to slide across the dusty ground. A warrior in purple armor with a spear in his hands fearlessly stands up to protect his comrades. Subai is surprised to feel a surge of energy and realizes that he has broken through to the gold level. The purple-suited fighter meets the elder's swift attack with a blow from his spear. A powerful pink flash knocks the spearman off his feet and sends him flying into a pile of rubble. A wounded warrior leans heavily on his spear among the ruins and examines the hacked armor on his chest. The comrades run up to Han Yu with an offer to escape, but he demands that they leave without him and save themselves. The friends are forced to fly away in bright-colored beams, while Han prepares to cover their retreat. Han grips the weapon's shaft with determination and prepares his most powerful blade art. The enraged woman deftly cuts through the purple sickles of energy and mocks the enemy. The elder, grinning predatorily, rushes down to deliver the final, fatal blow. Han catches up with his running friends with a shout, and Subai hands him a healing spiritual fruit. The pursuer, in an indescribable rage, promises to destroy all elusive opponents. The trio of fugitives activate all their powers and rush forward in streams of multicolored energy. A pink energy beam chases 3 colored trails on the horizon at great speed. The woman is amazed to realize the speed of her opponents, which is unthinkable for a gold level. 3 hours later, the pursuers come to a cliff by the river and discuss the need to capture people. The elder looks anxiously at the forbidden area of the Falling Sky River near the Azure Pond. The tired comrades catch their breath near a huge boulder and discuss the reasons for the wild chase. A guy in a yellow uniform holds a red fruit with a smile and calls for a quick recovery. Suddenly, a powerful snake-like platinum rank elder appears in front of the fugitives. The warrior in the purple suit stands up to protect his friends and orders them to run forward. A huge, scaly snake opens its mouth wide and promises quick death to the daredevil. A powerful airstrike sends Han flying backwards, and Subai screams in horror to his comrade. The young man in the yellow suit angrily declares to the monster that he has rid this world of dangerous evil. An enraged monster with a snake tongue hanging out is preparing to finish off the impudent man. A wounded defender asks to take his comrade with glasses and leave a strong enemy to him. Han swallows the sacred fruit with determination to save humanity. Subai and his frightened companion look with alarm at their comrade's dedication. Surrounded by a glowing purple aura, the warrior orders his friends to quickly leave. A giant snake swiftly attacks the fugitives, intending to tear them to pieces. The brave man with a spear jumps and attacks the monster from above and takes the entire blow on himself. A powerful, scaly tail knocks the brave fighter straight to the ground with a crushing blow. The snake elder looks down with disdain at the fighter who has fallen into the dust. The monster freezes in surprise when the defeated enemy speaks again. The bleeding defender looks up and screams furiously, right into the monster's face. The exhausted fighter finds the last of his strength to rise and clings tightly to the tail. The scaly giant glances sideways at the stubborn man behind him with slight bewilderment. The beast suddenly flaps its huge tail and easily throws the daredevil high into the sky. A brutal, crushing blow from the tail makes the poor warrior cough up blood in pain. An enraged elder with glowing red eyes decides to use deadly magic. Dozens of shining phantom snakes rise from the ground around the helpless warrior. Numerous glowing mouths furiously bite into the defender's body from all sides. A warrior's heart-rending death cry echoes across the peaceful mountain sky with its white clouds. Subai and his bespectacled companion reach the shore of a calm azure pond. The fugitives cautiously survey the clear surface of the water and ponder their next steps. Meanwhile, the group of pursuers stops on the outskirts of a dangerous restricted area. A long-haired warrior discusses with a comrade the risk of invading forbidden lands. Enemy fighters take cautious steps forward and cross the line of the restricted area. The sky immediately darkens, and a menacing dark dragon with lightning appears before the invaders. The frightened warrior, in a panic, orders the squad to immediately flee from the dragon. Meanwhile, the main character calmly feeds the pets on the shore of a mountain pond. A young man with a fruit in his hand explains to his partner the reason for the valley's safety. The man in glasses suggests that they quickly return back to the mountains and join their forces. The guy strongly objects and points out the risk of clashing with enemy troops. A bright spark of a daring and risky idea suddenly flashes in the eyes of the young leader. With a sly smile, the young man suggests delivering a daring, sudden blow to the very heart of the enemy. A stunned, bespectacled companion screams in horror at his friend over the insane plan of attack. The tactician, confident of success, explains with a smile the plan for a stealthy flanking maneuver. The young man in the yellow suit confidently reassures his partner and offers to save Old Man Han. The main character loudly calls his well-fed pets and tells them to quickly set out on their journey. Su Bai, who was running ahead, shared with his comrade his conclusions about the futility of fighting strong enemies. Both fugitives rush along a forest path and discuss the correct tactics for retreating from pursuit. The bespectacled man sadly agrees with the huge difference in strength between the fighters' ranks. The young man abruptly stops his companion with his hand when he sees the silhouettes of enemies among the trees. In the depths of the forest, a beast-like demon, with a whip and a gray beast, are escorting a tied-up prisoner. Subai peered out from the bushes, thinking about a safe escape plan. With a wide grin, the cunning tactician announces his new trick to his alarmed friend. The cruel beastman swings his whip at the wounded captive in purple with a grin. A sudden, commanding shout makes the muscular monster freeze in surprise, whip in hand. Dressed in black cloaks, the heroes come out to meet the guard, disguised as important envoys. The battered old man Han, with his broken face, recognizes his savior with amazement and hope. The hooded man gives the captive a sharp, resounding slap in the face to maintain his disguise. Subai sternly states the elder's order to personally collect supplies from the local cat clan. The stunned beastman tries to object, but immediately receives a sharp and harsh response. The young man's menacing gaze makes the frightened guard immediately bow his head in submission. Obeying strict orders, the obedient guard agrees to lead the guests into the closed base. Near a huge tree, the squad urgently demands that the elder of the ghost cats be summoned. The gray-haired clan leader respectfully apologizes to the hooded envoy for the unexpected visit. The bearded cat is surprised by the frequent extortions, but the guest justifies everything by the heavy losses at the front. The impostor emotionally yells at the elder and reminds him of the sacrifices made for the common cause. The young man's chilling gaze finally suppresses any will in the elder to argue further. The ashamed head of the cat clan promises to immediately hand over 10,000 valuable materials. The bespectacled man mentally admires his friend's unrivaled acting talent and impudence. A respectful elder gestures for the guests to enter the warehouse to receive the promised goods. Deep in the cave, an old man displays boxes of ruby spiritual stones as a gift to the ambassadors. The hooded young man smiles contentedly and promises to convey words of gratitude to senior management. Subai orders that food be brought and that they be left alone to interrogate the prisoner. Left without supervision, Han asks to quickly untie the ropes and suggests killing the guards. The satisfied leader points to the boxes of healing fruits while his partner cuts the bonds on his hands. Subai suddenly interrupts the conversation and draws the attention of his friends to the strange phenomenon around him. The young man looks anxiously at his palm, from which a bright, fiery aura is radiating in clouds. The stunned comrades, fruits in hand, notice how their spiritual energy melts away before their eyes. The young man points out to his comrades a mysterious dark passage in the depths of the stone hall. The friends decide to immediately go deeper into the tunnel and find out the source of the power absorption. Inside the spacious grotto, the heroes come across rows of kneeling cat statues. Behind the shining dome, a giant skeleton of an ancient monster with glowing eye sockets is revealed. On the top of a huge skull stands a stone figure of a swordsman with a shining blade in his hands. The Trinity gazes in fascination at the sacred shrine, with the dark beast sleeping at the barrier in the background. Hanzan puts up a shining golden shield and blocks the sudden attack of the black tail. The agile ghost cat quickly disappears into the darkness of the narrow cave passage. From the dark corners of the cave, a multitude of stone panthers begin to rise up around the squad. A large pack of revived cats surrounds the group and prepares to attack together. Old Man Hu grips the dark staff and takes charge of holding back the swift stone enemies. With a wave of both hands, the man raises a powerful whirlwind against the attacking stone cats. Hanzan imbues his long fighting staff with purple aura for a devastating strike. Bright purple flashes cut through the air and dismember the attacking ghostly beasts. The gray predator merely grins angrily and easily withstands the attack of the highest level of gold. Subai anxiously assesses the tightness of the cave and urges his companions to break through immediately. At this moment, the young man releases a glowing ancient blade from the stone pedestal. A huge two-handed sword bursts into flames of bright purple and flies straight towards an ally. The young man, with an open smile, advises his faithful comrade to take this magnificent blade. The warrior in the purple suit readily reaches out his hand to the shining greatsword. The swordsman eagerly assumes a fighting stance and prepares to test the power of the great blade. The fighter swings his flaming purple blade powerfully towards the leaping beast. A bright crimson arc of a blade cuts through the air in front of the attacking monster with a roar. A stunned Hanzan is amazed to realize the blade's unprecedented destructive power. The body of the defeated monster falls to the ground, to the complete delight of the watching Subai. A satisfied Hanzan laughs loudly and rejoices at such a valuable find in the depths of the rocks. The squad resolutely fights its way to freedom through the ranks of ghostly predators. Subai is the first to jump out of the cave and suddenly notices an ambush waiting outside. An enraged beastman elder with a staff accuses humans of desecrating the shrine. The beast chieftain with a staff gives a furious order to his pack to tear 3 people to pieces. A motley pack of wild felines attacks people with a menacing roar. Having assessed the huge number of enemies, the young summoner calmly takes the initiative. The young man raises his hand to the sky and simultaneously calls upon all his spiritual pets. A ferocious white tiger and a huge spiny turtle rush onto the battlefield. The enemy elder, in a rage, demands that the pack first kill the summoner himself. Subai notices the light disk flying towards him and orders the beasts to attack with full force. Old Man Hu bravely shields the young man and takes the magic projectile onto his body. The young man carefully supports the wounded old man and hands him the healing spiritual fruit. The summoner firmly promises his ally to crush the hostile tribe of ghost cats. Subai gives battle commands to the little fairy Xiao Hong, the turtle Xiao Ba, and the tiger Xiao Bai. The fire fairy surrounds the victim with a protective aura, while Subai searches for the main target. The cat chief mocks the enemy's gold rank, but he prepares a powerful explosion. A blinding cross-shaped beam of crushing energy instantly cuts through the forest slope. The frightened tribal elder recognizes with horror the legendary sacred weapon of the beast. The young fighter victoriously raises his shining hand upward, amidst the clouds of rising dust. Subai orders his comrades to leave immediately, while the pets hold the defense from behind. A swordsman in purple armor quickly drags his wounded comrade away from the zone of a powerful explosion. The enraged giant predators quickly overtake the retreating fighters on the mountainside. The patrolling snakemen notice a bright flash in the sky and rush to the site of the recent battle. The white-haired ruler on the blue throne thoughtfully studies the urgent message he received. The ruler is furious at the use of the sacred weapon and suspects a conspiracy. The overlord jumps up from his throne in anger and orders 2 diamond fighters to destroy Subai. An officer at military headquarters informs Lord Ni Qing of two approaching enemies. Lord Nie Qing immediately orders two strong fighters to be sent to assist Su Bai. The experienced general additionally orders the dispatch of the Golden Fire Cavalry. The three fugitives rush forward at full speed across the rocky plain without stopping. A flying demoness with a creepy smile suddenly blocks the squad's path to salvation. A terrifying adversary with glowing eyes promises to grind pathetic people into fine powder. A sudden enemy attack knocks both companions off their feet and sends them flying backwards. A giant scaly snake grows mockingly behind the shocked Su Bai. The knocked-down comrades fall to the rocky ground with a crash from the powerful blow. The wounded companions beg Su Bai to ignore them and run away. The young warrior surrounds himself with a golden aura and flatly refuses to retreat. Three multicolored beams of pet energy merge into a bright, blinding flash. A guy in winged green armor fearlessly points a shining blade at the enemy. The winged demoness transforms her arms into huge scythes and attacks the guy. The demonic creature's sharp sickle strikes the hero's blade with a deafening ringing sound. The shockwave repels the monster's attack and sends the demoness flying to the side. The winged warrior makes a swift, slashing cut right between the two monsters. The shocked companions watch in utter amazement at the strength of the young golden warrior. A shining slash from the golden sword effortlessly cuts off the creature's strong scythe. The frightened demons repair the damage and decide to immediately finish off the enemy. A huge, scaly serpent spews a thick curtain of venom at the fighters standing below. Thick, poisonous clouds of gas quickly swirl in the air into a single, dense lump. From the acrid green smoke, a toothy maw of a fusion of monsters emerges mockingly. A gigantic, ugly monster towers over the young swordsman, who is ready for battle. The furious beast forms a sphere of dark, destructive magic in its clawed paws. The monster's powerful purple beam crashes down on the hero's shining shield with a roar. A colossal column of dark energy crushes the ground and creates a shockwave. Two wounded allies are thrown aside by the incredible explosive force. The young warrior looks back with genuine concern at his friends who were injured by the explosion. The enraged swordsman concentrates a clot of blinding, furious flame in his hand. A blazing phoenix of bright fire magic attacks the monster's face at high speed. The creepy creature swallows the bird with its insatiable mouth with a mocking laugh. The multi-armed creature raises a huge sphere of darkness above the swordsman flying towards it. The fearless fighter bursts into a blinding flame right in the air before striking. The guy in green armor makes a swift lunge and shouts his determination to win. The multi-armed, snake-like demoness mockingly declares her own invulnerability in this battle. The monster suddenly senses the imminent approach of a dangerous diamond rank expert and bares its teeth. The creature deals a powerful blow to the young man and regrets with annoyance the lack of time for a lengthy reprisal. The monster opens its huge mouth on its stomach and completely pulls the wounded warrior inside. The snake demon crosses his arms angrily over his chest and is about to blow himself up along with the captive. Two men below panic as they realize the impending, fatal self-detonation of their treacherous enemy. A blinding golden beam of lightning pierces the flaming pink sphere at tremendous speed. A powerful explosion of colossal force shakes the entire surrounding space with a bright flash. The comrades freeze at the edge of a deep, smoking crater in front of a shimmering protective dome. The soldiers are relieved to recognize General Lin Zhengnan and are surprised by Su Bai's rescue from the trap. The military leader, who had arrived just in time, carefully kept the exhausted young swordsman on his feet. A stern general with a scar on his face reflects on the reasons for the elder's desperate act. The experienced commander praises the boys for their fortitude and strictly orders an immediate retreat. The silhouettes of two new powerful opponents suddenly appear in the skies above the gorge. The squad faces formidable diamond experts from the Great Bear and Black Python clans. A colossal shockwave from a powerful explosion reaches the enemy army on the plain. The red-haired warrior shields her face from the gust of the storm and looks anxiously into the distance. The commander of the demonic cats flies over the formation of beasts and gives the order to send reinforcements. Enemy experts hover in the air among the rocks, preparing a deadly combined attack. A tall giant hurls a huge rock straight at the retreating defenseless fighters. Lin Zhengnan instantly creates a wide, shining barrier in the air to save his comrades. A powerful shock shakes the earth and makes the wounded warriors shudder from the power of the enemy. The general holds the shield and hurriedly demands that Subai and his partners immediately leave the battlefield. The tense military leader raises his voice and reminds his subordinates of strict military discipline. One of the allies takes Subai by the arm and persuades him to obey the leader's direct order. 3 warriors burst into multicolored energy and quickly rush from their place into the depths of the canyon. A huge boulder falls from the sky with a roar, blocking the escape route for the fugitives. A muscular giant blocks the path of the 3 heroes and mockingly taunts them. The second expert attacks General Lin with poisonous energy snakes from above. Subai bravely summons the white tiger, the tortoise, and the fire fairy to decisively repel the enemy. The enemy strongman laughs loudly and concentrates the blazing golden flame on the fingers of his hand. A crushing blow effortlessly sends the young summoner and all his spirits flying in different directions. The mighty bearded man looms over his fallen enemies, celebrating his complete superiority. A spear suddenly flew in with a scarlet flash and pierced the right shoulder of the self-confident giant. A squad of imperial warriors in scarlet cloaks and helmets furiously descends upon the enemy from the skies. The wounded defenders joyfully welcome the appearance of the legendary Golden Fire Cavalry. The wounded giant of the Bear Clan looks with horror at the arriving enemy reinforcements. The inspired young man raises his faithful beasts to their feet and calls for a decisive blow. Cavalry warriors deliver a crushing attack with their spears from above onto enemy positions. The white tiger rushes forward furiously and tries to pierce the enemy's stone shield with its shining claws. The dark-haired youth confidently shouts at the enemy, along with his powerful summoned beasts. The giant turtle fires a powerful beam of fire straight towards the enemy giant. The powerful warrior puts his hands forward and surrounds himself with a protective golden glow from the flying stones. The mustachioed warrior clenches his teeth in anger and shouts out words about the invincibility of his great clan. A nimble warrior with long ears dodges a blow in clouds of bright purple magical energy. A man with a sword made of pure blue energy hovers in the air and menacingly promises to destroy his enemies. A shining arcing slash cuts through the sky directly above the turtle, causing the opponent to fall backwards. A huge brown bear growls ferociously and swings its sharp claws at the soldiers surrounding it. Multiple elemental skills of lightning and flame simultaneously rain down on the mighty bear. The pointy-eared fighter falls back in purple flames and realizes his lack of strength in single combat. The wounded beast decides to cover the retreat of an ally from a hail of blue energy projectiles. The young man reproaches his enemies for cowardice and immediately gives the command to his beast to finish off the retreating ones. The two-headed turtle opens its jaws in fury and concentrates spheres of deadly light to strike. An enemy warrior watches in horror as a giant monster controls 2 elements at once. A devastating double beam pierces the bear's back and causes it to cough up thick blood. Deadly flaming spears cut through the air at great speed towards the retreating enemy. The flaming projectile pierces the giant bear and finally knocks it to the ground. A warrior with an energy blade rushes in pursuit and fires a bright projectile after the enemy. A powerful explosion rocks the cliff face and knocks the enemy to the rocky ground in a cloud of smoke. The defeated fighter opens his mouth in horror and notices the approach of an ominous black shadow. The white sacred tiger pins its enemy to the ground with its powerful claws and growls menacingly at him. The pointy-eared enemy panics from helplessness and cannot believe in the appearance of the sacred beast. At the front line, a human soldier furiously cuts down the enemy's beast-like warriors with his sword. The white-haired alien warlord hangs proudly in the air amidst a bright blue glow. A human leader in a fur coat hovers in front of the enemy and demands that they admit defeat. The pointy-eared overlord angrily declares the betrayal of his allied clans and the inflexibility of his race. The experienced human commander recalls with a slight smile the 100 years of preparation for this counterattack. The elven ruler taunts the imminent death of his old adversary. The enemy commander points his hand towards the valley and orders the entire army to retreat to the river. Subai rides victoriously on a white tiger at the head of a detachment of returning comrades. The companions are leisurely relaxing on the spacious shell of the turtle and discussing the speed of movement. The young man notices a scout standing on the top of the cliff and looks ahead warily. From the top of the cliff, there is a wide view of the river and a huge concentration of retreating enemy troops. A man with a scar on his face happily explains to his comrades the reasons for the enemy army's flight. The squad members smile and discuss the military merits they received for the victory on their way to headquarters. In a spacious valley in front of the mountains, there was a huge and strictly organized military camp of people. The heroes gather in a spacious military tent around a long table to discuss the successes of the campaign. The little phoenix girl eats the roasted leg with gusto and praises the master's treat. The commander, holding a mug in his hands, laughs loudly and sincerely praises the young man for his unusual resourcefulness. The general invites all the soldiers to rest and promises to throw a feast in honor of the victory. Subai raises his hand and states that the holiday can wait a little. The young man rubs his gloves with a sly smile and starts talking about the merits due. The commander laughingly promises a generous reward and reminds us of the upcoming battles. Lin Zhen-nan informs the general that Subai has personally defeated 2 powerful enemies. Nia Qing is very surprised by such a feat and listens to the guy's story about the animals. An experienced officer drinks hot tea and orders him to secretly protect the young genius. The guard makes a firm promise to protect Subai at the cost of his own life. At the evening celebration, the general solemnly raises his mug to the people's victory. Students joyfully clink glasses over a table set with meat dishes. Han Zhang, wearing purple armor, sincerely thanks his saviors for saving his life. The friends are cheerfully discussing sending valuable trophies to their home university. The rescued fighter, with a broad smile, promises to repay him in full for the rescue. The guy in the yellow suit notices that his comrade has received a divine weapon. The man loudly slams his mug down on the wooden table next to a huge sword. The owner of the blade admits with annoyance that he has not yet revealed the secret of the sword. Nia Qing carefully examines the blade and states that there is an ancient seal on it. The officer explains that only a warrior of the king's level can break the seal. Subai is taken aback by the difficult conditions, but Han Zhang is full of fighting enthusiasm. Friends clink their full glasses together to celebrate their comrade's speedy rise to prominence. The next day, the academy director is seen on the wall, thinking about his students with concern. A messenger in a scarlet cloak brings news of the defeat of the enemies at full speed. The defenders of the fortress joyfully raise their hands and shout about the triumph of humanity. In the dark throne room, a white-haired elf bows before the supreme overlord. The formidable Biyan sits on the throne and sternly scolds the servant for his defeat. The elven advisor justifies himself and suggests attacking Shanhai Guan. The servant also mentions the capture of the Holy Maiden by the people of the Demon Phoenix clan. The overlord hands his subordinate a crystal with sacred blood for a new attack. Nia Qing shows a map of the enemy's troop positions on a huge screen. Officers at a long conference table study a tactical map intently. A scientist in a white coat proposes a plan to counter the impending threat. The commanders recognize the danger and discuss the consequences of a possible fall of the fortress. The general gives the order to send 200,000 troops to the Jianzhou base. Lin Zhen-nan takes command and vows to fight to the death to the end. The adjutant in the office reports to the commander about the arrival of a young warrior. Subai smiles awkwardly and asks for a new set of armor to replace the broken one. The general suddenly leans towards the guy and asks him directly about his feelings for Yan Ran. A confused young man listens attentively to the story of his combat girlfriend's mother's illness. A man with a scar on his forehead bitterly reproaches himself for not paying attention to his loved ones. Subai firmly punches his chest and vows to take care of the girl. The general pats Subai on the shoulder and talks about the upcoming grand battle at Shanhai Guan. The officer informs the boy of special instructions from Nia Qing and sends him straight to him. A girl in formal clothes escorts Subai to the open terrace where Nia Qing stands. Nia Qing tosses the youth a gold card to exchange for the lord's armor in the supply department. The delighted boy folds his palms and sincerely thanks the generous mentor. A man in a cloak asks a young warrior to accompany him on a dangerous journey to the lake. Hearing the name of the deadly place and the name of the dragon, Subai's eyes widened in horror. The interlocutor, with a slight grin, asks the frightened guy the reason for such panic. The master creates a glowing blue rift and urges the confused student to follow. Subai, with a determined cry, steps into the glowing portal towards the unknown. Finding himself on the shore of a huge mountain lake, the guy is surprised by the dead silence. Niqing calls out loudly to the water's surface and calls for the azure dragon to appear. The guy, with an awkward smile, timidly suggests that the mighty monster is not there. The sky above the mountain lake is instantly covered with heavy thunderclouds from the alien power. From the depths of the seething pond, a dark shadow appears among bright flashes of lightning. As the storm approaches, the frightened young man realizes the beast's incredible fury. A gigantic azure dragon bursts out of the foaming waves onto the shore with a menacing roar. A monstrous mouth with sharp fangs rushes at great speed straight towards people. The man grabs the student by the collar and urgently demands that he use source resonance. Subai folded his fingers and instantly burst into a bright golden aura. Rising into the air next to his mentor, the boy attracts the attention of the great beast. The giant dragon freezes in surprise and menacingly asks about the fate of his master. Niqing explains the death of the old master and introduces the young man as his successor. The ancient monster stares at the hovering hero and recognizes the familiar energy. Subai politely asks the legendary creature how exactly he can help. Qinglong points out the boy's weakness, and he humbly agrees with this reproach. The legendary beast agrees to give its power one day, in exchange for 3 drops of essence. The azure beast hopes to maintain his sanity, thanks to the unique aura of this blood. The mighty giant speaks of an ancient tomb and the last will of its deceased owner. At the command of the senior companion, Subai sends a sparkling beam of energy forward. 3 glowing drops of pure blood essence smoothly descend onto the dragon's tongue. With heavy eyelids closed, the majestic azure dragon absorbs the power of blood. Suddenly, the dragon opens its mouth and screams in shock at the unusual nature of this blood. Qinglong, in complete amazement, admits that his consciousness has been fully restored. The stunned young man confusedly reports that he is studying at an ordinary military university. Pleased with the power he has received, the dragon says goodbye and quickly swims away into the depths. A holographic menu with a taming offer appears before Subai's eyes. The guy angrily protests the system's message about the complete impossibility of taming. Niqing creates a reverse blue portal and calls his companion to return to base. Garrison soldiers stand in front of the base's huge screens, enthusiastically praising Subai's military successes. The base's huge information board displays Subai's leadership in combat merit. Fellow soldiers are amazed at the incredible number of military points the guy has accumulated. Subai comes to the logistics department to request a set of Lord-level armor. The receptionist is amazed by the young man's audacious desire to obtain armor of such a high rank. In response, the guy calmly places a special token on the counter to confirm his right. The girl is shocked to learn the real pass from the influential master and changes the tone of the conversation. The employee reminds the visitor of the colossal cost of the selected equipment in points. The hero, smiling, hands over his comrade's promissory notes to cover the entire amount. The young man grins slyly at the memory of the commitments drawn up by his partners. The worker quickly checks the fingerprints on the papers and confirms the successful write-off of the points. On the main rating board, the scores of 2 debtors instantly drop to 0. The crowd around the screens stares in complete bewilderment at the abruptly changed statistics. The affected friends are screaming in panic about the loss of all their honestly earned points. The angry warriors rush to the pickup point to investigate the circumstances of the theft. The clerk shows the stunned boys their own signed debt documents. The confused fighters silently examine the familiar papers with their personal fingerprints. The boys are annoyed to realize Subai's insidious plan while they are trying to escape from their enemies together. The debtors crumple up the useless sheets of paper with a sigh and resign themselves to their comrade's cunning trick. Dressed in the Lord's magnificent armor, the hero proudly parades before the astonished crowd. Envious onlookers whisper and even jokingly suggest robbing the rich young man. A joyful Subai waves his hand and quickly walks towards his gloomy friends. A contented young man jokingly complains about the size of his new armor right in front of his angry friends. The offended partners silently turn around and quickly walk away from the boastful winner. Meanwhile, in Shanhaiguan, the gray-haired warrior reports to the leader about the readiness of the troops. The mighty horned demon listens to the report with satisfaction and clenches his fist in anticipation. The formidable leader carefully surveys the countless army of monsters before the decisive offensive. The horned commander promises to provide support with 100,000 ferocious barbarian bulls. The mighty leader lights a bright fire mark on his palm to call for reinforcements. The enraged leader raises his hand high and releases a blazing scarlet crescent into the dark sky. A gigantic fiery slash cuts through the gloomy skies above the endless ranks of gathered creatures. Ferocious monsters begin to rapidly burst out of the blazing spatial rift. Huge bulls with massive blades and heavy axes land furiously on the battlefield. The elven ally bows his head in respect and thanks his master for his powerful assistance. The commander calls upon the horde to tear the people apart and put an end to the human race. A countless horde of bull-headed warriors rushes down the rocky mountainside with a wild roar. The gray-haired elf extends his hand forward and loudly gives the order for a general assault. A motley assortment of ferocious beasts and winged monsters, grinning furiously, rush to attack. The red-haired warrior, at the head of a winged squad, declares the beginning of a centuries-old revenge. The woman screams furiously about the captured saint and calls for people to be completely wiped off the face of the earth. The winged army of demons unanimously picks up the battle cry and soars upward to meet the enemies. A huge army of monsters and winged creatures is rapidly rushing to storm Shanhai Guan. The guy in the yellow suit and his embarrassed companion are stunned by the sudden news of the wedding. The man sitting at the table suggests setting the celebration for the 16th of this month. An embarrassed Yan Ran timidly tells her father that she is not ready, and Subai agrees with her. The head of the family asks the young man again about his intentions and finally approves the date of the ceremony. An agitated messenger suddenly runs into the office with an alarming report from the troops. The herald cries out about an attack by thousands of races, and the general coldly confirms his expectations. The assistant asks for an order, and Mr. Ni Qing orders the fortress's defenses to be strengthened. Surrounded by a bright aura, the warrior hovers in the air and promises to crush enemies for the sake of the Lin family. Flying warriors with spears and ground troops of monsters rush into a furious attack. The bearded commander calls the soldiers the elite of humanity and orders them to prepare their weapons. The defenders of the fortress draw their blades and prepare to repel the onslaught of the approaching monsters. A scar-faced officer furiously gives the order to open fire with energy cannons. Powerful laser beams from the walls of the fortress begin to shoot at the creatures flying in the sky. At this time, Subai is meditating in the middle of the room, surrounded by rare magical crystals. The young man trains hard, wanting to quickly increase his current level. The boy's body is engulfed in a blinding flame of energy during a heavy breakthrough of forces. People standing outside the base look in shock at the giant pillar of light reaching into the sky. Shrouded in sparks of energy, Subai announces with a smile that he has reached the platinum level. The soldiers passing by were surprised and assumed that the guy had made a successful breakthrough. The girl in white reports to Commander Nie Qing about the young cultivator's success. The experienced leader remarks with a smile that this guy can surpass Luofan himself. Master Nie Qing decides to send the young man to the battlefield and orders the students to be gathered. On the coast of the Endless Sea in the Forbidden Lands, a huge force of monsters is gathering. The horned giant leads his army to the water to launch a surprise attack, bypassing the fortress. The red-haired warrior and the white-haired elf warn the chieftain about the reaper in the depths of the sea. The leader shows a shining scarlet crystal for safe passage across the sea. The demon raises the artifact high into the air and commandingly orders the army to follow him. The leader's massive boot confidently takes the first step straight across the sandy seabed. The elf envies the mighty treasure, while the sea waters part before the demon. The white-haired warrior orders his subordinates to close ranks and keep up with their leader. A huge glowing dome covers the army of monsters and sinks to the very bottom of the ocean. The red-haired warrior recalls the ancient covenants of the clan about the dangers of the sea depths. The white-haired elf points his finger into the dark water in panic, noticing the monsters. Ominous humanoids with shark heads and tridents emerge from the ocean darkness. The stunned warrior feels the gaze of others and thinks with horror about the nearby reaper. The companion asks for further instructions, and the horned giant orders him to go forward boldly. The glowing pink dome continues to move smoothly forward along the seabed. Suddenly, huge streams of hot, deadly lava crash into the water from above. The leader, in fear, puts his hand forward and sharply orders the army to stop. The red-haired warrior, in great fear, recognizes the forbidden lands of the gods. The horned leader Bi Yan orders to bypass the dangerous obstacle. The elf raises his hand and loudly orders the troops to stay away from the labyrinth. A day later, a huge army of monsters reaches the coast and stops for rest. The white-haired scout reports to the leader about his imminent arrival at the enemy fortress. The map shows a cunning plan to suddenly bypass the pass from the sea. The mighty Bi Yan anticipates the swift and complete destruction of the forces of humanity. The elven warrior proposes a plan to eliminate the fortress's strongest defenders. The red-haired elder agrees to follow the general plan for the sake of saving the saint. The leader of the enemy forces laughs maliciously at the inevitable fall of the people. At night, 3 monster leaders watch the human military base from the top of a cliff. The invaders decide to strike a crushing blow in the darkest hour before dawn. The formidable Bi Yan gives the final order to launch a full-scale assault. A sudden yellow flash of energy illuminates the rock as it takes off at a rapid rate. The white-haired elf flies ahead of the winged warriors and commands them to destroy the fortress. Countless hordes of monsters rush towards the people's positions with furious cries. A lookout at the base notices enemy silhouettes and can't believe his own eyes. The soldiers watch in stupefaction as a huge army of alien races approaches. Fierce monsters break through the perimeter and begin to destroy the base's fortifications. The officer hurriedly pulls on his jacket and demands that the general be immediately informed about the attack. The commander calls on the soldiers not to panic and to prepare heavy weapons for battle. The base defender points anxiously at the approaching flying creatures. A frightened soldier notices with horror a giant glow in the night sky. The red-haired warrior lifts a huge blazing sun over her head. A fireball explodes with a roar on the base, knocking people off their feet with the blast wave. A soldier pulls his wounded comrade aside and shouts about his grave situation. The elf, floating in the air, laughs maliciously at the devastating consequences of the attack. The pointy-eared warrior approaches Bi Yan and offers to personally finish off the defenders. The horned chieftain declares his intention to lure He Qing himself into a trap. General Lin Zhengnan is enveloped in a radiance and learns of the destruction of the cannon shells. The commander is furious when he notices the silhouettes of enemy leaders in the stormy sky. Lin Zhengnan rises into the air on a pillar of energy and challenges his enemies to battle. With a shining sword in his hand, the defender angrily reproaches the king of the underworld for his meanness. The white-haired elf grins ominously and concentrates pink energy in his palm. The enemy mage forms a giant blade of light and threatens the general with death. A huge pink sickle of energy whistles and flies straight towards the hovering general. A skilled defender jumps to block a devastating attack with his glowing sword. The general grits his teeth and with great difficulty holds back the onslaught of enemy magic. The commander's eye flashes with implacable rage and determination to win. The warrior desperately takes the blow and vows to protect humanity at any cost. Ling Zhengnan screamed furiously amidst a powerful explosion of his own scarlet energy. The commander forms a glowing sphere in his hand and threatens the enemy invaders. The warrior launches a deadly red sickle of magic at an enemy hovering in the air. The white-haired elf calmly dodges the bloody blade cutting through the air. An arrogant alien with long hair looks contemptuously at the wounded general. The soldiers on the walls of the pass enthusiastically call on their comrades not to lose heart. People with weapons in their hands boldly rush forward to defend their native pass. A horned demon hovers in the sky next to an elf and mocks the insignificant people. A dangerous invader extends a clawed hand and threatens to wipe out people completely. A sudden magical disc crashes into the ground, raising clouds of thick dust. The fallen commander lies among the rubble and whispers words with difficulty. The evil ruler bows respectfully to the demon and promises to finish off the prey himself. The white-haired lord accumulates a dazzling purple blade in his hand to strike. A deadly purple beam falls swiftly from the sky onto the helpless general. A huge armored turtle suddenly blocks the attack with a golden barrier. Subai, riding on horseback with a white tiger and a squad of fighters, rushes to the aid of the general. The young man clenches his teeth in anger over the attack on the city and the wounding of the bride's father. Summoned magical beasts take up combat positions on the destroyed site. Shrouded in golden light, Subai soars into the sky and challenges the powerful enemy. The armored defenders pick up the wounded general and carry him to safety. Bright streams of golden energy rush from the heavens straight towards the standing beasts. Horned Biyan watches in amazement at the man's sudden display of power. Subai spreads his wings behind his back and menacingly promises to punish the dangerous stranger. The bespectacled man and his partner enthusiastically discuss their friend's incredible increase in strength. The astonished soldiers look with bated breath at the defender soaring in the sky. An enraged Subai, blade at the ready, swiftly dives towards the elven lord. The enemy leader grins and declares the superiority of his true strength. A colossal sphere of fire erupts in the sky, blinding the warriors standing below. The fighters recover from the explosion and decide to attack the remaining monsters around. People engage in a fierce battle with horned monsters under the cover of magic. The winged youth cuts through the air and directs a sharp blade straight into the center of the enemy. The demonic elf holds out his palm and concentrates a charge of purple flame. A multitude of pink energy tentacles descend upon the glowing sphere. Powerful wings close together to form a dense shield and absorb the blows of enemy elements. Subai grinned cheekily from under the protection of his wings and mocked the stranger. The enraged white-haired elf instantly attacks the enemy from behind. The guy falls down screaming after a crushing blow from the enemy's blade. The comrade in purple armor turns around in fear to the place where the hard fall happened. The mad enemy laughs in the air and promises the complete extermination of the human race. A bright azure beam of light suddenly bursts out from the clouds of thick gray smoke. The white-haired elf suddenly notices the deadly attack and freezes in horror. A bright blue beam pierces the enemy's chest right in the middle of a stormy sky. Master Nia Qing emerges from the smoke and rebukes the king of the underworld for attacking the weak. The defenders on the wall joyfully shout about the arrival of the great human king. The wounded elf clutches his chest and hisses in rage at the master who appears. Nia Qing confidently strides through the air towards the enemy's top commanders. The horned demon grins and declares his intention to kill the human leader. The enemy creates giant purple claws against the master's shining blades. A powerful collision of two energies tears apart the very space in the heavens. The fighters on the ground watch the fierce battle between the supreme masters with great awe. The demon lord summons a massive purple avatar behind him. Nia Qing responds by summoning a majestic azure giant with swords. Two giant ghostly warriors clash in a fierce battle. The azure giant angrily grabs the purple monster's hands. The master's shining blue blade plunges deep into the enemy avatar's body. Both colossal projections simultaneously shatter into tiny pieces. The horned opponent assesses the opponent's skill with an evil grin. In the enemy lord's hand, an ominous scarlet crystal of deadly power flares up. A sharp, crimson spike suddenly pierces the human king's shoulder. Bloody tentacles entangle the master's body and begin to suck out his life. The king of hell rejoices at the effect of the ancient divine blood. Subai and his comrades look at the trapped leader in alarm. The demonic monster laughs loudly and predicts the imminent death of humanity. Entangled in tentacles, Nia Qing only smiles mockingly in response to the threats. The azure seal of the blade suddenly begins to shine on the horned chieftain's chest. A huge sword of light suddenly pierces the demon right through his armor. The bleeding enemy continues to talk about the inevitable fall of people. The monster furiously presses the shards of dark crystal into its own chest. A breathless Nia Qing summons the last sword and delivers the order to young Subai. A thick scarlet cocoon finally covers the head of the screaming master. Subai, in a furious despair, plunges his sword into the slabs and screams in helplessness. The enemy leader announces the death of the king and orders an assault on the pass. The blonde elf unleashes a destructive magical volley on the fortress walls. A huge horde of ferocious creatures rushes into the resulting breach with a wild roar. A soldier in a protective helmet watches with horror as the monsters break into the courtyard. A sudden flash of golden energy shakes the stone floor in front of the monsters. Shrouded in radiance, Subai rushes to save the scarlet cocoon with his sword at the ready. A furious twin slash of the golden blade strikes the hard shell of the cocoon. The guy's powerful blow leaves no trace on the dense crimson surface. The Horned Lord indifferently declares the complete inevitability of the master's death. The young man looks furiously at his enemy over the blade of his sword and vows to avenge his mentor. The boy raises his hand to the dark sky and calls for help from a powerful azure dragon. From the thunderclouds appears a huge head of a sacred beast, sparkling with blue lightning. The enormous dragon hovers behind the swordsman and calmly notes the speed of its summoning. The demonic monster looks in horror at the lizard that appears and refuses to believe his eyes. The fortress defenders watch in amazement as the boy controls the legendary creature. A swordsman shrouded in a golden glow asks a winged ally to help him defeat a dangerous enemy. The horned monster concentrates a colossal sphere of dark energy between its clawed paws. The monster raises the black sphere to meet the shining blade rapidly falling from above. The creature's gigantic mouth opens in a furious scream, trying to devour the enemy. The young warrior, with a loud battle cry, pierces space with the shining tip of his weapon. A blinding golden beam pierces through the dark clot of magic above the base's territory. A powerful explosion lights up the sky and spreads out in wide white shockwaves throughout the area. The enemy grips the red-hot blade in his palm and anxiously recognizes the spiritual power of Master Nie Qing. The pierced monster realizes that the master has transferred the rest of his life force to the blade. The wounded giant's face cracks, and he acknowledges the great fighter's superiority. The monster's stone body crumbles into pieces, after which the heavenly serpent says goodbye to the hero. The azure tail of the giant dragon slowly disappears among the dark storm clouds. A white-haired elf looks down from a cliff at the fires below and is surprised by the death of his commander. The pointy-eared invader grins ominously and anticipates the further advance of his army. The enemy leader fires a bright purple beam into the sky, giving the order to attack. Subai descends to the ground with a scarlet cocoon in his hands, while his alarmed allies rush towards him. The partners run closer and excitedly ask the guy about the condition of their commander. The swordsman quickly assigns responsibilities and decides to immediately deliver the wounded to headquarters. The remaining fighter loudly commands the water mages to extinguish the fire near the fortress's protective walls. In the operations center, soldiers study a holographic map with marks of the enemy breakthrough. A bearded scientist wearing glasses clenches his fist and declares the country on the highest level of combat alert. A signalman ran into the hall with an urgent report about the critical situation in Jianzhou. Upon hearing of the attack on their hometown, the young man and his companion freeze in complete shock. Subai resolutely demands to be sent to the rescue of the besieged metropolis, together with his friend. The commander-in-chief orders the activation of teleports and the transfer of troops to the front lines. The guy with glasses hurries to get ready to go out, and the swordsman asks the doctor about the condition of the wounded. The doctor sadly reports that Mr. Nie Qing's condition remains extremely serious. The officers at the long table urge the young man not to despair and to focus on the mission. The swordsman walks down the corridor and vows to save his family by destroying the invading army. On the streets of Jianzhou, ferocious monsters destroy buildings and pursue fleeing citizens. In the mayor's office, military leadership organizes the urgent evacuation of civilians to shelters. The mayor orders military university cadets to rescue people from the blockaded area. The mustachioed official pompously promises the mayor to make every effort to save civilians. A guard in a bulletproof vest bursts into the room and announces the arrival of new hordes of enemies through the portal. Officials are shocked to realize that the monsters have decided to attack Jianzhou first. The officer learns from his assistant with a folder about the urgent deployment of the 7th Corps to help. The city's defenders are determined to fight to their last breath among the smoking ruins. Subai and his comrade jump out of the purple portal, straight onto the destroyed street. A young warrior looks with bitterness at a bloody children's toy on the asphalt. Subai's companion points angrily at the entire army of ferocious enemies ahead. The protagonist notices hordes of monsters and decides to look for another way into the city. A huge armored bear, with a cleaver, commands the dogs to finish off the surviving people. A powerful purple beam suddenly pierces the giant bear straight through. A swordsman in a purple suit lands on his blade and attacks the stunned beast. Subai is furious and shouts at the invaders, promising to punish them for their attack. The bespectacled man with a fan surrounds himself with a shining aura and takes on weak opponents. The fighter waves a white battle fan and directs a stream of deadly energy. Subai calls on his comrades to rush to the military university to rescue the rector. The squad leaves behind the road with the defeated animals and runs towards the city center. On another street, a mysterious man in a suit watches cars and talks about people. A middle-aged man grins as he recalls his years of living among human society. An elf with long white hair and his companions plan to use the survivors as bait. The white-haired commander of the aliens gives the order to begin a large-scale assault on the university. Horned minotaurs with axes furiously attack the defending people. A defender with a fiery aura on his fist calls on his comrades to stand to the death at the walls of the institute. Huge bull-like monsters with logs and axes crush a line of soldiers with spears. Human fighters struggle to fend off the powerful blows of the enraged beasts. A monstrous blow from a heavy log knocks down the brave fighter and inflicts a serious injury on him. Another warrior screams in horror as he sees the enemy's axe falling on him. A huge monster with horns raises a giant blade over a helpless man. The leader of the bulls, with a furious roar, demands that not a single person be left alive. Mighty minotaurs mercilessly throw people aside with powerful blows. A bright flash of an explosion suddenly scatters the attacking creatures and saves the wounded soldier. Subai arrives to help at the head of a squad along with a huge tiger and a turtle. The young man asks Han to attack the leader and assigns little Xiao Hong to clear the battlefield. The purple-clad swordsman and the little fiery girl joyfully rush into the thick of the battle. A Khan with a glowing sword and a fairy in streams of flame rain down blows on the monsters. The minotaurs, engulfed in furious fire, screamed hysterically in unbearable pain. Subai raises his clenched fist and commands the survivors to launch a counterattack. The guy with glasses notices a new threat approaching in the dark sky and calls out to the leader. The heroes look at a group of powerful enemy warriors soaring in the sky. The traitor Huang Guangyao, leading his winged and horned generals, descends from the heavens. The Khan, with his sword drawn, is shocked to recognize the head of the clan and accuses him of treason. Subai contemptuously reproaches the traitor for disgracing the centuries-old legacy of his ancestors. Chief Huang shouts in rage that in order to save his son's life, he will definitely kill Subai. Subai angrily reproaches the traitor for causing the death of many other people's sons. The enraged old man shuts up his opponent and declares that the well-being of his family is most important. Huang raises his hand and summons a huge sword into the air, engulfed in a bright green glow. Surrounded by a fiery glow, the young man takes a stance and invites the traitor to boldly attack. The hero shoots an arrow into the sky and delivers a swift blow straight at the giant blade. The boy's weapon collides with the enemy's sword and leaves a deep crack in it with a crack. The old man looks at what is happening in complete shock and does not understand the nature of the enemy equipment. A swift beam of fire pierces the enemy blade and splits it into pieces. The amazed clan leader sees the young man floating in the air and senses the incredible aura of the sword. Subai calmly holds the weapon with both hands and asks with a slight smile if he recognizes the sword. The traitor realizes in horror that before him lies the legendary blade of the great Nie Qing. The young swordsman turns sharply in the air and launches a crushing counterattack. The dark-haired ally catches the head of Huang, who was thrown back by a powerful shockwave, in time. The woman orders all her minions to attack at once and not allow the enemy to use force. The enemies simultaneously activate their abilities and rush at the surrounded young man from all sides. Multiple multicolored magical beams collide into one point, causing a powerful explosion. The girl furiously calls on her comrades not to stop and to continue the continuous shelling. Destructive blows continue to rain down continuously from all directions into the thick of the explosion. The attackers hover in the air around the flaming cloud and hope for the death of the enemy. The completely unharmed hero, protected by a strong shield, calmly picks his ear with his finger. The stunned companion of the clan leader realizes with horror the incredible invincibility of the holy armor. Subai crosses two sharp blades in front of him and warns that it is now his turn. Enormous mechanical wings unfold behind the swordsman, and blades flash in his hands. Swift scarlet strokes knock all attackers off their feet and scatter them to the sides. The warrior performs a dizzying somersault upside down, bringing down a powerful blade on his enemies. The pink-haired demoness trembled with primal fear before the boy's colossal speed. The guy watches with a cold-blooded gaze the shining silhouette of the fugitive, who runs away in fear into the distance. The winged swordsman mockingly challenges his retreating opponents to fight to the death. Chief Huang stretches out his hands and asks his allies to remain calm in front of the weak rank. A detachment of reinforcements from the Dark Lord arrives on the battlefield, ready to attack the young man at once. A crowd of demonic warriors, led by a pink-haired girl, rapidly dives down. Su Bai confidently raises his hands to the sky and releases a colossal pillar of sacred flame. The hero's powerful golden energy stream instantly cuts through the purple demonic spell. The enemies look in amazement at the youth soaring in the air, who easily dispersed their general attack. The old man convinces the others that the enemy's reserves of special energy cannot last forever. Behind the winged hero, a giant flaming tree of pure energy rapidly grows. Su Bai, his eyes shining brightly, rushes towards the ground to deliver a crushing blow. Flaming branches of energy crash down, scattering panicked enemies in all directions. The frightened monsters, in a pink glow, fly away in panic from the golden silhouette of the young man. The student in glasses urges his comrades to keep up with Su Bai and decisively fight back against the enemies. The inspired defenders rush forward with loud cries past the smoking buildings of the city. The white-haired elf watches the blazing sign from the rooftop and is amazed at the increased power of the sacred beast. The enemy leader regretfully admits his mistake and decides to develop a new long-term plan. The commander orders the Minotaur and the Platinum Warriors to cover the retreat to the summoning matrix. The mustachioed director expresses words of gratitude to the deceased master Luo Fan with relief. Su Bai soars through the sky on mechanical wings, accompanied by the jubilant cries of the rescued villagers below. In the command center, the allies happily discuss the retreat of the enemy army and Su Bai's triumph. A satisfied official in a suit praises the young man and predicts his fame as the greatest genius of humanity. Images of the military leaders of the allied nations suddenly appear on the holographic screen. General Hu, wearing a white coat, adjusts his glasses in surprise and inquires about the purpose of their urgent call. Foreign generals express their willingness to help the dragon people in their battle against the invaders. The dark-bearded officer sincerely thanks his foreign colleagues for the military assistance they offered. Allied leaders are asking for combat missions to be assigned to quickly coordinate joint actions. A military scientist points to a map of the region and asks for protection for civilians in the attacked cities. The command decides to join forces and immediately send armored transport to help. Later, at the negotiating table, Su Bai and his associates discuss the current situation in Zhangzhou. The mustachioed director approaches the panoramic window and reports the concentration of enemy forces near the city. The purple-suited comrade suggests that the true target of the attack is Su Bai himself. The head of the academy reports with alarm that reinforcements from headquarters will be delayed for 5 days. Su Bai smiles confidently and offers his own solution to the problem of large-scale evacuation. A young man inquires with the management about the recent recruitment of new students for the Animal Tamer course. The rector confirms the presence of more than 20 classes of newcomers and promises to gather them together. The interlocutor in glasses guesses about the intention to use students' pets to transport people. The director approves of the guy's brilliant idea and hurries to gather all available summoners. The leader addresses the crowd of students and instructs them to carry out all of Su Bai's instructions. The young hero loudly commands the tamers to summon their creatures to save the inhabitants. The area is instantly filled with a huge number of a wide variety of shelled turtles. Su Bai and his partner look on in complete shock at the unexpected army of slow-moving reptiles. The mustachioed mentor, smiling, explains the turtles' popularity by the incredible fame of Su Bai's pet. The guy pulls himself together and orders the group to split into 6 squads to help the refugees. Students riding giant turtles rush to different parts of the city. The defense warriors clear the way for the rescuers and furiously destroy the monsters they encounter. A student on the shell of a large animal helps a frightened mother and baby climb up. Meanwhile, the scout on the tower reports to the elven lord about the actions of the people in the city. The arrogant ruler smirks dismissively and gives a strict order to intercept the troops. Columns of turtles loaded with civilians move in an organized manner along the wide streets. Su Bai stands on the head of his armored lizard and receives the report on readiness for departure. The young man suddenly notices a strange movement ahead and warily peers into the horizon. A horde of ferocious animals is rushing at high speed along a city highway straight towards people. Frightened refugees scream in panic about the approach of an enemy army of 1,000 races. A warrior in purple armor hurries to the front lines and asks his comrade to move forward. Su-bai, riding on a white tiger, orders the residents to be immediately led to the eastern gate. A caravan of huge turtles with people on their shells rushes forward along a wide highway. The bespectacled companion is worried about the turtles, so the hero tells the pet to speed up. A huge green beast roars loudly and envelops everything around it in a bright, shining aura. Under the influence of magical acceleration, the slow-moving turtles quickly pick up speed. The refugees rejoice at the incredible speed of the column as it rushes forward through the blue stream. Fierce gray wolves block the path of the fugitives and mercilessly tear apart the fallen people. A powerful formation of armored turtles crushes the confused predators at full speed. Giant armored monsters easily scatter wolf packs with blows from their massive bodies. The young trainer shouts loudly to pick up the pace and runs straight to the gate. The riders urge their mounts on and drive them forward along the broken road. The enemy's hand forms a seal in the air and activates dark crimson magic. Right in front of the column, a giant wall rises with a roar, cutting off the path to salvation. The young man realizes with alarm that the entire group of people has fallen into a pre-prepared trap. Huge stone barriers on all sides completely block the frightened refugees. The bespectacled man points to the sky and, in great fear, shouts to his friend to look up. A white-haired elf and an old man float in the air, grinning slyly at the sight of their captured enemy. The evil elder declares the use of the secret technique of the 9 hells against the hero. The white-haired mage points his palm downwards and releases destructive bolts of energy. A complex magical pattern of the formation of 7 souls, interrupting life, flares up on the earth. Su-bai finds himself surrounded by a ring of pink flames and orders his allies to rescue the civilians. From the glowing ground, viscous pink tentacles rise up and surround the commander. The boy dodges the sticky clots, understanding the unusual nature of the enemy's power. The tamer turns around sharply, noticing a sudden movement behind him. A swift beast forms from the crimson clot and makes a furious attack. The floating old man boasts of 6 elite spirits from the major royal clans. The man in glasses looks at the surrounded leader with great concern and thinks about help. The golden protective dome absorbs a continuous hail of deadly blows. The young man's eyes flash with furious lightning in response to the bold words of his opponents. A powerful beam of holy weapon pierces the air and pushes back the ghostly monsters. The hero dons winged armor and raises a gleaming blade to counterattack. A swift, shining sword strike from the heavens cuts the 9-tailed phantom in half. The warrior freezes in the air in bewilderment, sensing something amiss after the precise strike. The crimson creature, cut in half, begins to grow back together right before our eyes. The phantom fox, grinning, regains its form and looks ominously at the enemy. The bespectacled companion screams in shock about the instant regeneration of the enemy monster. The enemy old man gleefully explains that the formation will slowly suck out the victim's soul. The pink creatures once again rush upward to tear apart the warrior soaring in the sky. The winged fighter looks with alarm at the approaching glowing pink monsters. The black-haired hero desperately shouts to his comrade not to come closer and call for reinforcements. The guy in glasses happily announces the arrival of strong reinforcements straight from the sky. The director, floating in a golden glow, demands that Qingshu quickly describe the current situation. The angry director loudly shouts at the traitor Huang for his service to the enemy. The traitor cynically replies about the laws of survival, while the monsters press the winged fighter. The young warrior blocks the pink blade and barely holds back the enemy's furious onslaught. The director carefully examines the battlefield and notices that one of the spirits is missing. The elderly leader attacks Huang, believing him to be the key 7th soul. Surrounded by a green aura, the traitor mockingly agrees to fight the director. The attacking man delivers a powerful kick and accuses his enemy of betrayal. A hovering fighter in a green suit tries his best to destroy the advancing spirits. A dark-winged swordsman blocks a furious attack from another pink monster with his sword. The warrior in purple armor is amazed to see the instantaneous rebirth of the destroyed spirit. Hanzan raises his huge sword to securely cover his comrade in battle. A powerful blow from a heavy blade shakes the earth and raises a thick cloud of dust. The experienced fighter realizes with annoyance that his legs are tightly bound by a pink trap. The worried warrior looks at the monster looming over him and searches for a way to escape. The director, engulfed in lightning, is ready to sacrifice himself to destroy the barrier. The leader releases the forbidden technique of the Thunder Dragon directly into the traitor's body. A sparkling electrical discharge crashes into the ground, causing a powerful explosion. The bespectacled man shouts at the top of his voice to his allies about the urgent need to break the enemy formation. A swordsman with mechanical wings cuts the air with the shining blade of his sword. The boys realize with horror that their combined attacks did not cause any harm to the ghosts. An unharmed silhouette of the enemy rises from the clouds of smoke, accompanied by a mocking phrase about uselessness. The wounded Huang's face lights up with a sinister grin of victory after repelling the attack. The winged hero realizes with concern that they have missed an important detail of the battle. The white-haired king of the underworld, floating in the sky, suddenly attracts the warrior's attention. The guy with glasses guesses that the motionless king is the hidden seventh soul. The young fighter with wings grins and finds the true target for the decisive blow. Subai asks his comrade to quickly shoot down the hovering figure, while he himself is struggling with his spirit. A young man in glasses quickly rushes upward on a beam of light to remove the spell. An enraged Huang activates a technique with his fingers to hinder the flying guy. The director summons a giant fiery dragon's mouth and orders the enemy to freeze. Brave Hu approaches the floating king with his blade as explosions thunder below. Suddenly, long pink tentacles tightly wrap around the body of the attacking youth. The black-haired warrior screams in panic the name of his comrade, who has fallen into a dangerous trap. Hanzan, with his sword on his shoulder, confidently promises to delay the monsters for 3 seconds. A determined swordsman fires a golden beam into the sky to rescue his captured friend. A winged youth with a flaming sword swoops down from above and shouts to his comrade to step aside. The winged warrior raises a glittering golden blade and furiously screams at the enemy to die. A powerful blow lights up the sky with a flash, cutting through the pink magical bonds around an ally. The white-haired elven lord roars in rage, beams of light erupting from his mouth and eyes. Pink energy bolts and silhouettes rush into battle against the backdrop of high sand walls. Hanzan, clad in purple armor and holding a sword, warns Subai of the impending attack. Subai covers his head with his hands and uses his huge wings to shield himself from the oncoming blow. A destructive pink whirlwind rumbles and demolishes city buildings in its path. The wounded elven ruler spits out blood and rages at the failure. The maids with horns and tails run up to the wounded lord of the 9 hells in alarm. The elven lord recalls a sacred treasure sealed deep beneath the ground of Zhangzhou. The lord orders the servant to immediately assemble a squad to search for the relic on the map. The leader wonders if it is a coincidence that the human military base was built right above the artifact. He orders the strongest fighters to be summoned and bulls to be set on the city's defenders. Subai approaches his friends among the rubble and asks about the barrier's destruction. The plump director in a strict suit steps back with a frightened cry. The bespectacled Qingshu and the fat director hurriedly ran forward, shouting to prevent the enemy from escaping. An elderly traitor in black robes writhes in pain and clutches his wounded arm. The swordsman orders his comrade to take the civilians away, while he himself decides to help the director. In the hospital ward, the wounded director lies on a bed and asks about the fate of the prisoner. The black-haired hero assures the wounded man that the traitor has been securely captured and will reveal his secrets. The director, in his hospital bed, reflects on the strange choice of target for the enemy invasion. The boys laugh merrily and joke about the young swordsman's excessive self-confidence. Subai grins slyly and decides to personally interrogate the captured traitor. Qingshu enters the room with a smile to see the prisoner tied up in a magic circle. The young man in glasses puts his finger to his lips and quietly asks the conspirator to be quiet. The bespectacled man puts his hand on the old man's shoulder and declares that he secretly serves the Dark King. The boy whispers in the prisoner's ear that the master doubts his loyalty. The angry traitor loudly shouts that the elders have slandered him. Subai appears at the door with a small phoenix and laughs happily at the success of the trick. The young warrior mockingly remarks that over the years, the old man has not yet gained wisdom. The prisoner, in a rage, spits and screams, threatening to deal with the insolent man. Subai walks across the room and calmly offers the villain to confess voluntarily. The black-haired swordsman's gaze becomes hard and stern as he waits for an answer. The bound enemy persists, but the boy and the little phoenix only make fun of him. The smiling hero and his little helper light tongues of flame in their palms. A fiery flame engulfs the traitor's body, causing him to scream in pain. The young man reminds with a slight smile that the fire of the Phoenix clan burns for a very long time. The little phoenix and the swordsman walk away, promising to return later for his corpse. Engulfed in hot flames, the man cannot bear the torture and begs for mercy. Subai turns around with a satisfied grin and suggests telling the truth straight away. In a hospital room, a man in a business suit talks about the enemy king's hidden agenda. Subai, with his arms folded across his chest, talks about the secret treasure beneath the city. The bespectacled man adds with a smile that the prisoner gave up all the information after harsh interrogations. Suddenly, the building starts shaking violently, causing the boys to stagger from the impact. A wounded fighter appears at the door and shouts that the city is completely surrounded by an army of monsters. The protagonist immediately asks his comrade, who entered with concern, about his condition. The young man is worried about the safety of his parents and sister during an emergency evacuation. The fighter in the purple suit assures that the family is already in a safe shelter. The guest hands over a small cardboard box that his sister asked him to give him. The guy looks in amazement at the funny green snake sticking out of the parcel. The system window in front of your eyes informs you that a pet has been found to have dragon ancestry. A large squadron of military helicopters carrying reinforcements flies over the city's high-rises. The commander in the helmet gives the order to prepare for landing near the military university. Suddenly, communication with headquarters is interrupted due to severe interference in the airwaves. A soldier looks out of an open hatch and notices a rapidly thickening fog. The pilot, in a panic, tries to contact the control center through a thick haze. The military realizes that they have fallen into an enemy trap and prepares for aerial combat. The crew decides to make an emergency landing to fight right on the ground. A bright purple beam suddenly pierces the sky and shoots down one of the helicopters. Blinded by the flash, the pilot screams in horror about the appearance of the platinum level. Powerful explosions are heard in the sky, destroying the entire group of combat vehicles. Two arrogant women in the fog discuss the successful destruction of human reinforcements. The elf with the long pipe smiles contentedly and plans to kill the rest of the enemies. The villainess releases another thick stream of gray, poisonous smoke from her scarlet lips. At the headquarters of the military university, officers are trying in vain to contact the arriving detachment. Suddenly, the lights go out throughout the command post, foreshadowing an imminent attack by monsters. Downed electrical wires spark on the deserted street near destroyed houses. Subai, along with his giant turtle, commands the defenders to take up positions. A huge crowd of ferocious monsters rushes at great speed straight along a wide highway. An observer with binoculars orders conventional troops to immediately open fire to kill. The defenders open fire with powerful laser and automatic cannons. The first rows of running monsters are torn to pieces by powerful shells and missiles. The enemy leader smirks and sends a second wave of creatures into battle. More giant beasts rush towards the city through the mine explosions. The protagonist is alarmed by the incredible scale of the army assembled by the enemy. The young man points his hand forward and orders his pet to attack the crowd with a beam. The turtle fires a powerful stream of energy at the advancing ranks of monsters. An armored soldier tries to hold off a giant creature near a fallen comrade. Subai understands the critical situation at the main gate and urgently seeks a new plan. At this moment, a group of girls quickly runs up the stairs to help the defenders. The red-haired warrior uses her sword and shield to knock down the purple monster, saving the fallen man. The girl calls on the other defenders to unite and join the battle to save their hometown. Subai calls out to Yan Ran, who, at the head of the squad, bravely rushes at the attacking monsters. The warrior tells the boy with a smile that her female corps has arrived to provide support. The guy gives orders to his little assistant Xiao Hong to immediately cover the allies from attacks. The baby joyfully flies up into the sky, activating the blazing image of a huge fiery phoenix. The enemy leader notices the ancient Phoenix clan's saint among the people from afar. The purple-haired elf offers to capture the saint and bring down the great elder's arrogance. The villainess smiles slyly, anticipating an easy reprisal against her suddenly appeared rival. The enemy leader takes a drag from her pipe and releases a cloud of poisonous purple mist. Xiao Hong suddenly finds herself wrapped in the coils of a poisonous purple snake in midair. The little girl closes her eyes and groans pitifully from the sudden dizziness that has washed over her. An enraged Su Bai shouts at the enemies that he will not allow them to sneak attack Xiao Hong with impunity. The hero unleashes a powerful beam of energy, ordering his faithful assistant to fly back quickly. A man in battle armor rises up with an azure tiger spear, preparing to unleash a crushing blow. An enraged elf with an aura of rage orders her subordinates to immediately form into formation. Enemy warriors combine their dark powers and create a deadly giant snake formation. Surrounded by flashes of lightning, Su Bai confidently parries the enemy attack with the tip of his weapon. The villainess, with a mocking look on her face, points a sparkling magical finger straight at the enemy. A violent clash of two powerful energy streams occurs in the sky before the eyes of the fighters. The red-haired warrior, holding a shield in her hands, notes the young man's amazing power with genuine admiration. The stricken elf panics as she realizes the incredible and frightening growth of her main enemy's power. Su Bai smiles as he appreciates the magnificent result of combining the energies of the sacred beasts. The hero, with fighting spirit, promises to test all his devastating power on the remaining enemies. The swift warrior rushes down and cuts through the ranks of enemy monsters with a shining blade. The elf screams in horror and surprise when a blinding light flashes right in front of her. Enemy soldiers watch in shock as their leader is cut in half. Yan Ran looks up at the sky in awe and resolves to be as determined and courageous as Su Bai. The captain of the defenders gives a loud order to the entire detachment to immediately launch a decisive offensive. Su Bai, soaring on wings, menacingly announces the beginning of a large-scale hunt for the retreating monsters. The surviving enemy soldier shouts to his comrades about the need to immediately retreat from the battlefield. The young man catches up with the fugitive, and with a lightning-fast blow of his spear, pierces his body straight from the back. Shining rays whistle through the bodies of the monsters, leaving them no chance of salvation. The guy on top finishes off another monster, mercilessly bringing down his polearm. The man in purple armor admires Su Bai's victory and doubts his own strength. The human defensive cannons open a barrage of fire on the dragons flying in the stormy sky. The blonde elven lord slams his fist down on the command post table in rage. The enraged commander yells at the hologram and curses his incompetent allies for the plan's failure. The arrogant lord orders his troops to stop the assault and completely cut off the city from its resources. The white-haired leader threatens Su Bai to personally reveal his true power soon. The city of Zhengzhou is under complete blockade, with no access to food, water, or electricity. The office discusses the enemy leader's cunning and deadly tactics. A military man asks the director to give an urgent order for the sake of survival in isolation from the world. The leader says the most pressing problem is the lack of food and clean water. Sitting on the sofa, Su Bai calmly suggests trying an unexpected option. The men present in the room look at the young man with surprise and distrust. A boy approaches a huge white tiger and encourages his pet to work hard. A giant turtle pulls a plow and quickly plows the stadium's huge field. The comrades watching the work smile and admire the young man's ingenuity. A small snake emerges from the ground and attracts the attention of its owner and the white tiger. The white beast quickly rises into the air and delivers a powerful blow with its paw to the ground. Spectators are amazed to see that the guy is using his pet as a drill. The mighty beast breaks through the rock with its paws, and water begins to gushes out from the depths. The predator presses its claws hard into the ground to complete the excavation of a deep source. A powerful fountain of clear water bursts out and washes over the contented white tiger. A red-haired girl screams joyfully at the sight of a stream of water gushing out of the ground. The beauty, with an enthusiastic laugh, throws herself on Su Bai's neck and hugs him tightly. Workers under the man's leadership are actively filling the warehouse with fresh food supplies. The young man commands the huge turtle to carry sacks of grain straight into the depths of the storage facility. A friend in a purple suit jokes about farming and asks about electricity. Subai thoughtfully puts his hand to his chin and announces a new plan. The director, with a flashlight, examines a de-energized generator in a dark engine room. A mustachioed man laments the lack of qualified engineers at the university. Subai appears at the door of the generator room and offers his assistance to the director. The guy smiles and shows a small green snake on his palm. The elderly director looks at the offered reptile with bewilderment. The snake obediently wraps around the metal posts of a large electrical unit. A bright blue flash of lightning suddenly illuminates the entire generator station. The director laughs joyfully, realizing the power of his pet's electrical attribute. Lanterns and lighting masts flash on the grounds of the educational institution. The technician presses the switches on the panel and confirms the successful start of the power system. Subai cheerfully praises his little assistant and promises to reward her with cannonballs. The heroes rejoice after the problems with light, food, and water are completely eliminated. A little girl eats fried sausages with gusto in a festive square. A warrior in purple armor sits in a room and sadly dreams of increased strength. The blade in the fighter's hands suddenly begins to vibrate and emit a strange glow. The friends who ran into the room listened with interest to the warrior's alarming words. The young man comes closer to carefully examine the artifact found during the hike. Subai crouches down next to his comrade and expresses a guess about the imminent removal of the sword seal. Black gloved fingers touch the blade, causing sparks of energy to appear. The system window that appears displays a warning about the power of the divine weapon and 2 options for action. Subai looks at the screen with the proposed choice from the sacred tree in utter surprise. The boy happily tells Han Zhang about the possibility of removing the ancient seal from the huge blade. The hand confidently presses on the second interface option to force the seal to be removed. Passers-by on the street watch in panic as a powerful pillar of light shoots straight from the barracks. Giant flashes of yellow lightning and a beam of bright light pierce the dark clouds above the city. The long-haired elf anxiously senses an unprecedented divine aura outside the building. The excited warrior quickly runs down the corridor towards the force emanating from the university. The man seriously fears large-scale destruction for the entire city due to the unleashed power. The fair-haired commander immediately orders the horned guard to find out the source of the outbreak. A huge sword begins to glow brightly, with a golden flame in the broken ceiling of the room. Subai warns his comrade about the intense pain that will occur during the final subjugation of the blade. The courageous fighter grips the hilt of the sword in his armored glove without hesitation. A red-hot energy with wild pain engulfs the screaming giant's right hand. The young man excitedly calls out to his friend, who complains through clenched teeth about a severe fever in his body. Han Zhang is bleeding from the monstrous pressure of divine energy inside his body. Drops of scarlet blood fall directly onto the ancient symbols engraved on the blade of the sword. The ancient signs instantly absorb the warrior's blood and begin to glow brightly with a scarlet light. The pain suddenly recedes, and the hero, surprised, lifts the massive blade with one hand. The warrior looks at the tattoo that has appeared on his muscles with a smile and feels a surge of new strength. The black-haired youth happily explains to his comrade the formation of a strong bond with a weapon. A mustachioed director in a formal suit bursts into the room in fear and asks about what happened. A pleased Han Zhang shows off the unsealed sword to the boss who entered. The head of the academy is shocked by the news of the successful removal of the seal from the weapon. A worried red-haired girl suddenly appears in the doorway, screaming about a new problem. The beauty warns everyone about the approach of a countless enemy army of monsters. The team of fighters and the director freeze in alarm due to the unexpected attack of the enemy. The director and students rush out onto the parade ground, calling on everyone to prepare for a tough battle. Subai asks the girl about the number of enemies and learns about the endless hordes of creatures. The red-haired warrior reports the presence of more than 10 powerful overlords in the sky. The mustachioed leader understands that the enemy has decided to launch a large-scale and desperate assault. The armored boot takes a decisive step forward across the stone slabs of the platform. A hero with a sword on his shoulder declares his readiness to crush any attacking monster. The wounded director hands over the powers of Commander-in-Chief to young Subai. The stunned guy receives warm support and approval from his loyal friends. The young man confidently agrees to lead the defense and thanks the director for his trust. The newly appointed leader clearly distributes combat roles among his squad mates. The elderly director inspires the defenders and takes on the responsibility of guarding the rear of the academy. Surrounded by a bright aura, the hero rushes into the air along with his faithful pets. Subai hovers, surrounded by enormous summoned beasts, ready to face the enemy army. A multitude of enemies hovering in the cloudy sky looms menacingly over the city before Subai's eyes. A gray-haired elven lord in a blue shirt demands the divine treasure be handed over under threat of the city's destruction. Multicolored beams of energy from the city's defenders whistle into the gloomy skies. Winged Subai, with a spear and shining blade, resolutely refuses to make concessions to the enemy. The white-haired enemy leader calls the enemy a pathetic brat with an arrogant grin. Subai, his eyes glowing red, firmly declares that he will protect the city from invasion at any cost. A crowd of ferocious, beast-like monsters rushes forward to attack along the stone pavement. A muscular fighter in a purple suit raises a flaming sword over his head with a loud cry. Hanzan swings his sword furiously and knocks down the beast-like monster that is attacking him. The beast-like monsters are amazed to recognize the foreign weapon as the sacred blade of their clan. A white beastman with long claws jumps on the fighter and demands the immediate return of the relic. The red-haired warrior loudly commands to cover Hanzan and kill all the enemy creatures. A long war spear, with a glittering blade, cuts through the stormy sky at great speed. The elven lord catches the flying spear with his bare hand, with a smug look, and laughs at the attack. Subai dives down on the elf with lightning speed and delivers a slashing blow with a shining golden blade. The lord's sharp, clawed fingers easily intercept the deadly golden blade. The white-haired ruler condescendingly mocks the hero's futile attempts to break through his defenses. The face of the self-confident elf suddenly changes from an unexpected feeling of mortal danger. A shining, flying sword pierces through the enemy leader's forearm, and blood sprays out. The wounded ruler clutches his bloody hand in a rage and is amazed by the power of the legendary sword. Subai soars on his wings and confidently reminds us of the incredible power of his flying blade. The enraged elf lights a purple flame on his palm and furiously rushes at his opponent. A giant ghostly palm of purple energy quickly falls straight towards the hero. A powerful purple explosion shatters the city's pavement and scatters stone debris. The red-haired warrior and her bespectacled companions scream in panic towards the smokescreen. Subai, spear in hand, rises confidently from the clouds of thick smoke and reports that he is safe. Among the pile of stone debris, the winged warrior suddenly detects strange, powerful vibrations. A system notification informs the hero of the imminent awakening of the seal of an ancient treasure nearby. A huge column of blinding scarlet light erupts from the ground, right on the academy grounds. The white-haired elf laughs madly with delight at the sight of the revealed divine treasure. The enemy leader soars through the sky and loudly orders thousands of warriors to launch a general offensive. A multitude of winged demons and beastmen rush towards the academy with a wild roar. Subai fights off the attacking monsters and loudly calls on his allies to hold back the enemy horde. A man in glasses intercepts a winged creature hand to hand among hundreds of attacking monsters. The flaming warrior flies at full speed towards the university and calls for everyone to retreat back. The heavy-set director and frightened students stand frozen in front of the deep crater that has formed. Enveloped in a purple aura, the elf rushes at great speed into the fiery rift. The ancient elven lord rejoices at the thought of receiving the long-awaited treasure. The elderly director reports with alarm that the enemy leader has managed to break through the defensive line. Enveloped in a purple glow, the king proclaims his imminent reign over the three worlds. A bright golden beam of energy flashes across the dark, stormy skies. A powerful defensive formation in the form of a shining golden turtle appears on the square. Subai, with wings of fire, blocks the path of the gray-haired king of the underworld. The red-haired warrior fiercely attacks the snake and calls on Subai to defeat the king. Hanzang, with a flaming sword in his hands, rushes to help his comrade. The warrior delivers a powerful slash with his sword and sends a wave of light at the enemy. The enemy leader's purple defensive barrier easily repels this attack. The white-haired elf smirks arrogantly and calls the enemy's attack pathetic tricks. The man in glasses and his allies open fire with combat energy. The gray-haired lord easily blocks volleys of enemy attacks with his misty shield. Subai rushes forward and points his hovering, glowing blades at the enemy. The young man combines the blades into one giant shining tip and falls down. A powerful, targeted strike crashes into the elf's magical defense. The guy is clearly annoyed when he realizes the unrivaled power of his dangerous opponent. The elderly director breathes heavily and regrets using the secret technique. The golden entrance to the treasury begins to solemnly materialize in the air. Consumed by a thirst for profit, the leader of the demons flies towards the opened gates. Subai rushes at great speed in pursuit of the insidious enemy. The white-haired king of the underworld easily breaks through all obstacles in his path. The young man mentally calls out to the divine tree with a request to give him more power. The ancient tree responds to the call and fills the hero's body with incredible power. The elven lord swoops down and unleashes a devastating magical attack. Subai, with a green energy spear, pierces through the villain's defense. The enemy leader clutches his wound in rage after his armor was penetrated. The enraged elf summons terrifying flaming skulls for the final massacre. The hero surrounds himself with flaming swords and confidently responds to daring threats. The warrior launches a multitude of green blades straight at the skulls flying towards him. The villain laughs maliciously and unleashes a swarm of purple skulls on the guy. The director gathers his last strength and envelops himself in a golden halo of energy. The old man fires a powerful dragon-shaped beam straight at the hovering enemy. Subai notices a gap in the enemy's defense and attacks from above with lightning speed with his spear. The tip of the shining spear plunges into the elf's magical sphere at great speed. The king of the underworld, in a rage, intercepts the shaft of the spear that was thrust into him. A glittering blade pierces the elf's body, but he angrily swings his clawed hand. The villain delivers a crushing blow to the hero's face, causing him to cough up blood. Subai falls to the ground from the powerful blow, and his partner screams in rage. The elven lord hovers before the blinding golden light of the ancient gates. The demon king anxiously senses the enormous pressure emanating from the gate. The director is amazed by the ancient power and assumes the awakening of the treasury's guardian. A golden giant emerges from the radiance and menacingly orders the strangers to retreat. The golden giant arrogantly calls the enemy an inferior race and promises him retribution for his ignorance. The elven ruler dodges the beam, amazed at the deity's incredible speed. The demon is horrified to find that his own source power is suddenly dissipating. The school principal is shocked that one blow from the creature suppressed the power of the ruler of the abyss. The enraged enemy grins angrily and refuses to acknowledge the god's superiority. Purple streams of dark energy rush towards the treasure with a furious roar. The king of the nine hells assumes his true form as a winged serpent and threatens his enemies with reprisals. A huge serpent soars into the sky next to the shining golden guardian, wanting to get his hands on the artifact. A man in a suit shouts to his comrades to stick together and beware of the black fog. The shining giant raises his hand and coldly declares that disobedience to the gods is unacceptable. The spherical barrier of light easily burns and dispels the creeping dark tentacles. Subai sees the impenetrable barrier and immediately calls his comrades to gather around it. The winged monster concentrates a clot of darkness in its claws, stubbornly trying to break through the defense. The monster releases a powerful beam of concentrated black energy directly into the shining dome. The golden giant points a finger at the impudent disturber of the peace with slight irritation. The guardian's blinding sunbeam instantly pierces and cuts through the monster's dark attack. Subai's comrades run up to him and excitedly ask if they need to help the director in the battle. The young man strictly orders his friends to hold their ground at the entrance and not expose themselves to attacks from others. The wounded winged serpent, with a hole in its chest, does not give up and continues to thirst for divine power. The monster's dark magic forms a colossal, horned skull of an ancient creature in the sky. The people below watch with genuine alarm as a terrible spatial mouth appears. A huge, bony mouth opens, revealing a deep portal into starry space. The director realizes in horror that the ruler of the abyss has torn space and time itself. The winged monster calls upon the legions of 10,000 races to come to its aid through the rift. From the open gates in the heavens, numerous dark comets and creatures rain down upon the earth. Subai warns his allies that the enemy is sacrificing thousands of lives for victory. The guy immediately calls out his 4 loyal spirit pets to counterattack. 4 mighty beasts rush forward with a menacing roar to meet the falling enemies. The water dragon strikes the monsters with electric discharges, covering the white tiger below. The firebird and the stone turtle unleash a barrage of flames on the advancing creatures. The golden guardian creates a giant shining sword above his head to crush the defilers. The young man feels the incredible power of the divine blade, surpassing everything he has seen before. The giant lowers his shining hand and directs his colossal sword straight into the enemy portal. The blade's light strike destroys the spatial gates and incinerates the summoned creatures. An explosion of divine power shakes the earth and leaves a deep, smoking crater. The bleeding serpent struggles to rise among the stones, still delirious with the relic. The treasure's protective dome is cracking from the residual energy of the violent collision. The golden guardian notices with concern that the seal on the artifact is about to open on its own. The mad serpent begins to burn its life force in order to have time to break into the treasure. The director and Subai rush to intercept the monster, trying to prevent a catastrophe. The red-haired girl screams in horror and desperately begs Subai to stop. A powerful beam of light pierces the monster's dark tentacle at tremendous speed. 4 multicolored streams of light rapidly fly to the bottom of a deep gorge. The allies rush with shouts to the wounded Subai lying on the rubble. The elderly director in a suit looks in shock at the defeated Snake Lord. The girl holds the wounded young man while his comrades ask him to hold on. The huge gates of the ancient divine treasure are illuminated by crimson flames. The man with the mustache is deeply excited about the imminent awakening of the ancient relic. The golden guardian hovers in the air and warns of an impending great catastrophe. A system window appears before the wounded boy's eyes, offering to absorb the power. The dissipating shining guardian gives the man the mission to protect the entire world. The comrades notice the disappearance of the guard and discuss removing the seal from the secret gate. The red-haired warrior joyfully informs the director about the young man's quick recovery. A multitude of purple beams of energy burst out from the gap in the rock face. Monsters from 10,000 races gather together to seize the newly discovered treasure. A man with glasses and a warrior with a sword prepare to fight against the advancing creatures. A strengthened Subai rises to his feet and calmly answers his companion's questions. The young man explains to the director that he has absorbed divine power and hears a mysterious call. The hero heads towards the flaming gates, while his loyal friends promise to cover his back. The girl asks permission to follow him, and the guy agrees to take her with him. The fighters surround themselves with a combat aura and bravely rush towards hordes of enemies. Subai holds her friend's hand as they walk together into the bright yellow space. A powerful energy flow unexpectedly swirls the heroes in a fiery whirlwind. A swordsman and a bespectacled mage hold back the onslaught of winged creatures, protecting their director. The director gathers the rest of his strength and attacks the monsters with bright electric discharges. A crowd of terrifying monsters, led by a ghostly skull, rushes into the depths of the passage. An equipped winged warrior and his companion walk down a corridor with glowing runes. Travelers emerge onto a long bridge, leading to a majestic round temple. The boy recognizes the huge stone statues as images of 4 sacred animals. The spirits of the white tiger and the azure dragon menacingly demand that strangers leave. The divine armament on Subai's body begins to resonate vividly with the statues. The sacred turtle and the firebird recognize the hero as the long-awaited chosen one. Powerful spirits direct continuous streams of elemental energy towards the young man. The elated young man soars into the air inside a bright sphere under the anxious gaze of his companion. The young man clenches his teeth against the unbearable power tearing his body apart from the inside. The enemy leader releases a poisonous stream of magic at the goggle-wearing mage. The bespectacled man shouts in panic to his comrade, warning him about the dangerous attack of the monster. A warrior with a sword shields an ally and is caught in a cloud of purple toxic vapor. The defender winces in pain and realizes that the enemy army is about to break through the defense. The mage looks with alarm at the purple mist at the unstable gates of the divine vault. Monsters from 10,000 races rush forward and try to break through the crack. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurs from below, scattering enemy monsters in all directions. Subai appears in the air in new shining armor and looks menacingly at the retreating enemies. Seeing the young man, the fat man in the suit, and the bespectacled man joyfully run towards him with cries of relief. The hero, hovering in the air, thanks his loyal comrades for their protection and promises to personally destroy the creatures. The leader of the monsters is horrified to realize that a human has managed to take the divine treasure. The snake-like creature releases a huge stream of poisonous mist directly towards the defenders. Subai instantly activates a powerful golden shield, protecting all allies from deadly poison. The young man, smiling, urges his companion to take care of the wounded and entrust the entire battle to him alone. The comrades look with admiration at Subai's incredible increase in strength after absorbing the treasure. The boy rises up and raises his flaming divine spear for a crushing blow. The monsters look in panic at the flaming figure of the warrior rapidly approaching them. The commander of the creatures quickly creates a purple magical barrier of scales in front of himself. The hero's spear shatters the defense and seriously wounds the enemy leader. The other monsters watch in horror as their great elder is instantly killed. The body of the defeated leader crumbles into sparkling crystals and disappears completely. The frightened creatures from 10,000 races flee, realizing the power of the formidable man. Subai stretches out his fiery hand and has no intention of letting his enemies go alive. Firebirds fly from his palm and rush in a swift swarm towards the fugitives. A bright flame mercilessly engulfs the fleeing monsters, giving them no chance to escape. The red-haired girl and the official are delighted to realize that humanity is finally saved. The remnants of the enemy spirit hide in the blue portal, threatening the protagonist one last time. A panicking army of monsters crushes each other in a panicked retreat. Subai orders his comrades to immediately launch a large-scale counteroffensive. Surrounded by radiance, the boy releases powerful energy of sacred beasts from his body. The giant turtle unleashes a devastating beam of fire from its mouth onto ranks of enemies. A huge white tiger lets out a ferocious roar and delivers slashing wind blows with its paws at the crowd. The azure dragon rises into the storm clouds and calls down powerful bolts of lightning onto the battlefield. A blazing phoenix soars through the skies, burning away the advancing hordes of monsters with a solid wall of fire. The fat commander clutches his chest and orders his subordinates to launch an all-out attack. The girl with red hair resolutely runs forward with the soldiers to retake their positions. The soldiers deploy a heavy, high-tech weapon and open fire on the fleeing enemies. Minotaurs and other monsters flee in panic from the incessant powerful explosions. Energy volleys from people catch up with the fugitives and leave only torn bodies behind. On the outskirts of the city of Zhangzhou, a detachment of people led by a hero on a white tiger overtakes the enemy. Subai mockingly asks his comrade, which of them is stronger compared to the barbarian bulls? A boy with red eyes angrily reminds the soldiers of the brutal murders of civilians. The people furiously attack the bull-headed monsters, caught off guard, with shields and axes. The enemy giants quickly close their shields into a circle and create a deep defensive formation. A warrior in purple armor, with a fiery blade, jumps from above straight into the center of the enemy defense. The boy strokes a huge white tiger and orders the faithful beast to break through the enemy's defenses. The white tiger lands right inside the tight ring of shields of the bull-headed warriors. A powerful burst of energy shatters the line of monsters and throws them into the air. A frightened minotaur with a broken horn shouts to his fellow minotaurs to retreat immediately. The bespectacled man, at the head of a squad of fighters, jumps over the fence and gives chase. A man in a white coat looks at a tactical screen and announces the time for revenge. The officers at headquarters report to General Hu that the troops are ready to launch a counterattack. A stern swordsman with a scar on his face asks the general for permission to surround the monsters. General Hu approves the proposed tactics and gives the order to act according to the plan. The commander orders all garrisons to clamp down on the retreating monster troops. The defender hovers high in the sky above the fortified outpost and calls the fighters to battle. The commander, hovering in the air, reminds the soldiers of their comrades who fell on these lands. An enraged man demands that the soldiers not let the monsters escape alive. The soldiers in formation raise their fists and unanimously vow to avenge their fallen brothers. The commander waves his hand and gives the garrison the order to completely exterminate the enemies. From above, winged monsters notice the rapid advance of the human army. The red-haired warrior understands the people's plan to wipe their troops off the face of the earth. The feathered fugitives turn and fly away, abandoning the infantry to their fate. The beast-like monsters watch in horror as their winged fellow tribesmen flee. The hovering warrior waves his hand and commands the magical weapons to open fire on the enemies. A multitude of bright rays fall from the sky and cause a series of powerful explosions on the ground. The scarred man screams furiously and leads the squad in a merciless attack on the monsters. Armed fighters run forward with loud cries and catch up with the retreating enemies. The four-armed demoness calls upon a clan of giant bears to charge through the ranks. A huge brown bear roars and rushes at a warrior, attacking him with a cleaver. The garrison commander concentrates the shining energy into his fist and attacks the monster. The warrior pierces the giant beast's chest with one crushing blow of his fist. The winner stands on the carcass of the defeated bear and calls on the soldiers to finish off the rest. The winged girl asks the elder in flight about the direction of their further flight. The red-haired elder explains the reason for the retreat and remembers the captive. Birdmen flying in the sky notice bright flashes of a furious battle on the ground. The delighted girl, with a smile, recognizes her holy virgin among the raging flames. The elder frowns and suspects that their saint is under someone else's control. The demoness forbids her comrade to attack the powerful youth because of his strength. The firebird anxiously informs its partner about the approach of its fellow tribesmen. The sacred phoenix soars in the sky and warns its owner about the purpose of the stranger's arrival. The young man on the back of the white tiger is surprised by the news about the demon phoenix clan. A rider with a spear on a white tiger decides to personally greet the approaching guests. The winged warriors rush away from the dangerous opponent in golden flashes. The enraged bull-headed monster is enveloped in a purple aura and calls for a fight to the death. A massive minotaur slams his hammer down on a purple-armored warrior, who blocks the blow with his sword. Subai watches the explosion in the distance and notes the demonic phoenixes quickly fleeing. A boy riding a tiger throws a glowing blue spear to help his comrade. A powerful blow from the thrown spear explodes the ground and throws the giant bull back. The bull leader looks in horror at his stone axe, which has cracked from the attack. A white tiger with a rider on its back jumps straight at the stunned bull-headed monster. A warrior in purple armor furiously finishes off his enemy with a powerful energy attack. The defeated minotaur leader falls with a crash onto the rocks right in front of his kin. The other bulls from the enemy clan are horrified to realize the death of their mighty leader. The remnants of the defeated bull tribe kneel before a giant white tiger. The man in glasses informs Subai about the complete purge of the clan and asks about the fate of the prisoners. Subai orders that order be restored and that an immediate return to Zhengzhou City be made. A little fire fairy warns her master of her clan's impending revenge. The young man strokes the fairy's head with a smile and promises to always protect her from any enemies. In the Zhengzhou Command Center, a pot-bellied commander rejoices at the turning point in a tough battle. An excited officer runs into the office and reports a surprise attack on General Lin. Shocked by the news, the director orders Subai to be sent immediately to help. A red-haired girl in a fiery aura lands next to Subai right in the gorge. Yanran, in a panic, reports an ambush on her father and asks the hero to rush to help. Subai tells his allies to return to the city while the purple-clad fighter volunteers to go with him. The hero insists on defending the city and says that he can handle saving the general himself. The white tiger rushes forward at maximum speed, carrying Subai and the girl on its back. A seriously wounded General Lin leans on a spear among a routed detachment of soldiers. The fearsome black-scaled Lion King mocks the general's attempts to resist. Brave soldiers try to cover the commander and prepare to give the monster a final fight. The wounded soldiers fall to their knees, unable to withstand the crushing pressure of the lion's aura. A ferocious Lion King with glowing eyes lunges with his glowing claws. A crushing blow from the monster's sharp claws instantly cuts through the shaft of General Lin's spear. A massive beast rises into the air, with purple energy in its hand, to finish off the man. A blue energy beam unexpectedly reflects the monster's deadly claw attack. Subai, riding a white tiger, makes a dramatic entrance into the battle, plunging a huge spear into the ground. The Lion King is completely shocked by the manifestation of divine power from the young man. The rider orders Yanran to take her wounded father to safety and takes over the fight. The general struggles to his feet and warns his savior about the enemy's elite power. A young warrior, riding a roaring tiger, fearlessly prepares to test the might of a formidable enemy. The flame bird Xiaohong takes flight and wraps itself around the Lion King with blinding fire. A white beast with blazing blue eyes rushes towards the stunned enemy. A warrior, shrouded in lightning, makes a high leap with a spear right above the battlefield. The Lion King finds himself surrounded by flaming crescents of fire and loses control. Su Bai unleashes a colossal dragon of blue energy onto the enemy's purple barrier. A powerful column of azure lightning crashes into the ground, generating a wave of bright electrical discharges. The stunned Lion King struggles to his feet amidst clouds of acrid smoke and marvels at the strength of his enemy. Su Bai, hovering in the sky with the azure dragon, declares his intention to finish off his opponent. To the aid of the wounded beast, two allies descend swiftly from the sky in rays of pink radiance. A fearsome elephant and a woman with a scorpion's tail stand next to a lion for a decisive joint battle. The young man looks at the three leaders of the 10,000 races with interest and notes their impressive power. The enraged king of the giant elephants flares with a bright aura and menacingly reproaches the enemy. The scorpion queen of the underworld coldly calls for the enemy to be dealt with as quickly as possible. Su Bai orders the firebird Xiaohong to kill the remaining monsters and takes on the three overlords. A massive elephant with white tusks grins fiercely and calls his young rival a fool. The monster's gigantic leg falls swiftly from above, straight onto the hovering azure dragon. A fearless warrior with a spear at the ready, grinning, prepares to parry a crushing blow from above. A sharp blue beam easily cuts the giant's huge gray leg into two halves. The wounded Elephant King screams hysterically from unbearable pain and pulls his stump away in panic. The hero confidently puts his spear behind his back and mocks the weakness of the enemy leaders. The Scorpion Queen's sneak attack from behind collides with the sacred beast's strong golden shield. The red-haired girl Yanran rushes to the aid of the young man, despite his warning about the danger. The cunning warrior notices the girl approaching and grins maliciously at the opportunity that has arisen. Xuanwu's golden divine shield shields Yanran from the purple wave of magic at the last moment. An enraged Su Bai brandishes a shining spear and promises to destroy those who have offended his beloved. A huge azure serpent darts down through the storm clouds towards the enemy squad. The three monster lords combine their dark energy into one powerful purple ball. A stream of azure flame collides with the enemy beam, creating a massive explosion in the sky. The guy clenches his teeth from the sharp pain and with difficulty holds back the blood gushing from his mouth. A blinding hemisphere of energy explosion covers the rocky field of the furious battle. The defeated monsters look in horror through clouds of dust at the unwaveringly standing man. The wounded leaders of the 10,000 races shamefully acknowledge the boy's superiority and decide to retreat. Three purple beams shoot into the distance as the human army launches a victorious counteroffensive. A worried Yanran and the Firebird run up to the hero, who is collapsing from exhaustion. The girl carefully examines Su Bai while he explains the weakness as a result of the divine power. The alarmed beauty loudly calls on military doctors to immediately provide assistance to the wounded man. A trio of monsters descends into the dark depths of the underground to find a mysterious purple sphere. The spirit hovering inside the glowing ball reproaches his subordinates for taking too long to return. The chieftains bow their heads respectfully and report to the king of the 9 hells about Su Bai's strength. The Dark Lord demands that you find 3 rare items to fully restore your body. The monster commanders doubt the success of their plan due to the retreat of their main troops. An unexpected voice from the dark passage makes the animals turn sharply towards the exit. The elder of the Demon Phoenix clan offers a deal in exchange for the return of the Holy Maiden. General Hu receives the victory reports from the allied countries and thanks them for successfully encircling the enemy. The commander-in-chief decisively gives orders to all units to finish off the remnants of the retreating army. At headquarters, the assistant reports to the doctor about the injury of Su Bai and General Lin Jianan. The girl reports that the lives of the wounded are out of danger, but Subai has not yet regained consciousness. The doctor orders the best medical team to be assembled for the hero's speedy recovery. In the intensive care unit, Lin Yanran sits by the hero's bed and shares the news. Suddenly, excited comrades in arms cheerfully enter the room with loud questions. Friends inquire about the condition of the wounded, and the general sitting on the bed answers for himself. The bespectacled man, smiling, assures his comrades of Subai's indestructible stamina and endurance. The bandaged general invites his daughter to officially have a lavish wedding with the young man. Hearing the unexpected proposal from her father, the embarrassed girl blushes deeply from shock. The friends happily joke around with Lin Yanran and promise to invite the entire academy. The general's daughter shyly says that she has not yet asked Subai himself for consent. The guy lying on the bed opens his eyes and gives his full consent with a smile. The bride joyfully rushes to her awakened lover, with questions about his health. The young man openly declares that he admires his future wife with great pleasure. The fighters laugh heartily at how quickly the guy recovered from talking about marriage. Subai makes an oath before the general to always protect and look after his beloved bride. The little pets on the floor happily stuff their bellies with treats, right while chatting. The woman in the black dress walks away, ordering two subordinate monsters to follow her. The beast-like monsters discuss their suspicions about the demon Phoenix clan. The dark spirit from the ball explains that he needs the holy maiden's feathers to recreate the body. The monsters bow their heads respectfully and accept the cruel order to capture the holy maiden. Beautiful fireworks and festive balloons are launched from the decorated wedding arena. The host solemnly announces the beginning of the long-awaited wedding ceremony into the microphone. To the enthusiastic cries of the guests, the father leads the beautiful bride along the red carpet. The guests at the ceremony applaud and look forward to a grand celebratory drink after the wedding. The general carefully hands his daughter's hand to the groom and asks him to always take care of her. The groom holds his beloved's hands and vows to protect her for the rest of his life. Suddenly, the wedding venue is shaken by powerful magical flashes of enemy energy. Faithful pets are the first to sense mortal danger and immediately assume a fighting stance. Subai is outraged by the audacity of his enemies who dared to show up at his celebration. A frightened Xiaohong senses the approaching ominous power of the great Phoenix Elder. A squad of insidious monsters, led by a woman, hovers in the clouds above the stadium. The villains are plotting a dastardly plan to attack the hero and the guests, weakened after the battle. The purple monster is about to entangle everything around him with a poisonous soul-eater barrier. A huge elephant is preparing to destroy the outer defense with all its might and crush the platform. The protagonist orders the emergency protection plan to be activated immediately. The manager orders the exits to be blocked and calls on the students to stand up for the guests. The academy's defenders resolutely rush forward to protect the wedding celebration. The wounded father of the bride refuses to hide behind the fighters and is ready to join the fight. The groom's companion takes out a heavy sword and runs to take up defensive positions at the eastern entrance. Subai takes off his jacket and asks little Xiaohong to stay close to the bride. The young man, along with his spirit animals, rushes upward towards the main gate. A woman with a scorpion's tail hovers in the air among red balloons and laughs evilly. The purple creature declares its intention to present a deadly poisonous gift. The enemy attacker releases a thick purple poison cloud across the entire area. Guests in formal suits begin to cough from the poisonous gas and try to save themselves. A man in a suit covers his face with a purple glove and scolds the vile monsters. Subai examines the dead guard and realizes the falsity of the threat he felt. The guy anxiously realizes the enemy's cunning plan to lure him away from the guests. A huge elephant-like monster descends upon the square, scattering people. A bride in a white dress rushes to the aid of frightened guests in the midst of a toxic fog. A fierce lion with red eyes suddenly appears from the purple haze in front of the girl. A golden armor shield protects the bride from the crushing blow of a clawed paw. Armed with a spear, Subai rushes at great speed to protect his bride. Little Xiaohong runs through smoke and flames to help her beloved master. The red-haired clan elder grabs the phoenix by the hand and demands that it return back. The baby resists furiously and screams about her unyielding desire to stay. A woman in a black dress angrily scolds a holy virgin for serving a common man. The elder forcibly lifts the crying girl into the air for a severe punishment. An enraged guy notices the kidnapping and shouts for his pet to be released. The hero runs forward through the purple fog, towards a new attack from the air. The bride protects the groom, with a black shield, from a sudden attack by an enraged lion. A powerful blow throws the girl straight into the arms of a young man who has arrived just in time. The girl asks her lover not to worry about her and to help their faithful turtle. The young man, deeply alarmed, gazes intently at the field of brutal battle. A huge elephant mocks the weakness of its enemies and crushes a turtle with its massive foot. A red-haired woman in a scarlet aura carries the crying Xiao Hong away from the battlefield. The villains rejoice at the successful kidnapping and order the scorpion to detain the man. The purple monster anticipates an easy victory and glory from killing a powerless enemy. Subai bursts into a bright, furious flame and releases his hidden power. A guy with glowing eyes vows to punish the attackers for the ruined wedding. A frightened humanoid, covered in cold sweat, watches in horror as the young man is reborn. A shining beam of crushing energy rushes towards the monster with lightning speed. The angry young man pierces his opponent's body with a spear and promises to take revenge on his enemies. The giant elephant panics and shouts to his comrade to retreat and abandon the wounded scorpion. The dying enemy desperately tries to reach the offender with his poisonous sting. The young man grabs the scorpion's sharp tail and mocks it mercilessly. The blade's deadly flash leaves a bright cross-shaped mark in the air. A warrior with a severed stinger rises menacingly above the body of a defeated monster. The bleeding purple creature falls down and bitterly admits its failure. Subai asks the rector and the elder to keep order and promises to save Xiao Hong. The man with the mustache tells the young man to take care of himself and orders everyone to retreat to defensive lines. The worried girl shouts after the hero and promises to faithfully protect this place until his return. A swift streak of fire cuts through the cloudy sky as the fugitives are chased at full speed. Subai flies forward at great speed and mentally asks the captive to hold out until he helps her. A little tearful captive begs the elder to let her go back to her beloved master. The red-haired warrior grabs the girl and convinces her of the treachery of the human race. A huge, beast-like lion, in a panic, warns the leader of the approach of a formidable pursuer. The mighty elephant offers to fight back against the enemy and personally test the true limits of his strength. The enemy leader notes with alarm the incredible speed of his pursuer and agrees to fight. A blinding, shining arrow falls at full speed from above, straight onto the elephant's back. The giant elephant concentrates dark energy in its massive paws for a crushing blow. A powerful energy explosion shakes the rock face and raises clouds of thick dust around it. A guy hovering in the air with a spear is burning with rage and vows to avenge his wounded comrade. The furious lion-headed beast ignites a crimson flame around itself before another clash. A bright flash of two oncoming attacks explodes the space around with hundreds of pink rays. Subai strikes with a glowing spear and easily suppresses the lion's fierce resistance. The white tiger suddenly makes a crushing leap straight onto the back of the confused lion. The beast, pinned to the ground, begs its ally for urgent help under the onslaught of a superior enemy force. The giant raises his heavy foot in an attempt to crush the impudent opponent into pulp. The fearless warrior instantly erects an indestructible barrier of divine power around himself. The stunned monsters refuse to acknowledge human superiority and cry out to the elder. A cruel woman forcibly extracts the life energy from a little captive screaming in pain. The angry young man is enraged by the sight of his faithful little companion being tortured. The enemy leader covers herself in fiery feathers and mocks the opponent's weakness. The majestic firebird soars into the sky and holds its prey tightly in its sharp claws. Three dangerous monsters simultaneously attack a shining sphere with a person trapped inside. The young hero smiles confidently and decides to deal with all three enemies in one fell swoop. The frightened elephant-headed monster opens its mouth in panic in the face of an unknown threat. Around Subai, the spirits of sacred beasts of incredible elements and sizes soar majestically. The shocked lion covers his paws from the overwhelming pressure of the alien ancient energy. The giant bird cries out in amazement about the impossibility of simultaneously controlling the four sources. The young master proudly declares his acceptance of the great will of the ancestors for the complete destruction of hostile races. With a wave of his hand, The warrior calls upon the aid of a mighty striped tiger in a blaze of azure sparks. A huge space predator menacingly opens its fanged mouth next to its owner. A turquoise sky dragon with glowing red eyes hovers over the shoulder of a calm guy. The sharp blade of the war spear is filled with a powerful flash of sparkling azure energy. A tortoise glowing with golden light explains the call of its master to the girl standing nearby. The beautiful warrior, with a pleading look in her eyes, watches the beam of energy fly off into the distance. Subai faces his enemies with a bold sneer, surrounded by a colossal shining giant. A huge fire phoenix holds the captive in its claws and screams furiously at the enemy. The flaming bird swoops down and unleashes a powerful wave of fire on its enemies. Subai concentrates his energy into his spear, trying not to hit the hostage in the fight. A young man with eyes burning with fury calls upon the full power of the sacred beast. Azure and scarlet beams of colossal energy collide in the sky with an explosion. The beastmen watching the battle panic and shield themselves from the powerful shockwave. A little girl, trapped in a fire, cries and loudly calls for her master. The elder demands patience from the captive, while the young man quickly flies to the rescue. The captive strains all her strength and tries to break free from the claws that hold her. The bird is amazed at the Holy Virgin's disobedience as she rushes towards the Savior. Subai picks up his freed companion and carefully inquires about her condition. A wounded enemy in the form of a red-haired woman threatens the imminent arrival of the Dark Lord. The guy angrily promises to make anyone who dares to touch his loved ones pay. The tip of the battle spear is illuminated by bright flashes of blue electric lightning. A powerful beam of lightning energy rushes straight at the retreating enemy. The red-haired warrior tries to put up a magical shield against the blow. A scarlet flash absorbs the attack, and the enemy manages to escape with threats. Subai looks after the escaped woman with annoyance and lowers his formidable weapon. Two frightened beastmen are trying to escape quickly among the stone rubble. The hero with an icy gaze calls out to the cowardly fleeing minions of darkness. The youth brings down two glittering blades of energy from the sky, straight at the beastmen. The defeated monsters lie on the ground and beg the magician hovering above them for mercy. A wounded lion with a bloody mouth orders his partner to remain silent under threat of punishment. Subai ignites lightning bolts on his palm and demands that the secrets be revealed immediately. A bolt of force lightning pierces the lion, causing him to scream in unbearable pain. The frightened elephant quickly reveals the truth about the surviving soul of the king of the nine hells. The guy listens to the unexpected news about the Dark Lord with utter amazement on his face. The traitor points to the crevice, under the angry curses of the bleeding lion. The elephant reveals the exact location of the altar on the border of human territory. Subai's face darkens as he realizes the enemy's insidious plan to resurrect the ruler. A young warrior decides to destroy the ancient evil completely at any cost. The exhausted lion, in his death rage, promises death to all the inhabitants of the world. A young man with a spear in his hand coldly delivers a merciless sentence to his defeated enemies. The beastmen freeze in horror and fall dead from the swift, crushing blow. A red-haired maid approaches a glowing purple altar alone. The girl reports with a guilty look about a crushing defeat in a recent battle. The ghostly skull hovering above the pedestal goes into an indescribable rage. A huge purple entity looms over the subordinate, who is trembling with fear. The wounded warrior justifies herself by citing the awakened power of the enemy's sacred beasts. A sinister spirit releases deadly tentacles into the now useless servant. A ghostly beast of purple energy with glowing scarlet eyes flies towards its victim. A bright purple beam of energy bursts into the open mouth of a girl screaming in pain. A purple-eyed elder, possessed by a dark force, threatens the enemy with swift clan revenge. Juyu takes control of the other's body and squeezes the hand engulfed in purple light. A powerful pillar of purple light shoots upward, announcing the victorious return of the king. Subai carefully holds the wounded fairy in his arms and transmits his saving divine power to her. In the depths of the forest, the hero suggests that his friends split up to track down a dangerous enemy. The little fairy clings tightly to her master and begs him to take her on a search for the insidious enemy. The red-haired companion warns Subai of the danger and suggests calling for help. The young man orders an ally to bring reinforcements, while he prepares for a sortie with his friend. A huge white tiger stands next to the heroes before the start of an important reconnaissance route. Riders on the back of a mighty white beast rush forward along steep, rocky slopes. The companion notices suspicious activity ahead and anxiously attracts Subai's attention. A giant vortex of thick purple flame swirls above the top of a dark cliff. The boy hugs the weakening fairy tightly and asks her to hold on until the end of the journey. The little girl sadly informs her owner about the rapid growth of the enemy's dark energy. Hordes of wild monsters feed on purple streams of power in the middle of a gloomy gorge. From the top of the hill, the heroes watch as tendrils of magic envelop the ominous mountain. The creepy elder, with a predatory grin, enjoys the unprecedented power of his new body. The Dark Lord revels in power and threatens to turn all the races of the world into his eternal slaves. The white tiger deftly jumps off the cliff, hiding its presence from enemy sentries. Subai carefully surveys the surroundings and calls on his companions to remain completely hidden. The red-haired girl notices a narrow ventilation passage in the sheer stone wall. The black-haired youth orders his loyal tiger to activate his shadow ability for camouflage. The beast is enveloped in golden light and makes a sharp leap straight into the dark hole. The scouts creep cautiously along the stone parapet inside the enemy sanctuary. In the center of the spacious hall, a figure hovers, absorbing the rays from a blazing magic circle. The flaming silhouette spreads its enormous wings, under the influence of the ancient power of the treasure. The elated villainess instantly discovers the scouts and mockingly calls them to battle. The young man calmly rises to his full height on the wall and calls on his companions to keep their cool. The villainess soars into the air on scarlet wings and greets her sworn enemy. The little fairy, in complete horror, recognizes in the flying monster the body of her great elder. The enraged little girl bursts into flames and rushes into battle for blood revenge. Subai stops the impulsive fairy in time, urging her to wait for the right moment. The young man looks at the hovering enemy with cold blood and notices the guards posted around him. At the foot of the altar stand guard, armed, beast-like guards and a giant snake. The hero orders his friends to stay put and personally goes to reconnoiter the positions. A thick, dark taint spreads rapidly across the bright feathers of the elder's wing. Chuyu, with a loud laugh, boasts about the colossal power of his new body in front of the hero. A sinister entity with a distorted face lets out a mad, triumphant cry into the darkness. The possessed woman, with a mad grin, clutches her face and declares her superiority. Subai frowned as he watched his opponent, realizing that his control over the other's body was not yet complete. The winged warrior extends a dark, clawed hand forward and loudly orders the boy to be killed. From the swirling purple flames emerge huge, ghostly samurai with long blades. The frightened partner screams loudly and warns Subai about the approaching terrible danger. Flaming purple warriors jump down on the hero from above, swinging their heavy blades. The young man instantly envelops his spear in blue dragon energy and asks Zhao Qing to get ready. In a high leap, the young man pierces the ghostly guardian's head with a crushing blow from his spear. Subai spins around in midair and cuts off the arm of the second demonic warrior with a precise swing of his spear. The shining head of the azure dragon crashes into the magical defense of the enemy blade with a crash. With a powerful circular strike, the young man finally cuts the dark ghost's body into small pieces. Landing on the stone floor, the hero resolutely steps on the blade of the sword with his heavy boot. A bright flash of azure energy crackles and explodes in all directions from the powerful impact on the floor. Crushing the blade with his foot, the fighter gloomily notes the high power and danger of the summoned guards. Suddenly, the young man clutches his chest from a sharp pain caused by the release of divine energy. The purple guard, left without a weapon, begins to scream terribly and swell blindingly from magic. The hero, his eyes wide with horror, realizes that the enemy is about to blow himself up. A deafening explosion of purple flame tears apart the monster and covers the entire arena with smoke. A demonic woman hovers above the clouds of smoke and laughs contemptuously at the weakness of her enemies. Covered by heavy golden shields, the warrior reminds Ju of the life he once gave him. The angry winged maiden lands on the stone slabs and calls people pathetic bugs. In a dark crack under the stone slabs, dozens of evil, glowing scarlet eyes light up. The hero's companions look at what is happening with horror and desperately shout to him about the danger. A glittering golden blade lightning fast cuts the head of a ferocious water monster in half. A man with a sword encourages the squad and calls on everyone to fight their way through the wild animals to the altar. The guy with glasses raises his hand and calls on his allies to launch a decisive attack from the flank. The possessed elder glares his burning scarlet eye with hatred towards the arriving people. The woman with dark wings breaks into a smile and declares that help has arrived too late. Soaring above the ground with a maddened face, the demoness releases gigantic streams of dark magic. The young man in combat armor realizes with alarm that Joyo is about to completely enslave another's body. Subai asks his companion to help Elder Han and under no circumstances allow the enemy to be reborn. The hovering demoness summons monsters and commands them to tear her opponents to pieces. A horde of ferocious beasts and monsters rushes forward, shrouded in poisonous purple flames. A powerful fiery glow erupts around the young man as he prepares to meet the attacking beasts. A powerful stream of fire and hovering red swords instantly burn away a crowd of attacking monsters. The villainess grins madly and declares that her army of wild creatures will never end. A new pillar of purple light brings down even more ferocious winged creatures onto the arena. The girl runs towards her allies and says with relief that she was going to help them. The comrades who arrived in time watched in amazement as the monsters created a giant fiery portal. Subai rushes to reassure his friends and warns them of the increased power of the absorbed phoenix. The winged villain Joyo taunts her opponents and gathers purple lightning bolts in her hand. Floating in the air, the demoness forms a huge sphere of destructive energy above her head. The villain directs the magic ball downwards, and the guy tries to cover his comrades with a barrier. Subai shouts loudly for his allies to stand behind him and prepare for a powerful strike. A woman with black wings, laughing madly, throws a purple ball at people. After the explosion, the wounded Subai coughs up blood, and his friends who arrived support him. Han Zan grips the long blade in a rage and charges towards the winged enemy. The demoness only smirks and releases purple lightning from her fingertips. A powerful purple beam crashes into the attacking warrior's outstretched sword. The defeated Han Zan falls onto the stone slabs in smoke before the shocked eyes of Subai. The winged enemy raises her hands again and begins to create an even larger ball of darkness. A huge purple sphere of death hovers menacingly over the wounded people below. A terrified Yanran and a wounded Subai look on in horror at the impending disaster. The guy looks at his fallen comrades with pain and clenches his teeth in helplessness. In deep despair, the young man blames himself for his weakness and inability to save people. The enraged demoness sends a giant sphere towards the heroes with a triumphant cry. Suddenly, a bright flash of shining blue light cuts through the dark space. The pink-haired girl's eyes widen in surprise at the appearance of a strange light. A glowing azure blade cuts the ball of darkness exactly in half at full speed. In a bright blue glow, the spirit of Lord Nieching appears before the stunned fighters. The stunned woman recognizes her fallen enemy with horror and is amazed at the survival of his soul. The ghostly mentor declares that he will use the remainder of his soul to defeat evil. With a smooth movement of his hand, Nieching sent the shining blade straight into Subai's palms. Having accepted the divine sword, the young man feels how the painful recoil in his body completely disappears. An inspired Han Zan lifts the heavy blade with a joyful smile on his face. People on the battlefield gain hope and loudly shout to crush the enemy. An enraged Joyu hovers over the army of monsters and promises to devour the master's soul. A whole horde of horned monsters and winged beasts rushes forward with a furious roar. Niching's spirit folds his fingers into a fighting gesture and releases a powerful stream of energy. A wide azure arc of energy cuts through the air and destroys rows of fleeing monsters. An icy wave freezes the crowd of creatures, and a golden silhouette soars high into the sky. Engulfed in golden flames, Subai furiously swings his sword for a crushing attack. Powerful clots of bright energy rush from both sides straight at the dark demoness. A fiery flash of light instantly incinerates the attacking monsters without a trace. The dark mistress looks in panic at the shining blade approaching her. Juyu steps back and realizes with alarm that the boy has mastered divine power. Raising her hand, the villainess creates a huge purple blade of darkness directly above her head. The winged beast lashes out with a gigantic blade of darkness at the ghostly master. The master's spirit instantly reacts and sends out a powerful stream of azure chi. Two giant energy blasts collide in the air with a deafening crash. People in the hall watch with tension as the deadly battle unfolds in the arena. The enraged winged creature screams at its enemy that today is its time to die. The ghost elder informs Subai that his spiritual strength is rapidly depleting. The mentor calls on the disciple to unite the power of the divine treasure and the sacred beasts. The comrades promise to deal with the servants and ask the hero to focus on the enemy. The young man confidently grips the flaming blade and prepares to finish off the dangerous leader. The mighty warrior rises into the air, concentrating a colossal column of blazing energy. A huge shining blade thunders down from above, straight at the winged demoness. The villainess raises her clawed hands in rage and creates a protective barrier of dark magic. A fiery blade of crushing force crashes into the demoness's durable purple dome. Subai gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing that the enemy's shield had withstood his onslaught. Faithful allies notice a comrade's difficulties and immediately rush to his aid. The friends simultaneously release bright streams of energy directly onto the dome of the dark demoness. The azure spirit places its hand over the fighter's palm, infusing new chi into the blade. The elder inspires the young man to make a decisive attack to finally eradicate evil. The swordsman lets out a furious battle cry, pouring all available strength into the shining blade. Under the combined pressure, the purple protective shield becomes deeply cracked. The winged creature screams in horror, realizing that its indestructible armor is about to crack. A blinding stream of magic breaks the dome and falls with all its power on the enemy. A powerful explosion raises thick clouds of gray dust on the cracked stone floor of the hall. The maimed villainess bleeds out as the swordsman prepares to deliver the finishing blow. Subai makes a swift dash forward, raising the red-hot blade above her head. Suddenly, a shimmering sphere of dark light appears right in front of the wounded demoness's face. A mysterious stranger in a black robe reaches out from the portal that appears. A tall, hooded man grabs the half-dead fugitive right in front of the swordsman. The angry young man tensely demands that the uninvited guest tell him his true name. The wounded monster pitifully begs the messenger to take her away and forgive her for her mistake. The hooded stranger arrogantly declares that the captive's life belongs only to him. Subai instantly swung his sword, sending a bright arc of fire after the fugitives. The mysterious alien effortlessly absorbs the fiery blade with a dense cosmic shield. Elder He materializes behind the guy and warns him about the magician's incredible power. The mysterious guest binds the demoness with chains and threatens the imminent return of all races. The red-haired girl screams loudly at the stranger, demanding that he leave the captive in place. The angry magician flashes his scarlet eyes from under the cloth and calls people fools. A deadly purple beam suddenly shoots straight at the terrified heroine. The young man instantly rushes forward and shields his partner from the deadly beam with his body. An ally in purple armor makes a high jump, wanting to distract a dangerous enemy. Subai and the girl he saved watch their friend's reckless flight with great excitement. The dark mage unleashes a devastating blast, instantly knocking back the flying warrior. The body of the brave fighter crashes into the slabs with a deafening crash and sinks into the thick dust. The guy in glasses furiously calls on the crowd of allies to prevent the villain from taking Tsuyu away. A crowd of warriors surrounds the cloaked enemy and activates a combat aura of different colors. The little fire fairy rushes forward with a scream to help her master. The creature transforms into a giant flaming phoenix and swoops down on the villain. The mysterious enemy points his finger forward and unleashes an ice spell. The fiery companion finds herself frozen solid in a thick piece of blue ice. Subai sees the assistant's capture and extends his hand with a beam of fire back. The ghostly mentor possesses Subai to awaken the power of the divine artifact. The swordsman grips the hilt of his sword resolutely under a powerful stream of shining energy. Subai's eyes flash with a bright green flame as the divine power is activated. The dark-hooded sorcerer watches the hero's growing power with slight surprise. The hero rises up and delivers a gigantic slash with his sword to the dark hand. The dark mage barely holds back the onslaught of the blade with a huge purple palm from the darkness. A warrior with a large sword covers his comrades and orders the wounded to hide behind his back. The red-haired swordswoman runs forward and promises Subai to reliably cover his rear. Subai, in a furious cry, vows to make the enemy pay in full. The green blade cuts through the caster's purple arm with crushing force. The cloaked mage examines his injured arm and decides to fight with all his might. Massive spheres of dark purple energy form in the air around the sorcerer. A hail of deadly rays of darkness continuously bombarded Subai's green barrier. The young man holds on to the protective dome with all his might and endures colossal pressure. The spirit of the elder supports the disciple and encourages him to believe in the hidden power of the treasure. The giant spirits of the azure dragon and white tiger materialize above the arena. Subai floats in a golden glow, surrounded by wings and ancient heavenly gates. The mighty sacred beasts unleash a blinding blow directly at the enemy figure. The sorcerer quickly puts a giant shield in the shape of a demonic skull in front of him. A furious stream of energy instantly crushes the dark barrier and throws the magician back. A deadly beam of light pierces the ceiling and goes high into the gloomy sky. The defeated enemy hangs in shock among the fragments of the broken shield of darkness. Subai rushes at full speed into the resulting gap after the enemies. A powerful beam of fire rushes through the hole in the roof, straight towards the retreating villains. A captive, mutilated woman in chains panics and begs her master for salvation. A searing stream of light covers the villains and tears apart the bound captive. A pulsating purple sphere, containing the remnants of the enemy's soul, emerges from the thick smoke. The guy in glasses jumps and deftly intercepts the dark sphere in the air. A villain with flaming eyes threatens everyone present with cruel retribution for death. The hooded mage raises his hand and forms a colossal black sphere of emptiness. Subai fearlessly challenges the dark sorcerer and prepares a decisive sword strike. The hero's green energy ball collides with a dark clot of black magic. The girl commands her allies to immediately remove all the wounded from the collapsing building. Subai soars into the sky in a blaze of emerald energy and launches a decisive attack. The stunned dark mage in the hood cannot believe his eyes after successfully blocking the guy. The ghostly mentor supports the youth as he makes a furious sword thrust. The swordsman makes a swift dash forward and cuts the air with a glowing blade. A wounded cultist in a black mask screams about his vengeance and the immortality of the messenger of the worlds. The enemy mage disintegrates into dark shreds, leaving behind a red token. The guy looks at the hovering artifact in surprise and realizes the complete illusory nature of the enemy. The red-haired companion catches the exhausted warrior after a hard landing. The girl smiles joyfully at the winner and thanks him for saving all her allies. The pillar of azure flame confirms the successful defense of the borders of human land. The shining spirit of the mentor entrusts the young heroes with the important task of revealing the secrets of other spaces. The commander's ghost gradually dissipates in the wind and gives his final parting words. A young man takes an oath to protect people while his comrade hands him a healing pill. Rescuers begin evacuating survivors and searching for victims amid thick smoke and ruins. The arriving fighter in purple armor praises Subai for his excellent and powerful fighting technique. The bespectacled man shows a glowing artifact that has begun to actively absorb the energy around it. The protagonist reaches out with a gloved hand and takes the suspicious red plaque. Touching the relic evokes a very strange and frightening vision in the guy's mind. The fighter calmly explains to his worried friend his sudden visions of unknown worlds. The frightened girl pulls her fingers back due to the powerful dark aura inside the artifact. The sky is suddenly covered with ominous storm clouds and flashes of bright blue lightning. Subai looks up anxiously and warns everyone about the approach of a formidable enemy. The squad leader loudly orders the medics to cover the wounded and prepare for defense. Wisps of purple darkness rapidly merge in the gloomy sky above the defenders' positions. The artifact in the brave young man's hand begins to blaze furiously with a dark purple flame. A giant dark monster from clouds of smoke menacingly demands the return of an item that belongs to him. The stunned people on the ground watch in silence as the colossal monster appears. The warrior boldly challenges the otherworldly creature and loudly calls for it to attack first. A huge shadow creature with a poisonous laugh quickly dives towards the defender's position. Deadly black spikes fall upon a squad of earthling fighters at great speed. The red-haired girl pushes her partner back and insistently urges him to take his medicine. The defenders create a strong golden barrier against the enemy's flying dark projectiles. Su-bai, having gained strength, concentrates his shining energy for a crushing blow. The hero's bright beam of light instantly cuts through enemy spikes before the eyes of his allies. The hero soars through the air in shining golden armor, with his wings of power spread. The shadow giant raises its clawed paws angrily over the glowing figure of the brave fighter. The monster's two huge paws close around the human warrior hanging in the sky. The mighty warrior unleashes a blinding solar sphere of incredible power. A giant golden dome of energy expands and fills all visible space. A blinding flash burns the monster's hands and forces people to cover their eyes. People are running in panic across the ground and watching energy beams flying in the sky. A mustachioed man in a business suit and a glowing aura flies forward and calls for his allies to hurry. The bloody mouth of a wounded warrior with sharp teeth bared is shown in close-up during a battle. Su-bai, bleeding profusely and with a fierce gaze, doubts his ability to endure this fight. The young warrior gathers his last strength and bursts into a bright golden light to save people. The comrades behind him loudly shouted in support of Su-bai and demanded that he hold out to the end. The hero's shining golden figure hovers in the center of the flash, opposite the enemy's huge dark tentacles. A warrior in armor with mechanical wings launches a decisive counterattack on the monster. Su-bai directs a blinding, shining blade straight at the enemy's hovering dark head. A dark giant with purple eyes is outraged by the insolence of people and creates an impenetrable barrier. The warrior's glowing blade cuts into a dense black vortex and generates a powerful flash. The furious hero presses against the barrier with all his might, trying to break through the dark protection of the sinister entity. A powerful column of bright golden energy crackles through the dark vortex and illuminates everything around. A black monster with purple eyes decides to feed his stubborn rival to his dark dragon. The red-haired girl presses her hand to her chest and screams as she tries to help the wounded Su-bai. Yanran releases a powerful crimson crescent-shaped energy, slash straight towards the monster. The beast's massive, dark mouth opens and unleashes a destructive purple beam in response. The girl deftly jumps aside from the deadly beam that shatters the rocks into pieces. Seeing the attack on his companion, an enraged Su-bai, his face bloodied, screams in wild anger. The guy delivers a crushing blow with his lightsaber and cuts the dark dragon's head in two. The dark giant is twisted with wild rage at the death of his pet and promises to burn the hero to ashes. A massive black-clawed paw with a purple glow falls rapidly from above to the ground. Su-bai summons the colorful spirits of the sacred beasts and shouts for everyone to retreat immediately. A mixture of multicolored streams of spiritual energy collides with a crushing attack of darkness. The wounded youth's eyes are bloodshot from the colossal tension and pain throughout his body. A giant dark pillar of energy crashes into the ground, causing the frightened fighters to run away. A cloud of thick dust rises, causing Yanran and the surviving soldiers to look for Su-bai. The wounded defender, without outerwear, lies on the stone rubble and coughs heavily from his wounds. The black giant looms over the deep paw crater and arrogantly announces the end of the game. The director, in a glowing aura, flies to the rescue of his fallen comrade along with other fighters. The monstrous giant looks contemptuously at the approaching man and threatens to destroy everyone. The angry leader folds his fingers into a spell and calls upon the power of heavenly punishment. A huge, shining sword of righteous energy rushes upward straight towards the face of the dark monster. A man in a formal suit and a golden glow quickly rises up after a powerful blow. The giant's dark tentacles easily intercept the flaming energy blade in front of his face. The warrior in purple armor urges the cadets to attack the monster and buy time for Su-bai. Many brave fighters simultaneously release multicolored beams of energy towards the enemy. The hovering giant grins contemptuously and calls all the assembled warriors pathetic insects. Sharp black spikes rain down on the squad, causing them to dodge in panic. Experienced commanders lead men in a bold attack from the flanks, trying to stretch the giant's forces. The little companion and the magical pets tearfully beg the bleeding Su-bai to wake up. Through the pain, Su-bai mentally repeats to himself that he must stand firm and protect humanity. The academy director rises into the air and shields his comrade from a hail of black thorns. One of the enemy projectiles bounces off the defensive barrier with a roar. A man in a business suit lands nearby and urges the exhausted young man to rest. A huge dark spirit with purple eyes looks at the surviving enemies in rage. The fearless director shields the lying youth and deflects the flying dark projectiles. Seeing a new threat, the protector loudly calls for everyone to join forces to save Subai. Three ghostly beasts roar menacingly in the sky, expressing their readiness to cover their master. A giant green turtle grows in front of the fairy and covers her with its powerful shell. A menacing white tiger and an azure dragon swiftly attack the enemy next to the turtle. The dark monster bares his teeth and prepares to incinerate all who dare to challenge him. Sudden fiery explosions shake the giant shadow head right in the middle of the attack. The arriving warrior in a purple suit joyfully announces the arrival of the main cavalry forces. A squad of fighters in scarlet cloaks rushes forward, firing fiery arrows at the enemy. Surrounded by explosions, the dark monster realizes with displeasure that its time of stay is up. Before leaving, the threatening spirit promises people inevitable death on the day of the great return. The black silhouette dissolves into a spatial funnel before the eyes of the astonished soldiers. The surviving soldiers raise their hands victoriously to the bright sky and celebrate the enemy's retreat. The director bends over the unconscious Subai and, with relief, praises him for his resilience. The worried girl rushes to the wounded boy, while the officer urgently calls for medics. The doctor who arrived in time uses healing magic and reports severe damage to the meridians. A medic in a white uniform anxiously explains that only rare herbs can save the boy. The director immediately orders that teams be sent to search for rare healing agents. With concern on his face, the mentor hopes that the young defender of the people will be able to pull through. White birds soar in the clear sky, a reminder of the coming struggle for the future of humanity. In the hospital ward of the military academy, the companions discuss the mysterious seal on the hero's body. The director explains that only an ancient essence from the Forbidden Lands can destroy the seal. The sad head of the academy adds that it is almost impossible to deliver such a valuable substance without losing its properties. The red-haired girl firmly declares her intention to personally take the victim to the dangerous lands. An adult mentor tries to stop her, warning her about deadly monsters at every turn. The director touches the girl's shoulder reassuringly and promises to assemble a whole rescue team. Yanran agrees with his comrades' arguments and thanks them for their offered support. Against the backdrop of the city at night, a brave companion secretly carries Subai on her back across the wasteland. Remembering the doctor's words about the risk of losing the young man forever, she strengthens her resolve. Through the gloom of the night forest, the heroine stubbornly drags the motionless guy towards the mountains. Sitting by the fire at night, a tired Yanran carefully covers her companion with a cloth. The brave warrior attacks the huge monster that stands in their way with a light blade. An exhausted girl carries a guy on her back and tenderly whispers words of support. A lone traveler with a heavy burden on his shoulders steps under the vaults of a cave in a forbidden land. Xiao Hong flies out in a fiery aura and warns the girl carrying Subai of the danger. Deep in the dark cave, two bright blue eyes of an unknown creature suddenly light up. A powerful spiritual pressure from an unknown enemy forces the girl to fall to her knees. The monster's massive clawed paw lands heavily on the stone floor of the dark cave. A huge horned monster with flaming patterns on its body menacingly blocks the path of travelers. The brave warrior draws her blade and stands up to protect her unconscious companion. The fearsome horned beast opens its mouth wide and releases a stream of deadly blue flame. The red-haired swordswoman shields Subai from the monster's destructive breath with her sword. The strong pressure of enemy energy makes the girl grit her teeth from the heavy tension. The firebird flies swiftly across the blue beam and protects its owner from attack. A powerful flash of blue energy rumbles through the space around the warrior. The huge monster knocks the fiery defender down in mid-air with a crushing swing of its paw. The little fairy lands heavily on the rocks and shouts at her ally to run away immediately. The blazing Xiao Hong surrounds herself with a bright light and boldly rushes towards the enemy again. The huge beast easily intercepts the fire fairy with its long tail and mocks her. The monster raises its clawed paw for a crushing blow on the defenseless warrior. The red-haired swordswoman uses her last strength to block the beast's clawed paw with her blade. The girl looks at Subai lying next to her and promises to stay with him until the very end. Golden lines of ancient energy suddenly flash across the unconscious boy's face. Subai's eyes suddenly open and begin to glow with a dazzling golden light. The boy suddenly rises into the air in a halo of light in front of the surprised horned monster. Subai, suspended in midair, lets out a furious cry and releases a destructive wave of energy. Captured, Xiao Hong is alarmed to notice frightening changes in her owner's behavior. A flash of divine treasure power illuminates the dark vaults of the cave with a bright golden light. The warrior watches her comrade's sudden transformation with amazement and fear. Subai dons mechanical armor with wings against the backdrop of a green dragon's silhouette. The armored warrior unleashes a swift beam of green energy from above onto the monster's body. A deadly blade of green light accurately strikes the ferocious monster in the center of the chest. Freed from the monster's tail, Xiao Hong flares up with anger and screams furiously. The wounded horned animal struggles to stay on the rocky slope from the powerful push. Subai, wearing armor, spreads his arms wide and concentrates a new portion of energy around him. A giant pillar of energy pierces the cave and pins the dark monster to the ground. The blinding radiance of a powerful combat strike completely hides the monster's face. Golden arcs of powerful energy swirl in the air above the shocked warrior. An enraged monster with a golden horn lets out a deafening roar in clouds of bright flame. A hovering warrior with scarlet eyes lifts huge boulders into the air with the power of his mind. The frightened girl warns the guy at the top of her voice against a new furious attack by the monster. The warrior begs the maddened Subai to come to his senses and come to his senses quickly. The defeated beast disappears into the darkness of the cave under the tired gaze of the warrior. A bleeding horned monster with a wounded paw goes deep into the forbidden lands. The dark monster's wounded clawed hand slowly clenches into a tight fist. The beast stands before the glowing blue gates and declares itself invincible. The boy, engulfed in golden symbols, screams furiously from the overwhelming power. The girl runs up to her friend and anxiously notices the magical runes of the seal. The red-haired warrior holds her friend's face and asks him to fight the spell. A powerful blue beam of energy suddenly falls from above onto the frightened girl. A possessed warrior with glowing scarlet eyes shields his companion from a dangerous blow. The girl falls on her back and, in panic, warns her partner about a treacherous trap. The horned monster points forward and threatens to kill all uninvited guests. An enraged Subai, wearing shining armor, lunges forward. The warrior delivers a series of fiery blows to the body of the beast, trying to defend itself. The magical runes on the boy's body flare up and begin to completely absorb his mind. The fiery blade leaves a deep, bleeding cut on the monster's arm. The monster's dark hand instantly heals the wound with blue energy. The wounded boy screams in rage and continues to rain down a barrage of attacks on the enemy. The warrior rushes forward and understands the secret of the enemy's endless strength. The beast attacks back furiously and inflicts severe wounds on the unprotected person. The red-haired girl decides to remove the dangerous seal at any cost. The horned monster raises its paws and gathers a huge clot of blue magic. Blinded by rage, Subai throws himself at the shining ball with all his might. A deafening explosion with flame and smoke is heard near the stone gates. After a strong detonation, the massive blue shutters open slightly. The girl picks up her weakened partner and drags him into the open passage. The angry beast growls menacingly after the heroes escaping through the gate. The giant gates close with a bang in front of the enraged monster. An exhausted Subai falls onto the stone floor of the dark corridor, under the gaze of his friend. The young man covers his face with his hand and admits to losing control of his mind. The companion looks at her comrade, who has come to his senses with relief and hope. The warrior helps the wounded boy to his feet and leads him down the corridor. The girl suddenly freezes in surprise and notices a strange glow. A giant figure of a Qilin, chained, towers before the travelers. The exhausted Subai's eyes suddenly darkened with another sharp flash of pain. The guy clutches his head in agony and screams from the dark magic tormenting him. The ancient stone statue begins to slowly draw in the black aura. The astonished warrior watches the miracle unfold with wide eyes. The stone body of the shackled Qilin is covered with a network of shining golden cracks. The continuous crunch of splitting stone greatly frightens the red-haired girl. The statue suddenly explodes in a shower of sparks right in front of the frozen heroes. From the thick clouds of smoke, the golden muzzle of an awakened beast emerges. The majestic sacred Qilin appears before people in a golden glow. A girl with a sword in her hands warily asks the beast who he is and how he is connected to the darkness. The golden guardian replies that the dark monster outside was created from his corrupted body. The giant tells of an ancient guardian who succumbed to corruption and became a mindless puppet. The sacred Qilin explains that the cracks in the seal are causing the boy unbearable physical pain. The young man, engulfed in a black aura, clutches his head and screams in rage about his thirst for great power. Divine radiance and primordial darkness clash within man in an irreconcilable struggle. The shining beast urges Subai to subjugate both forces in order to completely remove the ancient double seal. The worried companion anxiously begs the mighty Qilin to save Subai at any cost. The golden giant replies that the young man must accept the primordial darkness raging within him. The boy, suffering from pain, risks losing his mind completely without a true fusion of powers. Outside the stone gates, a powerful explosion suddenly thunders from a destructive azure strike. An enraged dark Qilin, with blue sparks coming from its mouth, demands that the seal be stopped. The golden spirit calmly directs a clot of dark energy directly into the body of the sitting guy. The hero, writhing in pain, insists on his determination to protect his loved ones and save all people. The shining protector inspires Subai to become the master of light and shadow for the sake of humanity. Closing his eyes in pain, the boy vows not to let the dark force wreak havoc around him. Concentrating in a golden glow, he calls upon his pets to help him merge. The little fairy and the blue snake release bright streams of magic to save their master. Multicolored rays of pet energy swirl in a dense vortex around the glowing cocoon. The friend looks at the ball of light with anxiety and believes in Subai's safe awakening. A sudden bright flash behind the girl announces a new attack from a formidable enemy. The dark beast makes a furious leap, intending to destroy all the defenders of the cocoon. The enemy concentrates the destructive blue machine and fires a powerful salvo straight at the target. The sacred spirit and the swordswoman stand together as an indestructible wall in the path of the deadly beam. A terrible blow shakes the entire dungeon with a sheaf of blinding fiery sparks and fragments. The golden giant creates a magical shield flower and commands to delay the enemy at any cost. The red-haired warrior grips the blade resolutely and vows to stand until the very end. A ferocious monster above fires a beam at the glowing shield as the spirit calls to his mind. The girl gives the order to the white beast to attack and not let the enemy get to the comrade's cocoon. The brave heroine, together with the white tiger, makes a swift leap towards the enemy. Twisting in the air, the dark Qilin sharply flaps its powerful tail to counterattack. A powerful blow from the tail, accompanied by sparks, throws the protector back straight through the thick dust. A deafening explosion sends up clouds of smoke near the shining golden sphere containing the sleeping boy. Shutting out the noise of the battle, the boy inside the cocoon whispers the words about the completion of the fusion of forces. The golden spirit insistently asks Subai to hurry, because the strength of his defenders is running out. Rising to her feet amid the smoke, the wounded warrior prepares to hold the line again. The dark Qilin triumphs and prepares a final salvo of multiple blue magical projectiles. The girl screams at the top of her lungs, calling on her pets to unite for a common resistance. All allies and loyal magical beasts unite the remnants of their forces under a common golden shield. Through the pain and blood on her face, the swordswoman clenches her teeth and refuses to retreat before the enemy. The dark Qilin releases a powerful bolt of blue energy from its paw and commands its enemies to perish. A blue beam of energy shoots down at great speed, straight towards the ground. The monster's powerful attack breaks the protective barrier and scatters all allies in different directions. The bright golden cocoon containing the hero falls onto the stones under the incessant pressure of magic. The beast hovering in the air releases a dark aura and mockingly asks about your readiness for death. The villain laughs madly at his defeated enemies and celebrates his imaginary superiority. The wounded girl lies on the stone ground and desperately begs Subai to wake up quickly. The huge golden beast places its paw on the ground and makes the difficult decision to sacrifice itself. The sacred Qilin begins to give up the remains of its soul in order to transfer all its power to its successor. A golden stream of energy rushes into the cocoon towards Subai before the eyes of the shocked monster. An ancient spirit approaches the boy and asks him to save this world from being swallowed by darkness. The glowing sphere is filled with incredible power and destroys the restraining seal. The dark Qilin covers its eyes with its paws in fear from the blinding golden glow. The awakened Subai screamed furiously from the divine power that overwhelmed him. The spirits of the great sacred beasts appear behind the hero as powerful silhouettes. The warrior hovering in the air gathers around himself the images of a phoenix, a turtle, and a dragon. A young man dressed in golden armor, sword in hand, thanks the sacred Qilin for his guidance. The dark monster looks at the enemy in horror and does not believe in the absorption of sacred power. Subai raises his shining blade and promises to cleanse these lands of filth forever. The enraged beast gathers the remains of dark energy and vows to drag the enemy down with him. The monster releases a destructive stream of blue flame from its mouth towards the man. The hero raises the flaming blade above his head, protected by the huge silhouette of a Qilin. The golden slash cuts through the enemy element right in the middle of the blue stream. The divine sword pierces the dark spell and leaves the enemy no chance. The stunned monster opens its mouth in panic before the approaching blow of light. The sword blade splits the monster's dark defense with a crushing blow of light. A little girl runs to help her master along with her fighting pets. The combined magical attack of the allies explodes into bright sparks right in the center of the battlefield. The slain giant flies back and falls with a crash onto the rocky surface. Subai, his eyes blazing, prepares to deal the monster the decisive, fatal blow. Swift strokes of the golden sword cover the defeated enemy with a network of deadly lines. The bleeding dark beast lets out a death cry and admits defeat. Dark clouds of fog begin to gradually thicken in the depths of the cave. A young swordsman lowers his gleaming weapon after a crushing victory over an enemy. The wounded monster lies among clouds of steam and ominously warns of imminent retribution. A joyful Yanran approaches Subai and thanks him for saving her from certain death. A defeated enemy activates another hidden threat before dying. An ominous dark portal begins to open with a whistle right in the middle of the cave. The spatial rift draws in the remaining air and grows in size. The entire company of heroes and pets looks with alarm at the dark gate that has appeared. The wounded monster collects the remaining blood and calls upon the primordial darkness for sacrifice. A bloody beam suddenly rushes towards Subai and his companions, standing on the slope. The girl Yanran takes the brunt of the enemy's blood and screams in pain in the guy's arms. A dark glow immediately envelops the wounded Yanran as a frightened Subai questions her. The defeated enemy gloats and shouts about the imminent disappearance of a loved one into the darkness. An unknown force begins to pull Yanran straight into the dark rift that has opened in the air. Subai tightly grabs his flying lover's hands and tries with all his might to hold her back. The monster disappears into the raging blue vortex of the gate, promising the imminent arrival of many races. The rift continues to pull the girl in, and the last words of the defeated enemy sound in the air. The pull of the blue vortex increases sharply, and the young man panics and tries not to let go of his hands. Yanran's fingers slowly slipped, and she could no longer hold on to Subai's hand. The little pets hold on to their owner in vain, until the girl is finally carried away into the portal. The blue whirlwind closes right in front of the desperately screaming and stretching guy's face. The young man falls to his knees in helplessness and is horrified to realize the sudden loss of a loved one. The boy's feet press hard against the stone ground, against the backdrop of rising dust and rumble. Subai grits his teeth in rage and vows revenge on the dark Qilin for kidnapping him. The enraged hero shouts the girl's name at the top of his voice and promises to turn the entire dark world upside down. The little companion looks with fear at the owner's fist, clenched in anger and great despair. The stone vaults of the cave begin to crumble violently right above the heads of the remaining heroes. A glowing blade with a scarlet crystal in its hilt materializes in the air next to Subai. A ghostly old man appears from the blue glow of the sword and warns of the imminent collapse of the temple. At the entrance to the collapsing cave, the silhouettes of three people rushing to help suddenly appear. The allies, led by the director, run into the dungeon and demand that they immediately escape outside. Subai picks up the glowing horn fragment from the ground and senses the remaining aura of the dark beast. The hero shows the director the trace he found and resolutely declares his intention to save the girl. The mustachioed mentor warns the student against a reckless journey into the deadly gates. The guy flatly refuses to back down and lights blue energy on the tip of the horn he found. Companions in armor and glasses express their readiness to go on a search with the young warrior. Subai forbids them to take any risks and orders them to stay to protect the human world from invasion. The director agrees with the guy's decision and promises to securely guard this place together with his comrades. A brave young man takes a confident step into a blue vortex against the backdrop of an ongoing cave collapse. Finding himself in a new space, the guy looks at his gloves in surprise. Ahead rises a colossal black tower with ancient symbols glowing on its walls. The hero and his pets suddenly find their primordial energy completely blocked. The ghostly mentor explains the nature of the tower and the workings of the overwhelming source of darkness. The old man informs the young man about the location of the aura of the kidnapped Yanran at the very top of the giant tower. The spirit warns of powerful monsters and guardians on each of the many floors. Subai is determined to crush all enemies on his way and reach the girl waiting for him. Suddenly, the stone ground beneath the hero's feet splits and erupts into fiery cracks. A giant, gray, clawed paw of a monster bursts out of the destroyed floor with a loud roar. A huge, dark silhouette of a monster with glowing red eyes rises in the sky. The ghostly mentor warns the hero about the danger and enormous power of the cursed creatures. Subai is annoyed to realize that he cannot summon the sacred weapons of his beasts. The young man resolutely rushes through the air towards the roaring giant beast with blue patterns. The guy deftly dodges the powerful swing of the claws and concentrates the energy of light. The warrior rushes into a swift attack with a flaming yellow sword in his hands. The blade only strikes sparks from the monster's strong paw and does not cause any damage to it. The enraged monster prepares to unleash a crushing counterattack of purple darkness. The beast throws the brave swordsman far back with a powerful swing of its clawed hand. Subai lands heavily on the stone slabs, accompanied by the alarmed cries of his pets. Faithful sacred beasts transfer all their power to the master to create a sword. A colossal flaming blade of light plunges from the heavens straight into the stone ground. The young man calls his faithful pets back into space and takes the shining sword into his hands. A huge brown beast with a bared mouth rushes towards the hero in a furious leap. The defender meets the monster's furious attack and blocks its claws with a glowing blade. The blue spirit tells Subai the monster's vulnerable spot in the abdominal area. A quick swing of the golden blade cuts through the monster's flesh right at the designated spot. The guy lands on one knee after a series of deadly sword strikes. The fallen beast lets out a death roar in a spray of flying blood. The enemy's huge carcass falls to the ground with a crash, raising clouds of gray dust. The system window that appears informs you about the destruction of the source of darkness and the growth of forces. The ghost explains the mechanics of awakening the sacred beast's power when seeing a new monster. Subai is preparing for battle again and is determined to save Yanran, who is in trouble. The young man confidently walks forward past the fallen, motionless bodies of the two monsters. The swordsman finds massive stone doors and with effort opens the passage. Inside the gloomy hall, the hero is surprised to find a group of emaciated prisoners. The weakened people in the dungeon cover their faces in fear from the light that penetrates inside. Subai comes closer and asks the prisoners about what happened with sincere sympathy. The gray-haired man is suddenly covered in an ominous purple flame of darkness. The ghost anxiously recognizes the prisoners as the most powerful masters of the people of the past. The maddened prisoners turn into puppets and begin to attack the hero. An enslaved old man with empty, glowing eye sockets grins furiously at his enemy. The boy is forced to block the furious onslaught of an unusually strong enemy with a long sword. The mentor reports profound changes in the bodies of these people enslaved by the dark force. The spirit advises to apply pinpoint strikes to the marks on the forehead to temporarily remove control. The young man deftly maneuvers between the poisonous spits and attacks the possessed enemies. The hero kicks right at the dark mark on the forehead of the crazy blonde woman. The precise strike does not bring the desired result and causes extreme surprise to the warrior. The ghost explains the direct connection between the marks and the main boss of this dangerous dark zone. Surrounded by puppets, Subai bursts into flames and refuses to retreat. Summoned spirits and pets gather around Subai and offer their assistance in battle. The white tiger furiously rushes at one of the enemies and clings to it with sharp claws. The green snake and the other spirits work together to bind and restrain the attacking puppets. Subai concentrates the holy power of the sacred Qilin into the blade of his shining sword. The young man delivers a crushing blow, with his sword straight to the head of the insane infected woman. Deprived of dark energy, the puppet screams in pain and falls to its knees. The guy orders his spirits to retreat from the defeated opponents in time. The warrior with the shining sword pierces another enemy and strives to quickly save Yanran. The blue spirit of the mentor appeared and sincerely praised Subai's increased combat power in battle. Suddenly, darkness descends from the high ceiling, heralding the arrival of the floor's formidable boss. Multicolored streams of magical energy begin to violently merge into a single sphere. A giant nine-headed monster appears before the hero and furiously threatens him with violence. Subai glows with a bright golden aura and fearlessly challenges the formidable monster. The multi-headed boss creates a strong ice wall to block a powerful sword strike. Several heads of the winged beast simultaneously prepare a crushing salvo of elements. A destructive combined explosion of different elements thunders with a roar under the warrior's feet. The huge monster grins maliciously and prepares another deadly attack on the hero. Deadly beams of pure energy quickly fall upon the dodging boy. Subai dodges the deadly beam in the air with great difficulty and clenches his teeth furiously. The little turtle Xiaoba heroically takes the blow with his shield and gets injured. A powerful barrage of multicolored elemental rays finally destroys the stone barrier. The young man anxiously sends his wounded pet to rest in the summoning space. The nine-headed boss hovers confidently in the air and hopes for the complete destruction of man. Suddenly, a young man emerges from a cloud of thick dust and makes a swift cut from below. One of the monster's fiery heads is severed, with a swift and precise thrust of the blade. The monster's severed neck immediately begins to regenerate furiously and grow back. The enraged monster once again aims all 9 of its heads at the lone swordsman. Subai quickly maneuvers between the dangerous beams and realizes the enemy's enormous power. The blue ghost hints at the boss's weak point, which is its central head with white eyes. The boy loudly commands his faithful pets to divert the attention of the furious monster onto themselves. Little fairy Xiaohong releases a dense beam of scarlet energy straight into the face of the huge beast. Green snake Xiaoqing attacks the boss with a bright, powerful lightning bolt, causing it to open up. White tiger Xiaobai quickly unleashes a series of quick claw strikes in the air. Subai cleverly takes advantage of the created window and rushes forward at full speed with his sword. The brave swordsman breaks through the oncoming magical currents at great speed. The warrior gathers all available energy and delivers a crushing vertical strike in a jump. The monster's central head tries unsuccessfully to quickly close itself with a strong ice shield. The hero's flaming blade shatters the ice with a loud crack and deeply wounds the enemy's head. The crippled boss screams hysterically from the wound he received in his main vulnerable spot. The weakened nine-headed snake loses its strength and falls down after Subai's precise strike. Subai swiftly falls from above with a flaming blade and uses a crushing Qilin skill. The defeated beast lies at the hero's feet and furiously threatens to make him pay with his life. In place of the disappeared monster, a sparkling red core of a high-ranking beast appears. The guy strokes his little assistant's head and, with a smile, allows her to swallow the trophy. Xiao Hong notices a movement on the floor as a gray hand reaches out from the darkness towards the hero's feet. From the fallen bodies of the puppets, shining souls rise and thank the young man for saving them. The spirit ghosts promise their help, and a satisfied Xiao Hong feels her inner strength grow. Having assessed the situation, the warrior confidently looks at the opened passage to the next level of the tower. The hero finds himself in a gloomy hall with a murky, fetid swamp, scattered bones and thick fog. A ghostly mentor warns the student of a deadly poisonous fog in these swamps. The young man surrounds his feet with protective flame and carefully steps into the corrosive sludge of the swamp. Feeling a heaviness in his chest from the poison, the fighter decides to find the local boss as quickly as possible. Sharp green shoots suddenly burst out of the muddy swamp water, right in front of the hero. With a quick, circular swing of the flaming sword, the boy instantly cuts down all the vines attacking him. The mentor explains that the plants corrupted by darkness will attack him in an endless wave. The water in the center of the swamp begins to boil violently and rises into a huge, dirty fountain. A giant, poisonous, man-eating tree emerges from the depths, guarding the second floor of the tower. Subai takes a fighting stance on the floating log and resolutely draws his blade. The tree monster releases long tentacles, trying to reach the enemy across the swamp. The flaming warrior makes a swift dash forward and deftly cuts through the stems, blocking his path. From the dark depths of the swamp rises a powerful, curved root of colossal size. An enraged monster with glowing red eyes points thick roots at a man. The guy notices a massive root flying at him in time and tensely watches the enemy's attack. A huge root hits the water with a roar, raising a wall of splashes next to the dodging hero. Subai makes a wide fire swing, intending to crush the tree monster in one blow. The enemy deftly covers himself with a dense wicker shield made of vines, from which sparks fly in all directions. The caustic acid, reflected by the shield, hisses and scatters around the young man's protective barrier. Understanding the power of the corrosive poison, the fighter realizes that his fire defense will not last long. The ghost tells the student that the enemy's weak spot is hidden in a black bud at the very crown. The man-eating tree growls ferociously in rage, realizing the enemy's plan to destroy its core of darkness. The boss activates a total blockade of space and releases poisonous dark buds. The young man notes with annoyance that he cannot yet summon the full power of the divine treasure. Gathering the rest of his strength for one decisive blow, the warrior rises into the air right above the boss. Numerous stems try to grab the flying hero, but he continues to raise his blade. The monster accumulates a clot of purple energy in its mouth and laughs evilly in anticipation of victory. Subai furiously shouted back at the enemy and finally released all his hidden power. The sacred energy of the ancient Qilin flares up around the warrior with a dazzling golden glow. A fiery image of a mythical beast appears behind the hero, piercing a beam of monstrous energy. A blinding vertical beam cuts the giant tree boss's body exactly in half. The dismembered monster falls into the swamp with a deafening roar, raising a thick cloud of dust. The swordsman grips his blade tightly amidst the clouds of settling dust and hopes for victory over the enemy. The blue ghostly mentor warns the hero that the poisonous fog has not yet disappeared. The severed parts of the tree monster rise into the air and begin to grow together again. The risen tree monster laughs ominously and mocks the human's attempts to defeat it. The giant monster raises its huge paw made of tree branches for a crushing blow. The fighter manages to put up a strong, shining shield, protecting himself from the enemy's hail of sharp spikes. Small spirits and animals surround the owner with a shining aura, offering their protection and help. The red-haired fairy and the snake combine the power of flame and lightning to strike again. Powerful bolts of fire and lightning simultaneously crash into the body of the enraged tree monster. The young man praises his faithful pets and quickly swallows a pill to restore his spiritual strength. The wounded tree giant again absorbs the toxic fumes, trying to heal its wounds. The monster furiously lashes out with long, flexible vines in all directions, trying to knock down the flying spirits. The swordsman decisively gives the command to his small comrades to hamper the movements of the enemy vines. The spiritual beasts press with all their strength against the enemy's thick branches and hold them down. Engulfed in bright flames, the hero soars into the air directly above the head of the bound tree giant. The hero, with a scream, hurls the flaming sword straight into the glowing green core on the monster's chest. The defeated monster crumbles into splinters, and the swordsman lands confidently on the stone platform. In place of the defeated tree giant, a large green crystal with spikes remains hanging. The tired young man sits down on a floating log and tenderly embraces his faithful, weary spirits. The little water snake happily swallows a poisonous crystal to enhance its skills. The warrior approaches the shining spatial portal and remembers his main goal. Having moved to a new location, The young man warily looks around the pitch darkness around him. On the third floor of the Tower of Heaven, the heroes hear the ominous metallic grinding of heavy chains. From the impenetrable darkness, three glowing crimson eyes stare intently at the uninvited guests. A huge, three-eyed, poisonous python with claws appears before the swordsman, chained in place. The ghostly elder warns the disciple about the deadly poison and the dangerous power of the absorbing chains. The warrior envelops his body in bright golden energy and decisively points his blade at the boss. A huge scaly snake hisses furiously as it lunges at a man hovering in the air. The blue spirit shouts at the young man to avoid any contact with the enchanted chains. The monster opens its mouth wide with sharp fangs, while the mentor points to its eyes. A brave swordsman in a blazing golden halo makes a swift thrust with the tip of his sword. A sparkling beam of fire cuts through the forehead of a giant three-eyed monster with a precise blow. The young man lands deftly on the stone floor, continuing to radiate a golden glow around himself. The green toxic vapor on the hero's hand quickly dissipates thanks to the immunity he's gained. The fighter once again unleashes a crushing stream of spiritual energy to deliver the decisive blow. A powerful wave of fire rises up and shatters the enemy's dark chains. A bright golden beam of energy pierces the head of a giant scaly monster. The poisonous snake throws back its head and lets out a shrill scream as blood spurts in all directions. A bleeding python, in a wild rage, promises to tear the impudent man into small pieces. The ghostly mentor approves of the successful attack and calls on the swordsman to finish off the wounded dark guard. The brave swordsman makes a powerful, crushing swing with a flaming blade in the air above the enemy. A bright, fiery blade easily cuts the body of a dark-scaled snake into two parts. The guy takes a deep breath and thinks with genuine relief about the end of the fight. The warrior's eyes suddenly widen with a sharp and alarming sense of danger. A whole ball of dark snakes quickly bursts out from the remains of the defeated monster. Numerous black reptiles with glowing scarlet eyes slowly crawl out. A huge, continuous avalanche of poisonous black snakes is heading straight for the lone hero. The swordsman, with a confident smile, calls his faithful spiritual assistants to the battlefield. The little red-haired companion, in genuine fear, screams loudly about the snake's nest. All the summoned magical beasts furiously attack the advancing dark creatures. Surrounded by a dense ring of dark creatures, the guy continues to fight back with a flaming blade. The very tired swordsman wipes the sweat from his forehead and thinks hard about a new plan. A majestic firebird and an azure dragon burn away hordes of snakes with powerful magic. A mighty white tiger, roaring furiously, tears the crawling creatures to pieces with the force of its claws. A massive armored turtle unleashes a hail of heavy boulders on the snakes. The firebird loudly warns its owner about the imminent, complete depletion of its energy reserves. An endless stream of poisonous dark snakes continues to crawl inexorably from all sides. The green snake on the hero's shoulder speaks of the connection between dark creatures and the source. The young man is suddenly struck by the idea of a single control center for this entire dark horde. The swordsman quickly finds a glowing green core among the dark mass of enemies. In the thick dark fog, numerous scarlet eyes of crawling reptiles gleam menacingly. The warrior loudly commands the bird and dragon to use their strongest area attacks. The dragon and the firebird unleash a destructive wave of combined elements. The young fighter loudly orders the white beast and the turtle to cover him during the dash. A guy riding a huge tiger rushes forward through hordes of snakes. The mighty turtle causes a powerful rock splash and deters the crawling creatures. A white predator with a rider on its back breaks forward through obstacles with lightning speed. Several large poisonous snakes, hissing menacingly, try to block the beast's path. The giant white tiger leaps furiously straight into the very center of the dark monsters. A furious predator leaps and mercilessly breaks the tight ring of snakes surrounding it. The young warrior rises high into the air and raises his flame-enveloped blade to strike. A devastating fiery slash of the blade rushes with enormous power into the enemy's heart. The dark entity, cut by the flaming blade, lets out a piercing death cry. The entire dense mass of black reptiles instantly freezes after the hero's decisive attack. The swordsman lands softly on the stone floor, amidst a flash of dissipating magic. The white tiger looks at the motionless crawling reptiles with obvious surprise. The stone turtle watches with obvious relief as the monster's bodies disappear. A contented young man with a wide, joyful smile praises his assistance with all his heart. The whole friendly company is relaxing quietly on the floor and snacking with great appetite. The hero hands out pills and promises to throw a real feast immediately after saving his girlfriend. The ghostly mentor praises Subai for his precise understanding of battle tactics and his accurate strike at the source. Subai pats the contented fairy on the head and modestly thanks his faithful pets for the victory. Suddenly, the air is cut open and an ominous cut mark appears on the floor. The blue spirit instantly becomes alert and loudly warns the student of a new danger ahead. A terrifying dark energy, far superior to the power of the poisonous python, is coming from the darkness. The entire group freezes in fear before the approaching dark pressure of an unknown enemy. The amazed guy thinks with excitement that the real guardian of the third floor has not yet appeared. A huge dark silhouette with chains slowly walks forward and quietly pronounces words about sacrifice. The young man stands resolutely before his pets and declares his readiness to crush any enemy in his path. The red-haired stranger with sharp horns grins smugly and bares his predatory fangs. A red danger warning sign appears before the young man's eyes. The hero sees a huge, poisonous giant in chains and the dark Judge Harris on his hand. The mentor, hovering nearby, advises the student to remain extremely cautious due to the enemy's strange aura. The alarmed swordsman stares at the horned opponent and asks him directly about his identity. An arrogant Harris with a katana calls the man a loser and is surprised by his victory over the python. The red-haired judge slowly rises into the air and orders his servant to begin the massacre. The purple monster throws its head back in fury and lets out a deafening battle roar in the arena. The guy grips the two-handed sword tightly and declares that the judge will not be able to stop him. The ghost of the mentor warns Subai that the real master of this floor stands before him. The huge poisonous giant takes off and makes a heavy step towards the enemy with a roar. The horned judge announces the inevitable execution of violators and the sacrifice of their souls to the laws of the tower. The giant rushes forward with a swift attack, and Subai summons the war turtle Xiaoba to his aid. The loyal turtle instantly changes its appearance and turns into a mighty golden beast. The golden giant puts up a strong shield and steadfastly takes on the furious blow of the enemy chains. Subai, with his blade burning, watches in amazement at the resilience of his pet's protective barrier. The enraged purple giant rises into the air again and swings his heavy chains. The giant's powerful blow shatters the golden protection into pieces, and the little fairy screams to her master about the danger. The young man grits his teeth and decides to fill his sword with all the available power of chaos. The swordsman makes a swift lunge and directs the fiery blade straight into the monster's fist. The purple colossus brings down a furious, charged fist and slams it into the stone floor. Subai jumps to the side with his white tiger and narrowly avoids a direct blow. The tireless monster raises a cloud of dust and, with a roar, stretches its clawed paw towards the retreating hero. A long azure dragon, shrouded in dark chains and radiance, descends swiftly from the ceiling. A huge white tiger grabs the flying chain with its teeth and helps its owner push off the wall. The little fairy takes off and directs magical fire beams from her hands to restrain the monster. Dark Judge Harris hovers in the air and contemptuously calls the pathetic efforts of his opponents the fuss of ants. The purple giant gathers a clot of destructive purple magic between his massive palms. Subai breathes heavily and remembers Yanran waiting for him, determined not to give up without a fight. The warrior concentrates fiery energy around the blade and thinks about awakening the power of the Qilin. Realizing the lack of power for the sacred weapon, the hero decides to combine the abilities of all the pets. The red-haired demon watches the power of the sacred Qilin in the human with surprise. Bright tongues of sacred flame engulf the warrior's legs as he hovers in the air. The four sacred beasts readily respond to their master's loud call for help. Subai raises the elemental-infused blade and promises to crush the dark judgment. A horned adversary with dark chains in his hands mockingly threatens to trample the youth's hopes. The demon directs a powerful stream of dark magic at the purple giant through heavy chains. The spiritual mentor warns with alarm about the insane growth of the dark giant's power. The huge purple monster roars furiously and raises a sphere of dark energy above its head. The swordsman grips the shining blade with both hands to free the beasts from the shackles of darkness. The enemy leader screams furiously about the useless death throes of his rival. A blinding beam of light shoots down from above, straight into a purple ball of dark energy. A powerful fire strike collides with the purple sphere and knocks the monster back. The enemy only grins smugly in flight and assesses the young man's determination. The villain folds his fingers into a magical gesture and summons glowing runes around him. Multiple glowing purple chains form a dense defense around the caster. The hero delivers a swift slashing blow with his blade against a strong barrier of chains. At the point where the blade collides with the chains, a powerful energy explosion occurs. A young man with a sword descends onto a stone arena amidst clouds of dissipating smoke. The warrior leans on the edge of his sword, with deep frustration at the tenacity of the other's barrier. The spiritual mentor points out the runes to the young man and advises him to destroy them to remove the protection. The boy takes his mentor's advice and rekindles the fighting flame around himself. The corrupted giant strides forward through a veil of dark smoke with a furious roar. Subai unleashed the combined power of the sacred beasts with a loud battle cry. 4 multicolored beams of elemental magic simultaneously pierce the monster's limbs. The horned enemy laughs loudly and intends to personally fight the daring swordsman.